we go. Okay, that should be fine, I think. Might move my thing here a little bit. Okay. And then I need to get onto Discord to do. Yes, this, there we go. And then do that. Oh, there we go. Okay. And I think, just about ready. Okay. So I might need to adjust my thing. Did it work? Why didn't it? 1 second. Okay. Ow. There we go. That's better. Right, ready. Boop. Boop. Right, now just gotta wait for my friend to join in and ready to go. Whatever. Boop. Let's see. I should probably move this over here. Do some new stuff. Boop. Boop. Doo-doo-doo. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-doo-bitty. Oh, I did get coins. Okay. Do 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 bam. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. I'm just waiting for my friend to join. And he still got like 15 minutes still. So I'm technically supposed to be live, but whatever. Sody. Let's see, I need to. Oh, okay, whatever, that's fine. There we go. Okay. Do. It was this. I'll watch this later. I probably shouldn't. Do 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 do. Yeah. Oh man, you're a nerd. You're a nerd playing WoW. Oh wait, is this not? Did I? Oh. Let's see. Boop. I think I had a chat box like covered by my screen capture. Whoopsies! I meant to have that on the screen. Oh well, I fixed it now. Hopefully. Do, 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 do. Hello? Hello?
Oh boy.
Hold on. No.
Discord's doing stuff again. Give me a second.
Okay, it's fine.
Alright.
Right. Hello. Welcome.
How about now?
I can hear you. Can you not hear me?
Okay, there we go.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
I guess Discord just hates me and messes with my settings every single time I boot up my computer.
Fine. That sucks. Anyway, you ready to find out the truth?
Yes, I am ready. I am finally ready to finish this crazy roller coaster ride that is Evil Teddy Bear Phoenix Wright Simulator.
But there's more games.
Well, this game.
Okay.
Unless you're hinting to me that this game is like direct continuity to the other games. And are they like direct continuity, or is it like the same story set in like a parallel universe under similar but different circumstances?
No.
Or what?
They're all part of the whole story, yes.
So this is like Saw 1, Saw 2, Saw 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've barely scratched the surface of what is Danganronpa.
Okay.
Alright. Last time, we found a dead body, but we weren't sure who the fuck it was. All we could tell it was a female. But we believe it may be Murkuro Ikusaba, which is the mysterious 16th student that, Kyoko told us about earlier. We found her dead in the garden with a knife.
We assumed it was Kyoko at first. At least Byakuya thought it was Kyoko, and then when Kyoko showed up to the trial, Byakuya was like, "What?"
Mm-hmm. Well, mostly Hiro was like, "She's a ghost!" Because, you know, that makes more sense.
Yes. Because, I'll be honest, if I was a ghost at that point in time, the first thing I would do would be to run outside of the walls of that school as a ghost.
Oh, yeah.
Sayonara.
Bye-bye. Goodbye. So we had a class trial for what we would guess is Murkrow Ikusaba. However, there was actually two possible outcomes. The only one is actually the correct outcome. But I did the incorrect one just to show you the ending, quote ending, because then it just restarted.
Yeah, it's a loop. It feeds back into itself and lets you
Yeah.
make that correct choice again.
Yeah.
Which I actually think it's a really smart design decision, because if you make the other choice, the Kyoko choice, it not only feeds back into letting you get immediately back into the route without having to reset anything,
Yeah.
but it also shows you, it hints at you with some foreshadowing of what's kind of going to happen, because with Kyoko's ending, with Kyoko being killed, her ending, it basically says that if you kill Kyoko, everybody becomes peaceful. Nobody's gonna like kill each other anymore. Which means that because we know that, because we picked that option before, we know that with what happens, there's probably more people are going to die. At least that's what it told us. It told us that there weren't going to be any more murders.
Yeah. Look.
And Kyoko is alive now, so it's possible at least another person or two gets killed off at this point.
Possibly, very possible.
I'd like to murder a teddy bear, though.
Yeah.
That would be nice. I should say the actual person behind him, because we know he's an animatronic, because people took him apart.
Yes. There's multiple Monokumas.
Which also raises another question. Because if we took apart stuff when somebody wasn't watching, that means that person wasn't aware and wasn't in charge. They weren't in the driver's seat, so to speak.
Yeah.
When we were doing our thing.
Yeah.
So that insinuates that Mukuro Ikusaba was dead, and also insinuates that she was in the driver's seat, because everything picked back up afterwards. So it's possible that somebody else picked up Monokuma stuff.
Yeah.
At least that's what it looks like. And plus the trials, the last trial that we had didn't follow the same rules.
Yeah.
It wasn't finding the truth and playing the game.
Oh goodness, your mic got like all muffled for a second.
There you go. Now?
No, you're good now. Okay.
Okay, maybe it's your internet connection.
Yes, and technically
the stream stopped for a second.
It's fine. But yeah, for this trial, it was not actually fair, because Monokuma said, well, at first with the other ending, it said Kyoko was the murderer. But then when we chose the other option, he was like, you're right, it is Makoto. Even though we know Makoto's point of view of the situation, where he did not kill somebody.
Yes.
He just had a very bad fever, which could have come from him getting hit over the head and being up all night and stuff like that. So it could have come from like a lot of different possible things of him getting like a fever.
Yeah, we don't know what happened there.
He
could have been hallucinating, or there was some. When he was having some kind of dream or hallucination or something, it seemed like he was on the verge of remembering something extremely important, but we don't know what.
Yes.
But I'll be honest, it looked bad. It looked like he was hiding something, or hiding something from himself, if that makes sense. It looked bad. It looked really bad. To the point where I'm like, you know what? Maybe they should have just stabbed him. Yeah.
So, this is after the class trial, after we got almost executed if it was not for Alter Ego still being in the system that was left over. The program was still in the system somehow. Monokuma says he's gone now, but we don't really know for sure. But yeah, he was able to stop the Crusher thing before we fell back into what we're gonna look into now. So, boop. Continue. So, this is where we are. Boop. Is that an airplane? How did something like that wind up in the school's garbage pit? Very interesting. That's a rocket and a tank? I better not think too much about what I'm seeing down here. Which, if you don't know about this rocket, in the very beginning opening scene, Monokuma has put somebody in the rocket, shot it up into space. It came right back down. It opened up again, and they were a skeleton.
Okay. So, in the opening scene, you said?
Yes.
Huh. I wonder if that was...
Alright. This is a desk. It's probably the one that fell down here with me. I'm like...
There's a person they shot up, they came down, and then
tab.
they're
There it is. Yes. Okay, so just the door to look at now. Okay, big old door. Rattle, rattle. Of course, it's locked. No matter how many times I pushed or pulled or kicked at it, it didn't budge. Getting out of here isn't going to be that easy. Well, if I'm not getting out of here anytime soon... I decided to look around for some food. There's plenty of food here, but it's all rotten. But that was pointless too. Next, I search for some water. How can I be sure which liquids I can drink and which ones are an all-around bad idea? Again, pointless. I feel like I'm blocked in on all sides. But that's still not enough reason to give up because I'm still alive. As long as I'm alive, I'll never give up. After making that proud declaration, the next thing I decided to do was go to sleep. My sleep was deep and uninterrupted. That was my only way to preserve what little strength I had left, after not being able to eat or drink. I can't be sure, but I think at least a full day had to have passed. All I did was sleep. It was like I was waiting for some kind of sign to come falling out of the sky. However, what fell from the sky wasn't a sign. Not exactly. Crunch! What the? The strange sound pierced my silent isolation, jarring me awake. As I watched, the pile of garbage jostled and formed an odd shape. Did something fall down over there? Something fell from up above. What could it have been? Let's check it out. Did a giant piece of trash just fall down here? I carefully stretched my hand out toward whatever it was that tumbled down here with me.
Just a second.
A giant piece of trash? Rude. Before she even emerged from the pile of garbage, I knew who it was. I love this.
Smells awful.
I really like the ramen cup.
Yes,
cup on her head.
it's so
actually
good.
hilarious.
It's great. I love this part. Kyoko!
Indeed.
You look like you're doing better than I expected. What are you doing here?
So...
Isn't it obvious? I'm here to help you. I'm glad to hear that, Kyoko. You got a bit of garbage in your hair. She gave her head a quick, sharp shake to get rid of the trash, then faced me again.
Hey.
Burst, I have something for you. Go ahead and eat it. We can talk once you're finished. Gasp. Thank you! Ooh. I snatched the bread and water that she was holding out for me. Within seconds, it was in my mouth, making its way toward my stomach. Phew, that really hit the spot. Now I've got all the energy I need to keep going. So you still
get down here though. Key?
No. I'm assuming the trash thing, but just they turned off the incinerator.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you still haven't given up then? Of course not. After all, the fact that I can keep moving forward is about all I'm good at.
Hmm?
Well, that's not such a bad thing to be good at. So what's up? But Kyoko, why'd you come to rescue me?
So...
To pay a debt. Or, no, to atone. Atone?
You...
During the trial, even though you knew I was lying, you didn't say anything. So you knew that I knew. She told us before the trial that she had a key that unlocked every door, so I don't know.
Indeed.
But even though I knew, I did nothing to help you. I abandoned you. Don't say that. You didn't abandon me. No, that's exactly what I did. I abandoned you in order to save my own life. You were trying to save me, and I couldn't bring myself to do the same for you.
However...
But listen, not that I'm trying to make excuses, but there was a reason that I had to survive, no matter the cost. Why did you have to survive?
It's true.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. The reason I have to survive
In other words,
is so that I can do what I came to this school to do. Huh? What? I made up my mind to come to Hope's Peak Academy for one very important reason. So you have some reason for coming to Hope's Peak?
indeed.
That's right. At least I did once. Once?
I...
Till recently, I'd forgotten what it was. You forgot? But that's... I had no memory of what my purpose was. No memory? That's impossible! Amnesia? That's... Then, is it really true? You lost your memory?
Makoto.
Do you remember, Makoto? Do you remember the first thing that happened to each of us as soon as we arrived at this school? The first thing? You were talking about when we fainted, right? I fainted, and when I woke up, I was trapped here.
That's right.
I fainted too, and when I woke up, I noticed a strange feeling of separation within myself, a disconnect.
It would seem...
Thinking back on it now, at that point my memory was gone. At that time, I'd forgotten. I couldn't remember why I'd come to this school, and I couldn't remember what my ultimate ability was. But what would make you forget all that?
Hey,
Strange, isn't it? It's hard to imagine it happened by chance. Seems much too convenient. Are you saying that you think you lost your memory because...
indeed.
I don't think. I'm positive it was the work of the Mastermind. They stole my memory. But why would they want to do that? There's only one reason I can come up with. Because of my purpose and my ability, somehow they would have interfered with the Mastermind's plans. So Mastermind just stole them from you?
However...
And it could also mean, somehow, my memories may be connected to the mystery of the school and the Mastermind, which is why I have to get them back. That's why I've been investigating things by myself this whole time. But if what you say is true, why didn't you ask the rest of us to help you?
Why is that?
If I did that, and we all worked as one, the Mastermind would have noticed right away. Plus, there's always the chance that the Mastermind is actually one of us. What?
Correct.
Well, don't make too big of a deal of it. It's just a possibility. But since it is a possibility, we can't ignore it, right? Mastermind, one of us. If she believes that, then of course she wouldn't trust anyone around her. In which case, it only makes sense that she would look into her missing memory by herself.
However...
That being said, there was a limit to what I could do by myself, which is why I asked you to help me. But why me? Because among everyone, you were least likely to be the Mastermind. That was just my intuition, but I see. Your intuition was right, though. There's no way an ordinary kid like me could have been the Mastermind.
I
Oh,
understand.
there's a bit of the memory or dream we had.
The hallucination that we had
Mm-hmm.
when we were sleeping, feverish, whatever.
Yep, having a fever dream.
I should understand everything. My goal isn't to get out of here. It's to stay here.
Ugh. It's just like the dream I had before, but why did that just happen?
Listen.
Are you okay? Yeah, it's nothing. It is nothing, right?
Hey,
Even now, I still trust you, you know? It just, I'm not used to relying on others.
correct.
I know I never asked you for help the right way, so I understand if you're not convinced. Honestly, I was convinced. I think that's just her personality. You said that you had a reason for doing all that investigating on your own. So, how'd that turn out? Were you able to remember anything?
So...
I think there's still a lot I don't remember, but at the very least, I was finally able to recall my purpose, my ability. You mentioned your ability. My ability, what everyone should have known me for. I'm the ultimate detective. The ultimate detective.
Correct.
And the reason I came to Hope's Peak Academy, there was someone I had to find here in the school. You had to find someone? Who?
So...
Well, it was the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy. The headmaster? Why did you want to find the headmaster? Because he's my father. What?
What?
In other words...
What?
I was separated from him as a child. As it turns out, he became the headmaster of Hope's Peak. Kyoko's dad is Hope's Peak's headmaster? That's hard to say. Then that explains When Alter Ego told us how he thought the mastermind was or the headmaster was involved. I'll find a way. Huh? No matter what it takes, I will find the headmaster.
No matter what?
No matter the cost.
So,
Kyoko, what's going on?
I...
My memory hadn't come back at that point, but when he said that, I felt strange. It makes perfect sense now, of course, since my whole purpose for coming here was to find him. That makes sense.
However...
But listen, Makoto, I want to make this perfectly clear, so there's no misunderstanding. I said the headmaster wasn't the mastermind, but I didn't say that to protect him. I only said that what I felt based on what I'd seen when I snuck into the headmaster's room. Then, what did you see in there?
So...
The room had been ransacked. The shelves were a mess. The desk drawers dumped on the floor. The only conclusion is that someone who didn't know where anything had been had been in there. You mean the mastermind, right?
It's true.
That was my assumption, yes. And to confirm my suspicion, I decided to investigate the second floor of the dorms using the key I'd found. But why there? Because I also found this in the headmaster's room. This is some kind of map.
Indeed.
It's a layout of the entirety of Hope's Peak Academy. I found it in the headmaster's room, along with Murokuro's profile and the key. The map showed that the second floor was home to a number of rooms meant for faculty use. Some of the staff must have had to stay overnight from time to time, and I figured the headmaster would have some kind of private room there. I assumed that if it were true, that room likely held more clues, so I went to check.
Correct.
And that's when I finally remembered. I remembered that my purpose was to find the owner of that room. So you went there to see if the headmaster really did have a private room there.
However...
But once I got there, I noticed that the second floor of the dorms didn't have any cameras or monitors. So what was it like? That part of the school, I mean. It's hard to describe. All I can say is, the moment I saw it, I realized whatever's going on in this school is more horrific than we ever imagined. What do you mean?
So...
I can't explain it. You need to see it for yourself. I'm sure you'll get your chance soon enough. It sounds like it must be important and really ominous. Anything else?
However...
Of course, once I got to there was no cameras and no monitors, which is why I had no idea what was going on in the rest of the building. It has to do with Murokuro Ikusaba, doesn't it?
However...
Just to be perfectly clear, I didn't kill her. And I know it wasn't you either. I know you're right, but that just means everyone but you and me had an alibi. So then who did kill her?
Anyway...
What I can say for sure is that the mastermind is directly involved. To begin with, the point of the class trial of Murokuro Ikusaba was to get me killed. Get you killed?
Indeed.
I stole that key and disappeared, and in retaliation they wanted to draw me out and eliminate me.
Correct.
That was the point of the class trial. It was? The mastermind knew they couldn't interfere directly. You mean because of the school regulations?
That's right.
Exactly. With minimal restrictions, you are free to explore Hope's Peak Academy at your discretion.
In other words...
The mastermind is adamant about following the rules, and with that rule in place, they couldn't step in. Since they couldn't kill me themselves, they tried to use the class trial to do it. The mastermind couldn't step in because of the rules. That makes it sound like the mastermind themselves is somehow bound by the school regulations.
Hey.
There's one other thing I'd like to point out about the murder of Murokuro Ikusaba. What's that? There was a point where Murokuro may not have become the victim. It could have been you, Makoto.
What?
I could have become the victim?
Indeed.
You know what I'm talking about, right? Do you mean during the night? I can hear them, you know, the footsteps of the god of death. What? I can hear the god of death as he moves. The ability naturally draws me into cases just like this.
Anyway...
Which is exactly what happened with you. I was in dorms and I had a sudden sense of dread. I looked down the stairwell and I saw a white shadow cross the corridor. I gave chase right away. As I followed it, I saw the shadow go into your room.
Correct.
I ran into your room and I saw what was happening. I intervened immediately, of course.
However,
That wasn't the end of things, of course. I stopped them, but that led to... Whoever the masked assailant was, they ended up dead.
correct.
And their murder was disguised, and the dojo key wound up in my room. It all has to be the work of the Mastermind, in an attempt to use the class trial to eliminate me. So all this would mean that whoever killed Murkrow is also the Mastermind, right?
Indeed.
I don't have conclusive evidence, but that's what I think. But that's really bad if true. It means the Mastermind can kill whoever they want if they feel like it. Wait, but that doesn't create another but doesn't that create another contradiction? The Mastermind wanted to use the class child to try and kill you because they couldn't interfere, right?
Correct.
You're right. That is a contradiction. And it's not just Murkrow. They needed the class child to kill me, but seemed ready to kill you in your room. Everything they did is a contradiction. So, what does it all mean?
In other words,
It means that the Mastermind is the one who's been cornered. Huh?
Makoto.
Just a little more, and I should be able to figure out the Mastermind's identity. The identity of the other ultimate despair. The other ultimate despair? There's no doubt that Murkrow was the ultimate despair, and that she's dead. But I don't think the ultimate despair is just one person. It's not?
Indeed.
If you think about it, the ultimate despair seems to implicate whoever caused that event. You're talking about
That's right.
what happened a year ago, the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. The tragedy. Whoever's responsible for that. They're the ultimate despair.
It would seem
That despicable group whose only purpose and motivation comes from despair. Then
indeed.
make them a sank. They're the root of all the evil that has forced us to go through this. That is the ultimate despair. And that is our real enemy. Alright, that's the end of the past chapter, chapter 5.
Ooh boy.
6 survivors. To be continued.
You know, if we had to wait a week for like the next episode, I'd be really pissed.
Oh yeah. Just the class trial is really long. That's the only thing that's annoying. The ultimate despair. A group of people who caused a tragedy 1 year ago. Those same people put together this killing game and began broadcasting it around the world. The most desperately awful group of people ever. That is the Mastermind's true identity. Our enemy has finally been revealed. But right now we have to get out of this horrible place. Figuring out the rest of the story can come later. Yeah, you're right. Sucked, but we have a way to open this door. Because Kyoko has the key. Kyoko, do you still have that one thing? Monokuma's secret tool that you got from the headmaster's room?
Indeed.
Of course I do. It's an absolutely vital part of ensnaring the Mastermind. I would never part with it. And it can open any door in the school, right?
That's right.
Then we should be able to use it on that door, right? Let's go. Go, come on. Hey Kyoko, we can use that key of yours to open this door, right?
It's true.
Let's find out. Kyoko took out the key with the Monokuma design on it and slid it into the keyhole. And then, click. Yes, it opened!
Indeed.
And now we can get out of here. Let's go. Sounds good. We quickly opened the door and made our escape from the garbage pit. Finally, we were free. But there wasn't even time to take a breath of relief. Because the real fight had just begun. Chapter 6. Ultimate pain, ultimate suffering, ultimate despair, ultimate execution, ultimate death.
A lot of ultimates.
Oh yeah. After leaving the garbage pit, we found ourselves in a tunnel extending straight up, like a chimney. There was a metal ladder leading up into the tunnel. We started climbing the ladder, intent on reaching the surface. The ladder was impossibly long. I couldn't even see where it ended. I climbed into darkness. The passage was so dark and cramped I couldn't even see my own feet beneath me. I had no idea we were so far down.
Hey,
Don't lose your footing. If you slip, I won't be able to catch you. Yeah, I'll be careful. But now that you said that, I'm getting kind of nervous. Maybe talking will help keep my mind off of it. So Kyoko, there's something I wanted to ask you. You said you're the ultimate detective, right? So how long have you been doing detective work? How long?
So.
Ever since I can remember. I came from a long
Look, she's
line.
a detective.
I came from
I
a
knew it.
I come from a long line of detectives. Detective work is in my blood. There was a time when being a detective was considered a scared duty, sacred duty. My family's always seen it that way. Then is your family famous?
Wrong.
Quite the opposite, actually. Even among actual detectives, many people haven't heard of us. Huh? But how come? It's like your family tradition, right? So
Right.
because we take pride in it. Pride.
Indeed.
A detective is neither light nor shadow. We represent neither justice nor evil. That is how we can uncover the absolute truth. We stand neutral in all things, and to do so, we have to stand separate from the rest of society, which is why we've made a conscious effort to conceal our existence. A conscious conscious effort?
It's true.
It's kind of old-fashioned. I can't say it's entirely rational, but it's our family creed, and we do what we must to protect it. Because, like I said, it's our source of pride. Pride. So that explains. Before I came here, when was looking up info about the school online, I never saw anything about her. Because she hid herself on purpose to protect the pride of her family.
However.
I need a drink of water. And yet, I gave up some of that pride. Huh? In order to enter Hope's Peak, I had to reveal myself to the school. I did it, knowing it was something a true Kirigiri detective would never do. But the reason you gave up that pride, the reason you would go so far to enter Hope's Peak, it was because that's how much you wanted to reconnect with your dad, right? There's no shame in that.
What?
Reconnect. I had absolutely no desire to reconnect with my father. Huh? But you'd be reuniting after all those years, right? You would have had so much to talk about.
Wrong.
There's nothing I want to talk to my father about.
However.
There is something I want to say to him, though. What?
And he never came back from the store after getting milk.
No matter what it takes, I have to find him and tell him, face to face. What is it?
So.
I want to sever all ties with him. Sever? The last time I saw him, I was still very young, so I don't remember myself, but apparently he was extremely intelligent. He was in line to become the next head of the Kirigiri family. He was talented. He had a promising future.
However.
But he had no interest in detective work, so he cut himself off from the family. Not long after that, my mother died, and he simply ran away. He went to my grandfather, and they had a huge argument, and young as I was, he left me behind. I'm sure there was a reason for that. I'm sure your dad wanted to take you with him.
Right.
If that's true, then I need to thank him. Thank him for leaving me. Because unlike him, I take pride in the work I do. I take pride in my family name. So every last part of me is happy he didn't take me with him. If I'd gone with him, I never would have had the chance to become a detective. I was above Kyoko on the ladder, so I wasn't able to see her expression. So I couldn't see how she looked when she said that. What she might have been feeling. All I could tell was that compared to her usual self, she was more talkative and more emotional. I don't blame him, you know. He had his own life to live. That's what anyone in my position might say, right? But it's not true.
However.
But there's one thing that I can never forgive. Really?
So.
The way everyone else looked at me. I was never sad about being left behind. Like I said, I think it was a good thing.
However.
But when the rest of my family looked at me, they saw something different. They only saw me as the little girl that was abandoned by her father. That's how they see me even to this day. His shadow has been following me my entire life. I'm sick of it. I need him to get out of my life. I need to step out of his shadow.
Correct.
That's why I have to find him and tell him we're no longer family. In order to settle the past, in order to remove him from my life forever, I have no doubt he forgot about me years ago. But your family, just to cut him out like that.
Wrong.
Our only connection is through blood, nothing more. And are we connected by heart and soul? No.
Hey,
Is blood really enough to call someone family? Only connected by blood, not by heart or soul? I was so shocked to hear her say something like that. I didn't know how to respond. So instead, I said nothing. And up we go. I just kept climbing the ladder in complete silence. And after I don't know how long, we finally reached the top. Looks like this is it.
indeed.
On the other side of this door, Hope's Peak is waiting for us. We're back.
That's right.
Remember that hatch on the ground near the trash room? I'm fairly certain that's where we'll come out. I unlocked it earlier, so it should open without much trouble. Well, here goes nothing. I reached my right hand up and pushed against the hatch. The hatch opened with ease, and so... here we are. Looks like we're back. But I can't believe how long that ladder lost. What that ladder was. I'm exhausted. I can't exactly say we're safe and sound, but at least we're out of there. Now we're back in Hope's Peak Academy. Kyoko, thank you. I never would have gotten out of there without you. No thanks necessary. I was just returning the favor. So, what do we do now? I'm glad I didn't die, of course, but if the Mastermind finds out... And I'm worried about you, too. You helped me, so they might...
Listen.
You're worried? Yeah, of course.
So
Then let's just get a concrete answer. Huh?
in other words,
Let's ask Monokuma if there's a problem with you escaping. Wait, that's...
However,
If we try to hide, it's only a matter of time till we're found out, and it's not like we can run away. As she said that, she pointed at the nearby surveillance camera. So you're saying rather than stressing out over getting caught, we should just give up now? Don't worry, what you think is going to happen isn't. Because the Mastermind is the one that's ensnared. The Mastermind is ensnared. You said something like that before. What does it mean?
so
The Mastermind stood exposed during the investigation into Murkuro's death. There was a moment where the Mastermind let their guard down. There was.
right.
If we can talk to Monokuma, we can confirm it. And now, it'll be better for us if we go to him directly before he tracks us down. That should help with our negotiations. I'm still a little, super uneasy about this. But we don't really have a choice, do we?
Indeed.
Monokuma should be in the gym.
Shall we go?
Let's get going. Alright. Let's head to the gym. See what Monokuma thinks about us not being dead.
It's very strange it didn't go after us when we got pushed down into the trash compactor. It's strange he didn't go after us to finish the job or anything.
Yeah.
Besides the obvious stuff beforehand where he was eager to get rid of either Kyoko or us, even though neither of us did the murder.
Yeah.
Which is very strange. Assuming everything up to this point has been, above board, and I don't, even though Monokuma's an asshole, or the person controlling him is an asshole, up until that most recent point, he's never technically lied to us.
Yeah.
It's all panned out. He's technically never lied to us.
Yeah. Besides for the ending of the class trial being like, yep, that's right. That's probably the...
But that was afterwards. That was the most recent thing.
Yeah.
And it seems likely that things are under new management, so to speak.
Possibly. Let's continue. She did say that the Mastermind is ensnared. So I think Kyoko is going to
Well now.
Hey! Kyoko, I don't mind so much. But Makoto's supposed to be dead. What's he doing here? That's exactly how I thought he'd react. Are we really gonna be okay? You were supposed to be punished. Did Kyoko help you?
What?
So what if I did? What will you do? If the guilty party is exposed during the class trial, they alone will be executed. It's unfortunate, but that is the rule. So now I gotta punish you again, and this time I won't leave anything to chance. Kyoko,
Right.
Do whatever you feel you have to. What?
However,
But before you do, let me say one thing.
no.
If you execute Makoto, that means you lose. Not that it matters to you, right? Huh? I lose? You! Explain yourself! What do you mean by that?
Because
Well, you set up this latest class trial yourself, right? I was getting in your way, so you wanted an excuse to kill me.
in other words,
I was supposed to be chosen as the Black End and executed, right? Hey, what are you talking about?
That is being getting his guilt.
But when Makoto chose to overlook my lie, your plan came crushing down. The results of the trial weren't at all what you were expecting, because you never imagined that in that position, one person would protect another like that.
right,
In response to that unexpected development,
indeed.
you reacted by proclaiming Makoto the Black End and trying to execute him. You made the choice out of desperation. No, more than that. You must have realized that Makoto, who refused to be manipulated, was a threat to you as well.
However,
But then there was another unexpected development waiting for you. An entire entity that would throw a wrench, so to speak, in your precious execution machinery. Alter ego. You never imagined the possibility of a being that could come to our aid even after you'd killed it.
am I wrong?
Now, here's the absolute truth. Makoto didn't kill Murkrow. You did.
Listen to me.
So executing Makoto for it would surely be a violation of your rules, which I know you love so much. If the Black End is exposed, they alone will be executed. That's what you told us, right? And that means I lose. You talk a big game. You're saying the Black End is me and not Makoto. And you can prove this, right?
Well,
No, I can't. Don't just say it like that. What is this, a comedy routine? Don't make such bold claims without a shred of evidence.
that doesn't matter.
I don't have any right now, but with a little more time, I guarantee I'll find some.
That's right.
Because no matter how deeply you try to bury it, there is only one absolute truth. And now you're trying to talk like some kind of famous detective type?
Because
If Makoto really was the killer, he never would have come to you willingly like this. He would have feared for his life, feared another execution. He would have tried to run and hide. He would have been gripped by the despair you so love to inspire.
however,
But here we are, confronting you with nothing but hope in our hearts. And that's supposed to be enough to convince me in the absence of evidence?
indeed.
It's not you I'm trying to convince.
Hey,
If you were to execute Makoto now, everyone out there watching would be extremely displeased. Huh?
indeed.
Imagine what everyone out there would think if you killed Makoto. They would assume that you killed him because what we said is exactly right.
Listen to me.
Despair can never kill hope.
Hey,
Of course, you can say we're just making this all up. You're welcome to prove us wrong. No, you have no choice to prove it. No choice but to prove it. Because if you kill Makoto without providing your own innocence, proving your own innocence, you'll be accepting your own defeat.
Is that Kyoko going back to best girl status, I hear? I think it might be. It might be.
If you want to earn our despair fair and square,
that's what we have to
then
do.
I suggest you take my advice. So, what is this advice of yours?
It's true.
To do Murkow's trial over again. Only this time, you follow the school regulations to ensure a fair trial.
It's time for one last showdown.
One final
Final
battle.
battle between hope and despair. Hey,
Well, that would make up for a proper climax, wouldn't you say? A fair trial. One last showdown. In other words, this would be our chance to expose the true identity of Murkrow's killer, of the Mastermind themselves. But what reason would the Mastermind have to accept the challenge? They'll probably just execute me without another word.
It's because this is a TV show.
Yeah.
Because it's being broadcasted. She's using the public opinion, so to speak,
Kinda.
against him. She's smart.
Monokuma wants to spread despair, and what Kyoko's saying is correct, that if he just kills us without, proving anything, it would be him giving up in a way and running
It
away.
would be him admitting it.
Yes.
I believe there's a quote from Game of Thrones that says that by cutting out a man's tongue, you do not prove him a liar. You simply state that you fear what he might say. You're rather. Let me say it again. By cutting out a man's tongue, you do not prove him a liar. You only tell the world that you fear what he might say.
Yeah.
So by executing him, you're not saying that, he did the thing, or that you're right, or that Makoto killed somebody. You're simply saying, I gotta shut him up.
Yeah. Yep. So, let's go. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. Barry.
What's
Oh, I was getting bored, so I decided to change things up a little. So time for bear jokes. Now, what you suggested might be possible. It would certainly make for one honey of a climax.
Wait a second. His speech pattern changed again.
I don't know. Maybe. Does that mean you accept?
You guys!
If we do things your way, that'll be enough to convince you and the viewers, right? And it would cause you unbearable despair, right? No, I'm prepared to agree to your terms. Will your hope win out, or will my despair claim victory? Let's have one final grisly showdown. He agreed. Then we still have a shot at this. But this is the long-awaited climax, right? Just guessing the killer is barely a fitting end. So for this final face-off, you'll have to unearth all the mysteries that have been buried here. All the mysteries. That's right, every last mystery that's pawing around the school. If you can do that, then that'll be enough to qualify as a victory for you. Koalas are not bears.
It's true.
That's what we've been trying to do all along. Okay, well, good. Let's bear it all out. If you can claw your way to the truth of Mercury's death and solve the mysteries of the school, then you win. But if you can't do all of that, we'll all face execution, right? I can barely contain my excitement. When you learn the whole truth, what kind of despair will you show me? We're as excited as you are, I'm sure.
Listen to me.
When we've uncovered every last truth, how will the ultimate despair reveal their own despair? I honestly can't believe how this has all turned out.
Hey,
But before we get started, I want to clarify one more thing. Do you remember the rule? When one student kills another, that's when a class trial is held.
What's wrong?
I remember that for sure. So what?
hey,
I just want to confirm that is what you said, right? And it's a true statement? You don't have to be so suspicious. I've said it before, but it bears repeating. Everything is based on the school regulations, and having a trial for a girl is no exception to that. Huh? A girl's trial is no exception. Then it's part of the regulations? Which would have to mean that whoever killed Murkrow? It's a very polarizing approach, I know, but okay, enough puns. Anyway, here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but this killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students. And the only people to take a single step in hope speaks since the killing game began are those 16 students. What?
listen.
Are you telling the truth? Why'd he get all quiet all of a sudden? I'm done talking. I got nothing left to say to ya. Get lost, would ya? Why so mad? He seems emotionally unstable. Leave me alone. Get out of here. Okay, I'm going. You're really gonna let me go? I don't even care anymore. You're all gonna get your punishment later anyway. I need to start getting it ready. A super duper ultra special punishment overflowing with despair. Boo! Boo! Boo!
Hey,
Come on, Makoto. Let's go. Okay. me just laughing away. Monokuma's unstable laughter seemed to cling to us as we walked away. And just like that, we were out of the gym.
Showdown time soon.
Yep, but there's a little bit more we gotta do first. I could hardly believe it, but somehow I ended up not getting executed. I still had my life, and we still had a chance. Overall, things turned out way better than expected. Once again, I was in Kyoko's debt. Kyoko, thank you. Everything I have right now is because of you.
However,
Don't thank me just yet. The real battle is still ahead of us. Yeah, true. But still, I'm glad it worked out. I wasn't sure if the enemy would accept my proposal. But honestly, why would the Mastermind agree to that? I mean, they don't stand to gain anything from a final showdown, do they?
so
They had no choice but to accept.
because
It's all because of that one moment that the Mastermind let their guard down, like I said. So when was it that the Mastermind let their guard down?
so
I wasn't there to hear it myself, but do you remember what the Mastermind said? They said they had hijacked the airwaves to broadcast our school life to the outside world, right? Yeah, they definitely said that.
Listen,
And what did you think when you heard that? Pretty hard to believe, right? Well, I mean, the idea of actually taking over the airwaves seems so unbelievable.
indeed.
You don't exactly read about something like that happening very often, so it's hard to imagine. In other words, that kind of thing is extremely difficult to pull off.
However,
And yet, somehow, the Mastermind was able to do it.
in other words,
But think of it another way. There must have been some reason they had to do something that difficult. A reason.
so
They had to show the world something no matter the cost. Us killing each other. They wanted to show the world.
it would seem
The Mastermind has been very adamant about not killing us directly, but forcing us to kill each other. And all their rules and regulations were designed to encourage that. Yeah, that makes sense. If those stupid regulations didn't exist, nobody would have killed anybody.
in other words,
So the Mastermind's ultimate goal was to make us kill each other and show that off to the world. But why?
correct.
To prove a point, most likely. Prove a point.
Hey,
The outside world has a name for the students of Hope's Peak, right? A certain concept. You're talking about hope, right?
that's right.
And for those of us who represent hope, to kill each other and sink into despair. The Mastermind wants the world to see that, to try and prove that despair is better than hope. That's their goal, as the ultimate despair. What? They want to prove that despair is better than hope. But that's ridiculous.
It's true.
You're right, it is ridiculous, completely irrational. It's the kind of thing that nobody but those who call themselves the ultimate despair would devise. That group whose only purpose and motivation comes from despair. But is that really their only reason for making the rest of us suffer?
Makoto,
I know how angry it must make you, and yet, that same motivation what led the Mastermind revealing their weakness. What?
in other words,
Because their goal is to broadcast this killing game to the world. The Mastermind has had to be more particular than is reasonable about their own regulations. If the Mastermind simply ignored their rules, this wouldn't have been a game, but a one-sided slaughter.
at the very
At least, that's how those who are watching this would have seen it. And that's why the Mastermind couldn't kill any of us themselves.
indeed.
That is precisely the reason. No matter how much they hate what I'm doing, I haven't violated a single one of their regulations. Jinko broke the rules, so she was punished. But in my case, they couldn't lay a finger on me.
Right.
So instead, they tried to use the class trial, following all their proper rules to get me killed. They began a trial that didn't have a right answer, that made me out to be the killer. But even that didn't work.
It's true.
Yes, thanks to you. And due to that failure, the Mastermind took another risk. They attempted to kill you instead, who also was not the killer. And when that fact was exposed on live TV to the entire outside world, the Mastermind had to accept your suggestion.
Indeed.
To prove to the world that despair is better than hope, they had to defeat us in perfect form.
In other words,
It would only do the Mastermind harm to have it shown that they violated their own regulations. But all of that was a hunch, right? And you were still able to get the Mastermind to accept your challenge.
however,
Well, it's only thanks to you that we got that chance, because you believed in me. Another path opened. Still, I can't believe how much of the Mastermind's thoughts and plans you were able to figure out. I don't think I didn't have the slightest clue.
Wrong.
In the end, though, I couldn't prove any of it. It was just my reasoning. Essentially, I was making a bet. But it looks like I got it right. This time, at least, I won the bet. She let out a quick sigh. I took it as a small sign of relief. To be honest, I haven't been that nervous in a long time. I need water. Okay. I totally couldn't tell you were nervous at all. You seemed totally confident from the moment we decided to go talk to him. Well, presenting a strong demeanor is a fundamental part of a negotiation and persuasion, wouldn't you say? Plus, if I'd shown my uneasiness, that would have just made you that much more uneasy. Yeah, you're probably right. How pathetic.
However,
Anyway, we can't relax just yet. All we've done is earn another chance to fight. We have to win this time.
correct.
Or everything we've gone through will have been for nothing. You're right. If we can't defeat the Mastermind, it'll cost us our lives. There is no option except to win.
Hey,
But before we begin the final battle, we have to tell the others what's going on. True, but now we know who our real enemy is. All we have to do now is work together with everyone to destroy the Mastermind. Work together with everyone.
however.
Is that really possible? Huh?
Anyway.
Anyway, right now we have to go find the others.
Shall we go?
They're probably in the dorm somewhere. Shall we go? Alright, let's go to the dorms. Whee! I think go in here. And suddenly we were greeted with you again. That is 103.2.1.255. Is he broken? I suppose his emotional instability reached its limit. IG power 3 dot 4s equals 10 acti blank 61.
Yes, I agree. Totally.
Jeez, what the heck?
However.
I wonder what that was all about. I couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Ah,
Is that Makoto?
You guys!
It is! There's no two ways about it. That's Makoto.
You survived?
Jeez, you're like a stubborn little cockroach, you know that?
I'm just asking to make sure, but you're not a ghost, right?
everyone was there. All my friends who had struggled together and survived. As soon as I saw their faces, I couldn't help myself. I started to tear up.
What?
Wait, what's that smell?
What the heck?
Yeah, man, that seriously stinks. It's Makoto. He smells like a wet dog. Get away! Shoo! Shoo! And in a flash, my tears dried up.
Makoto.
There's no time to indulge in an extended happy reunion. We need to explain to everyone what happened with Monokuma.
Yes.
Explain what? But is it okay that you're here? What if the Mastermind catches you?
It's true.
That's related to what I have to tell you all. I need to tell you all about the last class trial. Last class trial?
In other words.
We're going to redo Mercuro's trial.
Huh?
What? Seriously?
How about that?
What's the point of redoing it? Makoto killed her, right? No, I didn't do it. Like I keep telling you.
Wrong.
Makoto isn't the killer. And of course, it's not me or any of you. Then who is it?
I see.
What she's saying is, it was all the work of the Mastermind.
Huh?
What? You're saying the Mastermind killed Mercuro?
That's right.
That's right. It was all an elaborate trap and contrived by the Mastermind. Makoto spotted the trap in time and did what he had to do to stop it.
However.
But his decision meant that he would be the one to die.
What did
You
you
spotted
say?
the trap. Did you, Makoto? Make it sound like it was easy. I just, you know.
However.
But executing Makoto, who wasn't the Blacken, is a clear violation of the school regulations. The rules state that only the Blacken is to be executed. the Mastermind broke their own rules. Which is why I went and negotiated with them to have the trial one more time.
Huh?
And the Mastermind agreed? Does that mean they really did break the rules? They had no choice but to agree. You used the TV broadcast to gain the leverage you needed, didn't you?
Correct.
Very observant of you.
Naturally.
I recall what you said at the end of the last trial. When you said, now it's the Mastermind that's ensnared. That's what you were referring to.
Don't be
Hey, I'm totally in the dark here! For anyone who
you.
doesn't understand, you can ask Kyoko to explain it again later. So knowing all of this, what do we do now?
About that.
It's about who killed Murkrow, right? So our job is to expose the Mastermind. But there's more to it than that, correct? Yeah. For us to win this time, we have to solve every last mystery surrounding the school. Every last mystery? But we've been looking around all this time and we still don't know anything, right?
Anyway,
You've probably guessed it already, but if we lose this time, everyone dies. Everyone! Hey, who said you could agree to those terms without talking to the rest of us? I'm fine with things the way they are. I'm fine living here forever with Master. Meanwhile, want to get out of here as soon as humanly possible.
anyway.
At this point, the only way for us to survive is to unravel the truth. In other words, one decisive final battle. A rather interesting development, I'd say. By figuring out who the Mastermind is and how they killed Murkrow and all the school mysteries, it's pretty tall freaking order. Maybe, but this time the trial is different. We know who our enemy is now. So if we work together and search as hard as we can, I'm sure we'll solve all those mysteries. I'm not so sure about that. Huh? I can't agree with the idea of working together with everyone. You can't agree? Why not? I mean, working together with everyone seems like the most obvious way to solve all the mysteries.
Indeed.
That's what I thought too, at first. Until Monokuma gave us that little hint of his. Hint. It's a very polarizing approach, I know, but okay, enough puns. Anyway, here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but this killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students. And the only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students.
I see.
Makoto said that, did he? Then Kyoko's opinion is perfectly reasonable. Huh? But why?
So in other
If the
words,
Mastermind really is the one who killed Murkrow, as Kyoko says, then the Mastermind would have had to set foot in the school, right? The Monokuma could probably murder Murkrow, but there's no way he could have disguised the scene like that.
in other words,
But according to Monokuma, the only people who have set foot in Hope's Peak are the 16 students who have been taking part in the killing game. Then the Mastermind is...
One of those 16 students.
There were 15 of us in the main hall at the very beginning. And in Murkrow, you get 16. So the Mastermind would have to be one of them.
that's right.
And of those 16 people we started out with, the only ones still alive are the people standing right here. Need I continue, or do you get it now? You're saying the Mastermind is one of us?
No way!
You can't be serious. Wait, we can't say that for sure yet. Sure that's true yet. Monokuma might have just said all that to confuse us.
Indeed.
It's certainly a possibility, but only one among many. The Mastermind being one of us is also a possibility. And that is one possibility we can't ignore. Yeah, I mean, they're an ultimate, right? The ultimate despair, so they must be a high schooler. You can't say it's not possible. But if one of us was Mastermind, they'd have to be controlling Monokuma somehow, right? But did you ever see anyone acting suspicious anytime Monokuma was active? Maybe they snuck off and controlled him in secret.
But
I don't care how sneaky you are, we would have noticed someone sneaking off that many times.
I'm right.
Then maybe Monokuma was on autopilot. Maybe they loaded up all the dialogue and actions beforehand. In that case, there's no way he could have had all those back and forth conversations with us. Well, it wouldn't be entirely impossible. if they directed the flow of the conversation. Maybe, but still. Dong, bing, bong.
This is a school announcement. You've all probably figured this out by now, but at this point, the killing game has now entered true ending mode. So, in the name of fairness, I will unlock every room in the school. Look wherever you want. Solve the mystery in whatever way you see fit. Then we can all meet up at the class trial, okay?
The wine glass.
How very
Magnanimous.
of him to unlock all the rooms.
That's fine.
The time for talk is done. Now we need to begin our investigation. But I was planning on working alone from the beginning anyway.
In the name of my
At this
family.
point, I can only rely on myself, on the Togami blood flowing through my veins. I have no time to worry about the rest of you. Each of you must uphold your responsibility.
Bye.
Well then. After making his final statement, Byakuya left the dining hall. Master! He didn't take me with him. Do you blame him? Without Master, the rest of you are like coffee with cream without the cream, or coffee. You're totally useless. So, bye. With that, Toko trudged out of the dining hall. And now
Useless.
she's gone. And
How many cases have we solved so far? You're gonna call us worthless? Really?
and you're gonna go off by yourself, right, Kyoko?
Indeed.
That's right.
Hmm.
Which just leaves Makoto, Hina, and me.
You know?
In that case, I'm gonna go by myself too.
Just a second.
Wait, how come?
How about
Just wait and see. I'm gonna use my totally awesome spirit power to figure out the Mastermind's identity. Laughing loudly, Hira left the dining hall. Everyone's really gonna go off by themselves? What about you, Hina? I guess I'll do the same thing.
But,
I mean, it's not that I don't trust everyone, you know?
'cause,
But
I mean,
up until now, I haven't really been all that useful. I just depended on Sakura and everyone else. You're not useless. If you hadn't been here, I would have died. Makoto, that's really nice of you to say. But still, I know I've mostly been totally useless.
okay.
So I figure, at least here at the end, maybe I can find something that'll help us all get out of here. So I'm gonna go off and do it all on my own. Okay, see you later. Hina was in surprisingly high spirits as she dashed out of the dining hall. And once again, it's just us two.
Indeed.
So, you're gonna go off on your own too, right, Kyoko?
However,
Well, don't misunderstand. Just because we're going to do our searches separately doesn't mean we can't still work together.
so
That goes for all of us. I think I see what you mean. Doing our own investigating doesn't mean we can't work together in the end. I should just see it as us splitting up to cover more ground. And then we can get back together and share what we found. Yeah, that's right.
so then.
Well, I'd better get going. I have an endless list of things to check.
Correct.
Monokuma said all the doors in the school had been unlocked, right? So we should be able to investigate every nook and cranny in the school. We can visit all the places we couldn't go before. Makoto, no matter what it takes, we have to uncover the truth. By any means necessary. With that, Kyoko was gone, leaving only me. I don't have time to waste either. I have to begin my search. I still can't believe the Mastermind might be one of us. So that's what I have to prove. I'll prove that the Mastermind isn't one of us. I'll expose Mastermind's true identity and solve the mystery of this school. And then we can all escape together. Oh boy. I guess I'll start by taking another look at Murkrow's Monokuma file. Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown. They were, however, dead before the blast. The victim had been stabbed a single time with a knife which went completely through the body. They had also been struck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. The body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old. Once we find out who killed Murkrow Ikusaba, then we'll know who the Mastermind is. So, where should I start my investigation to figure out who the killer is? I guess I should start with the rooms that were locked up until now. The headmaster's room, bio lab, and the door in the data center with Monokuma's face on it. Oh, and the second floor dorms where the gate was down before. that should be open now, right? After that, I'll have to double check the areas that are connected to the murder, which means the garden and the dojo. Okay, time to get started. Nice to check. All right. Let's go to what I think is probably the most interesting part.
Oh, look. The, gate thingies.
Yep, to the second floor. The gate's open. We can finally check out the second floor of the dorms, which means I have to do it. Let's go. Oh, this is the second floor of the dorms? It looks like some ancient ruins. Or no, it's more like a battlefield. Like a bomb blew up here or something.
That's more blood. We know what that means. We've seen the dried kick blood before.
Yep. Okay, so there's a door here. Which I don't remember what these rooms in order were. I just knew some of them where they were. Kind of, no. Open the door just a crack, glanced inside, and immediately closed it again. There wasn't even a hint of a bathroom there. Just a big pile of rubble. The bed is completely torn apart. I mean, it's not even really a bed anymore. It's just garbage. Hey, coin! Okay, so nothing else in this room. Boop. Okay, so nothing in this hall. Anything down here? Don't think we're gonna go in here. It's the girls' bathroom. Even in a place like this, I just can't bring myself to go in. Okay. Don't think there's anything in the bathrooms. I don't remember. No. Okay. Nothing important. But this is where it gets interesting. Maybe. Maybe. I don't remember. This room is filled with lockers. It must have been for the Hope Speak students who came before us. The class before ours must have used these lockers. Okay, so that locker we can check because it's not broken. I wonder if I can open this locker. Nope, locked. There's a card reader installed on the door. That must be how you get the locker open. After all, it's pretty similar to the card readers for the locker rooms on the second floor of the school. And you have to use your e-handbook to open those up. So does that mean, well, let's just give it a try. Took out my handbook and ran across the card reader. And then, no luck. Maybe only the locker's owner can open it, which means none of us can do it. Whenever I can open this locker. Nope, locked. It's a card reader. Must be, after all, it's pretty similar to card readers. The handbook doesn't mean, well, let's just give it a try. Handbook, and biz, no luck.
Can we go get some of the other ebooks that are on the first floor of the building? And maybe try those and see if they work? Or is it no point?
Maybe, I don't remember. Okay, it's card reader, pretty similar. How to open it doesn't mean, well, let's just give it a try, like my handbook, then biz. No luck, maybe only the locker's open. Okay, so there's that one, this one. No block. Card reader, so let's give it a try. And then biz. No luck, okay. Boop. Let's give it a try. Look at my handbook and then biz. No. Okay. This one. Right over this locker. No. Is that the only? I did those three. I did this one. Okay, never mind. Oh yeah, over here. I think we have to do something else. I don't remember now. Oh yes, here. This room doesn't feel like a student's room. It has a more adult atmosphere.
Right.
It's the headmaster's private room. Kyoko!
Indeed.
I've been through this room several times already, but I still have one little regret. So I decided to check it out one more time. Huh? A regret? Which you talk about? Kyoko looks almost meek right now. She must be thinking about something. I probably shouldn't bother her. Wow.
Maybe she was here when she was a little kid or something.
Maybe. Well, no, she was, because I think she was up here before. When she was, because that's why she wasn't, she didn't know about the whole thing with Murkrow happening before. Until she came downstairs. So I think it was from that, when she was up here before. There's a PC on the desk. It must have belonged to the headmaster.
It would seem.
Whoever used this last. It looks like they were very interested in the ultimate despair. The PC still has some search results left on it. Then we might be able to get some info on the ultimate despair?
However,
There's not much, though. Nothing we don't already know.
in other words,
The ultimate despair isn't one individual, but instead points to some kind of group. That group is responsible for the tragedy which happened 1 year ago. They're the worst sorts of people whose driving force comes from despair.
however,
And that's all there is. Not much to it, is there?
whew,
But I guess that's the best he could do as a complete Kirigiri failure. But any information about the Mastermind is helpful, right? I appreciate whatever info we can get our hands on.
correct.
I see. That's a good outlook to have. Oh, and despair. Very important. There's a PC on desk.
It would seem. However, in other words, however,
Okay. So like, go look at this. Huh? This is a strange gap in the wall. Is this some kind of design mistake or a construction defect or something?
so
There's a gap here, but not just any normal gap. I can feel a breeze coming out. A breeze?
indeed.
There's likely an open space on the other side of this wall. Open space? What does that mean? You mean like a hidden room? I think I might know how to open it. You know how to open it? Did you figure some kind of trick or something?
Indeed.
A very easy trick. Yes. So easy, I'm not sure you can even call it a trick. I saw a program on the PC that I think controls it. Enter the right password and the doors should open right up.
However,
But I didn't have a clue what that password might be. All we know is it's probably made of letters and or numbers. We can't really go from here. There. You're right. That's not nearly enough to go on.
it's true.
I looked through all his past paperwork, all the files on the PC, everything I could think of. I learned more about him than I had any desire to, but nothing that might have been his password.
Whew.
When I think of how much time I wasted on this, jeez. So there's a hidden room she can get into. That's what she meant by regret. I think we can assume that there must have been some kind of clue waiting in there. But maybe for her, there's more to it than that. Anyway, if we want to get into there, we need to figure out the password. If Kyoko can't figure it out, wait, do I stand a chance? No, wait, there might be a chance. The password could be something Kyoko wouldn't have thought of, or something she didn't want to think of. For example, what about your name?
What?
Huh? Oh, sorry, I was just trying to think of what the password might be. I'm sure she hasn't tried it. I mean, it's totally understandable. After the way she talked about her dad, the idea that he would use her name as his password. Knowing how she is, I bet the idea never even occurred to her. Do you mind if I try it? Just to be sure?
Well,
It's not like you need my permission. If you want to try it, try it. Do whatever you want. Okay. You know, I'm glad I thought of trying Kyoko's name. But if that's not it, that might just hurt Kyoko even more.
hey,
If you're worried about me, Makoto, don't be. I already know that your guess is wrong. Okay, in that case, here goes nothing. I clicked myself, then turned to face the computer monitor. Let me just type the password here. I typed in her full name, Kyoko Kirigiri. My hands were tense, slightly trembling as I finished typing it in. Beep.
Wait.
Yep.
Are you kidding?
What?
me?
That did it? Kyoko, it worked! She's not happy about that, though.
Kyoko's like, I'd call bullshit,
Ooh.
sir.
why?
Why? Kyoko?
I'm not gonna lie. If I were her, I wouldn't even be like, I would be like kind of happy that my dad used me as a password or whatever, even if I'm estranged with him more or less.
Yeah.
But I'd be really, This is some sus stuff over here. Let me tell you, this is pretty sussy. As much as I don't like even using that phrase,
It's pretty
really
sus.
suspicious. It's pretty suspicious.
It is. Without looking at me, she disappeared into the hidden room. She looked grim. Kyoko. Well, let's go find out what's in the secret room. Oh boy, a present! Hey, Kyoko? I may as well not even have been in the room. Her gaze was fixed on only one thing. A present? Wrapped and covered with such joy. That's what made it so unusual. Kyoko. She was right, it was unusual, and she couldn't stop looking at it. No, not just looking at looking, glaring.
Present.
Present. There's a brightly colored box here. It seems totally out of place here. The more I look at it, the more suspicious I get. Should we open it? I'm getting kind of a bad vibe from it. But I mean, we can't not open it. Okay.
Makoto.
Be careful, Makoto. Why, you think it's dangerous? No, not dangerous. But surprising. Probably. Huh?
It would seem.
If it is what I think it is. At the very least, it's not something you'll be happy to see. Wait, so you know what's in here?
Anyway.
Don't just don't scream or anything, okay? Are you saying it's something that'll make me want to scream? Okay, I'm just gonna open it. Step by heavy step, I approached the box. I took a deep breath and took hold of the lid. Slowly, ever so slowly, I lifted it up. Light began to sneak its way into the box. I stole a hesitant glance inside and... He screamed. Kyoko's device was no use. I let out a trembling cry.
Human head. Okay, it actually is. Minus escape.
What was in the box? It was bones. Human bones. It was the last thing I expected to find in such a bright, joyful box. I mean, who could have possibly imagined?
I see.
Just as I thought. What? Just as you thought? How could you have known that? I mean, there were bones in there. Human bones.
Wrong.
Well, it's not that I was thinking of the bones specifically. I had a feeling it would be his body. That's pretty much the same thing. A dead guy in a box. My father. Huh? What about him?
Correct.
What you found in the box. Those bones. That body. That's my father. Or at least, that's what's left of him.
And he's got... And there's a big skull fracture on the top of his... Somebody probably took like a bat or something and just beat the crap out of him.
Possibly. Well, I'll tell you something in a second. Hold on, let's finish this. Are you serious? This is Kyoko's dad? Hey, Mr. Kirigiri, I'm a classmate of your daughter. We're very, very good friends. This is kind of an awkward introduction. The same man she's been searching for? Hold on, how can you know that for sure? How do you know that's him?
So.
Given all the information we have already, that's the only possible answer. So the same person may very well be the mastermind who planned all this out. And according to the files, the headmaster is a man in his late 30s. It seems possible, even likely, that he's somewhere in the school right now. It's very polarizing approach, I know, but okay, enough puns. Anyway, here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but this killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students. And the only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students. Alter Ego said that the mastermind was probably here in the school, but the only ones who were alive at the start of the killing game were us 16 students. When he put those two ideas together, it doesn't take much to assume.
In other words.
Now, most likely, my father was in the school, but he was also dead. That's my assumption anyway. As Kyoko explained her analyze, She was completely calm. Or no.
Yeah, this box has my dad's remains. My dad's totally dead. He was murdered.
Or no. She wasn't
Flat
calm.
monotone.
She was trying to seem calm. She said it was just as she thought. She knew it was a possibility. But I have to believe that at some point she wanted to be proven wrong. Which is why she never looked in the box herself, even though she had plenty of chances. I know Kyoko said she wanted to see her father so she could cut off all ties. But was that all there was to it?
Wait. She had chances to look at the box? I thought
Well,
she
she
couldn't
got
get
in
into
here
this
first.
room.
Technically, she got in the room first. Before us. When we opened it. So
But I thought she didn't have access to the secret
Yeah.
room. I thought she needed
No.
a password or something for it.
No, she couldn't get into the room.
So the box was out in the open in the main room before?
No. It's referring to like when the door was open and she went into the room first before we did.
Okay.
So, and that we found her just standing there, not looking at the box. So she had plenty of chances before we got in there.
Before we went and opened it in front of her.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay, because I was slightly confused. I'm like, wait, how'd she get access to
No,
this?
yeah. She didn't know the box was in there until she got in there, and then she figured out what probably is in the box. I gave up on that pride. In order to enter Hope's Peak, I had to reveal myself to the school. I did it knowing it was something a true Kirigiri detective would never do. Would she really give up her pride just for that? I couldn't help but wonder. Hidden room present has been added to the toolbox section of your handbook. There's something else here. Huh? This picture. It's all faded. It must be pretty old. Wait, is this a picture of... Hey, Kyoko.
Why would you?
Well, this is annoying. I came here to cut myself free of the past. And yet...
She has...
to now find something like this. So, what do you expect me to do now? Then I was right. That's a picture.
That is not an expression I've ever seen on Kyoko. I'm kind of alarmed right now.
This
She
one
didn't
she's
murder
done.
us.
No, she's done this one before. It's just been a while.
This didn't the first time she do this though? She like faked it. Wasn't that in the bathhouse room or something? And she like faked this emotion for us to manipulate. No,
I don't remember.
wait.
Not this one. I think it
Wait.
was the blushing one.
Yeah, it was a blushing one
Yeah.
when we were on her. I guess we were romancing her or whatever, getting closer to her with gifts.
But
then she gave us this look to manipulate us.
But this one she did when she asked Monokuma what he did to her body, kind of thing. She made this face. It's a picture of Kyoko when she was a little girl. Knowing the headmaster had this picture all this time, he must have really cared about her.
Why?
Why? What? I wanted to face him and tell him myself, to cut him out of my life for abandoning me. That's the whole reason I came here. And now he's abandoned me again. And this time, he even stole the only opportunity I had to move on. Has there ever been a worse father, Kyoko? So, remember the rocket we found outside? Or not really outside, down in the trash?
Oh.
And I told you there was the opening scene was of a person.
Coming out of it?
Yes, when they landed, it was a skeleton. And the person looked very similar to having dark, short hair. And basic suit and pants. Or not suit, but like dress, shirt, and pants. Yes.
Alright. We now know their identity.
Yes, we know only now that the beginning scene to the Danganronpa was the death of her father.
Oh boy.
Fun. Okay. Checking here. This filing cabinet seems like the kind of place you'd find a clue. I should take a closer look, but don't think Kyoko would have, like some stranger like me touching her stuff or touching father's stuff.
Hey.
It's fine. Check whatever you want. Are you sure? Okay then. I went through each drawer one by one, starting from the top, but all I found were piles and piles of unrelated documents. He was pretty dedicated to his job, huh?
Well,
It's just because he didn't have anything else. He could have inherited our family business, our legacy. Instead, he left it all behind.
now.
If he couldn't even handle a job like this, he would have been that much more of a failure. I'm sure he couldn't stand the thought of that, and it made him desperate. Okay, we should go over here. The headmaster's desk. It's probably hiding some kind of clue, so I really want to check it out, but I really don't want to touch Kyoko's desk. That's why I have permission.
Hey,
Don't worry about me. Feel free to look around as much as you like. Are you sure?
because
Never let anything get in the way of the investigation. I don't. Okay then.
Clearly.
If you don't mind. Starting from the top, I opened all the desk drawers and looked inside. I rummaged through each one, finding nothing but unrelated documents. But in the last drawer... Huh? It's a e-handbook, right? And it has a label on it that says, in case of emergency. I'd found some kind of emergency handbook in the headmaster's desk.
in other words,
A handbook with no limitations, given to the school's ultimate authority, the headmaster. I'm assuming that's what that is. I think you're probably right.
it would seem
It might prove useful as we continue our investigation. Why don't you hold on to it? Huh? But Kyoko, I don't need it. If you don't want it, go ahead and leave it here. Then I'll take it. Is it really okay? Yep, we needed that. Listen, Makoto. Huh? Can I ask you a favor? A favor? What is it?
so.
I know it's completely unreasonable to ask you this, and I know it only can inconvenience you that much more, but
Hey,
could you leave? Huh?
correct.
Just for a little while. I'd just like to be alone for a bit. Kyoko, don't worry, I'm fine. I just need to calm down a little. I need
Just a
to
second.
get my emotions in order.
It's fine, she says. No, she's not fine, but we can give her some time anyways.
You know, Kyoko, you told me before about the relationship you had with your dad. I know you're only connected by blood, not by heart and soul, but maybe that picture motivated him. Maybe he hoped to see me again someday. Is that what you're trying to say? If so, it's just a theory. And this isn't an issue that can be settled with theories. That picture doesn't change the facts of what happened and what I went through. That problem can't be solved so easily. You're right. I'm sorry.
Anyway,
Once I've got myself under control, I'll return to the investigation immediately. So please, just give me some time to myself. Okay, understand. Then I'll see you later. Alright. Is she really okay? Kyoko, it must have been a complete shock to her. I mean, it was a shock to me. Bones! To find out what happened to the headmaster. There's no doubt the mastermind performed that evil deed. They killed the headmaster, killed Kyoko's father. They killed him. The headmaster is dead. The one leading the Hope's Peak staff, the one who finalized the plan to isolate you, was the Hope's Peak headmaster. So the same person may very well be the mastermind who planned all this out. And according to the files, the headmaster is a man in his late 30s. It seems possible, even likely, that he's somewhere in the school right now. But we were wrong about that. The headmaster wasn't the mastermind, which means the mastermind's true identity is... It's a very polarizing approach, I know, but okay, enough puns. Anyway, here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but this killing game had begun with 16 participants, all of them high school students. And the only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students.
Polarizing?
Well, yeah, like polar bear.
Like bipolar?
No, I think it was going polar bear. Because he was still
Okay.
making puns, but then he said he was enough. He'd done enough puns. 15 of us met in the mail hall. Main hall. And Murkrow to the mix. Add Murkrow to the mix, and you get 16. And including me, only 6 of us are still alive. Everyone else is dead. Even Murkrow. And she is undeniably dead. So the ones still left alive are me, Byakuya, Hiro, Toko, Hina, and Kyoko. Only those 6 people are still alive. Then there's no question. Wait, no, that can't be. I refuse to believe it. There has to be some other way. There just has to be. I don't think there's anything else in this room I need. But now, we gotta go back to this room. Now we can look at these lockers again. Wonder if I can open this locker, run around. Oh, it's a card reader. Very similar to card. And you have to use your e-handbook. So that's me. I took out my handbook. Oh, boop. No luck. Maybe only the locker's owner can open it? Wait, but what about the emergency handbook I found in the headmaster's hidden room? Okay, let's give it one more try. Okay, there we go. I took the emergency handbook and ran across the card reader and beep. Alright, just what I was hoping for. Now let's see what we've got inside. This locker's totally disorganized. Whoever it belongs to probably has organization problems every part of their life. This is a crystal ball. Huh? A crystal ball? No, it can't be. There's no way he ever used this locker. It's just not possible.
No, wait. No. Oh, no, please, no. No, it can't be. It can't be, Kim. I feel so insulted right now. No.
There's all
okay.
There's all
Alright.
kind of textbooks and notebooks stacked up in no particular order, and dust everywhere. I had to assume whoever stuffed this didn't do a lot of studying. Not that I can really talk. Trying to act as casual and natural as possible, I picked one of the notebooks I saw. But the moment I looked inside the notebook, any sense of easiness I may have had evaporated. What? There was no denying what I saw. Inside the notebook was written, Yasuhiro Hagakure. Is this our Yasuhiro? The notebook also contained a large number of notes for a variety of different classes, which would mean he attended classes here? No, that can't be possible. I mean, Hiro came to the school at the same time as the rest of us, and we were all sucked into this evil world. We never had the chance to take any classes. So what is this notebook?
But here's the thing, though. He told us he got held back a couple times, did he not?
Mm-hmm.
He was attending the school. Not only that, but we know he's a bit older than the other students. He could do this and still be considered a student at the school.
Yeah, possibly. Let's keep looking. There's a few other things we gotta look in.
Mad. I'm really mad after seeing that. I'm just throwing it out there.
You're gonna
I'm really mad.
You're gonna
I'm
get
really
more mad. You're gonna get so mad.
Okay. Alright. Keep going.
Let's see what's got inside. I don't see anything that might be a clue. Okay, we gotta find the right locker. I took the image's handbook. Beep. Looks like the locker open. Let's see what's inside. This thing is particularly empty. There's just one thing. Some kind of pocketbook. I don't see a name written on it, so I can't say for sure whose it is. But there's something written on the inside. It could be important. I don't like violating the owner's privacy, but I'd better take a look. It looks like a girl's handwriting, and all the letters are spaced out evenly, like whoever wrote them was measuring them. Whoever wrote this must have been really meticulous. Huh? I was flipping through the notebook, but my hand froze when I got to a certain page. I saw something familiar written there, words I had heard before. There's a plan to turn Hope's Peak into a shelter and isolate the students here in a communal life. I decided to talk to the one who came up with the plan directly. It just so happens to be the headmaster, and my father. He was willing to give me some more details regarding the plan. Here's what he said. The point is to keep our student prodigies safe, to keep them as our hope for the future. Only their genius can overcome disaster, and only their hope can overcome despair. For the future of our country, our world, it's not an exaggeration to call this our final hope. We must isolate our superior youth from the corrupted world to serve as the foundation for a new era. This is the only hope we have. I hope that you'll be willing to go along with this plan. So that's what my father had to say to me. As usual, he made a selfish decision without consulting anyone else. I can imagine a worse father. This can't be true, can it? But I knew it was. And I knew exactly who the pocketbook belonged to. Kyoko. It couldn't be anyone else. But if this belongs to Kyoko, what was it doing in this locker? And what she wrote here completely contradicts what she already told me. She said she hadn't seen her dad since he left when she was little. I decided to talk to the one who came up with the plan directly. It just so happens to be the headmaster and my father. What does this all mean? I quickly scanned the remaining pages of the notebook. I must have been looking for something that would prove me wrong about this whole thing. But when I reached the last page, the question marks spinning through my mind just started spinning that much faster. When I looked at it, unlike the rest of the pocketbook, the writing here was messy, disorganized, scrawled. What is this? What does this mean? I have no idea. How could this possibly make any sense? But the more I see, the less it makes sense. Because these lockers, I mean, they had to belong to the previous students, right? So why am I seeing this? Why are there things in the lockers that look like they belong to other people here? A notebook that seems like it belongs to Hiro. And a pocketbook that seems to belong to Kyoko. There has to be some kind of explanation. But if I want to find that out, I have to keep moving the investigation forward. I have to believe in everyone. I think that's everything.
Kyoko got demoted again for best girl status. Just so we're clear.
Yeah, I think everything else is... this one. Okay. So that was everything in there. Okay.
So how long is the trial, out of curiosity? A couple hours?
Oh, I don't remember how long it takes. Okay. So, let me use the map. I already went there. Or do we have to go back to talk to Kyoko? I don't remember. Let me see. I don't remember. We did find something that, seems to belong to her, but I don't remember if we do now or if she comes out. Okay, now. Okay, so we have to wait for her to come out of the room. Nope, not system. Okay. So, we already checked the locker. We need to go to some of the rooms we had not been able to get to before. Which we had been in here before, but we're going back in again, because there's another room in this.
Hey, Makoto.
Makoto, are you here to look around too? Is that what you're doing here? Yeah, I can't help but wonder what about that Monokuma door.
Yeah.
So I figured if all the doors in school had been unlocked, that one should be open too, right?
But
Although, I couldn't bring myself to open it. Because it might explode, right? And that totally suck. So, you open it. I'm sure she didn't mean it, but she made it sound like she was okay with me getting blown up.
Yeah, it's a Kyoko move right there. You go first.
You're a boy, you can handle it.
You get hit in the back of the head with a baseball bat by the mysterious person.
Okay, so I guess I'll open it. Wait, let me take cover first. I don't want to get exploded. Hina raced over to a nearby desk and hid underneath it. Okay, go ahead. Everything will be okay, right? Alright, here goes nothing. I threw all my weight into it, but the door opened much easier than I expected. And no explosion. Very elaborate. There was no explosion, thankfully. My first impression was, wow, this place is totally sci-fi! Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing. What is this device? It looks like some kind of control panel? it's really over the top though. It's like some kind of military installation or something. Yeah, it kind of looks like a mech cockpit, right? Hifumi would probably freak out if he saw it. Cockpit. So the Monokuma room has a control panel that looks like some kind of cockpit. Then could that mean...
Okay.
Oh right, let's start poking at it or whatever. I'm gonna start pushing buttons. Hold on, you can't just war whatever, something like this. But it was too late. Hifumi was Hina was already jabbing away at the control panel. Huh? Did you hear that? Yeah, I think it came from the other room. What did you push? I'm not really sure, but I think it was the button that says Data Center. Data Center. I took a good look at the control panel, and I saw a bunch of buttons, each with the name of the room next to it. And just like Hina said, there was one labeled Data Center. That must be the one she pushed. But the Data Center, that's right next door. The room we were just in. That's where the strange noise came from. I'd probably go better check on it.
Yeah.
Yes, Les, please. I'm kind of scared out of my mind right now, so I'll just cheer you on from over here.
Oh, thanks, Hina.
Thank you, Hina, so much. Did I just hear what I think I heard? Is that Monokuma? Hey! Grah! Grah! Give me all your donuts! Is that you, Hina? What? Oh man, you busted! How did you know? Anyway, what is this? Some kind of remote control camera setup? You don't even know what you're controlling? Well, I mean, I can't really see anything from in here. Guess what I found? A self-destruct button! Whatever you do, don't press it! Aw, man! Were you seriously gonna push it? Anyway, I guess that settles it. The room with the Monokuma drawing on it, and the control panel inside. Whoa, hey Makoto, what the heck was that just now? Monokuma. Huh? What do you mean? What you were controlling just now, it was Monokuma. Monokuma? What? For real? Yep, it looks like that panel definitely controls Monokuma. Which means Mastermind has been controlling Monokuma from this room. Yeah, they were definitely in here. Mastermind has been controlling Monokuma from this room. And this control room is totally separate from the data center area with all the monitors. In other words,
Hey,
maybe the Mastermind can control us and can't monitor us and control Monokuma at the same time. Kyoko's theory was right. But if the Mastermind's been controlling Monokuma from here, that means they've been inside the school this whole time, right? I guess that would have to be true. But if that is true, that's very popular 16 students. Yes, I know. Then the Mastermind Monokuma's puppeteer really is the 16th student? No, it can't be. There's no way, right? Monokuma control room. What's wrong, Koto? I don't like that face you're making. Oh, no, it's nothing. Oh, okay. What about you? Is everything okay? Oh, well, it's just... This is where the Mastermind's been hiding, right? Who knows if they set up traps or something? I can't say it isn't possible, but I really hope it's not true. So, like, you want to leave soon? There's still lots of other places to check out. Yeah, good point. We can't waste all our time standing around here. Okay, wanna get going? Yeah. What's wrong, Koto? Let's hurry up and get out of here. Yeah. Click. As soon as the door to the data center was closed, I heard a strange sound. What was that? Ah! The door! It just locked on its own! What? My hand shot out to grab the doorknob. Right, you're right, it's locked. But how? Of course it's locked, because the data center is now restricted. Monokuma! Hey, no fair. You just go around restricting whatever you feel like. It's for your benefit. Because if that room stays open, I won't be able to move around. Imagine how depressed everyone would get if the school mascot just up and stopped moving. Then that room. as you may have guessed, that's where my controls are. So right now, you're being operated by someone in that room? Correctamundo. But that doesn't make any sense. We were just in there, and we didn't see anyone. Oh, you didn't, did you? Boo! Are you sure you were as thorough as you could have been? Did you happen to check a certain suspicious hatch? No way! The hatch on the floor? Boo! Too bad. That was your one big chance, and you blew it.
Too bad.
Of course, the hatch can't be opened from the outside anyway, so whatever. Now then, this room is officially restricted, so no more investigating. I'll be relying on you guys to tell the others. Peace! He's gone, but was he telling the truth? Mastermind was hiding in there? In fact, if you think back to when we got locked out of the control room, that proves it for sure.
Huh?
Then, when I said we should leave, well, the hatch couldn't be opened from the outside anyway, right? So it's not your fault.
Sorry.
Oh, okay. Anyway, we don't have to let it get to us. We have to stay positive and make the most of the time we have left. You're right. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's keeping my body moving. Okay, I'm gonna go run around and tell everyone what we found here. Nice. You've got me all motivated again.
You got it.
Okay, I'm out. See you later. Nina took off at full speed, a full sprint. And I have to do what I can too. That's the only way forward. Alright.
It is nice knowing that, assuming that nobody else has a motive to kill right now, and that the person who's operating Monokuma is in the hatch or the room or whatever in there that's restricted, that we probably don't have to worry about anybody else dying right now.
Yeah. This is the headmaster's
That's our
room.
favorite jerk bag.
I'm actually gonna be right back for a second. I really have to pee.
Alright, sounds good.
Boop. And where is this thing? Boop. Okay. So if you want to take a small bathroom break or whatever, you can go ahead and do that.
Alright, ready when you are.
Alright, I am back. Ugh.
Alright, cool.
Just gotta boop and boop. There we go. Ready! This is the headmaster's room. Oh, wait. Okay, there we go. This is the headmaster's room. I've heard an awful lot about it, but this will be my first time seeing it for myself. Makoto, it's you. Oh, Byakuya. Sup, buddy? Well, you came to the right place this time. Would you like to see something interesting? What do you mean, something interesting? Take a look at this. It was on top of that pathetically australious desk. Class 78, student registry? It contains profiles for all of us. And Murkuro.
So in other
Apparently,
words,
Class 78 refers to us. Wait, when we found Murkuro's profile in Kyoko's room...
I see.
That's right. It also mentioned Class 78. This must be where Kyoko got that page. And since the rest of our profiles are listed in there along with hers,
In other words,
there can be no doubt Murkuro was a student here at Hope's Peak Academy, just like the rest of us. Murkuro Ikusapa, a 16th student. That must be how Kyoko learned about it. But it seems that Kyoko was in a hurry. Huh? What do you mean? I'm talking about when she stole it. The uneven tearing, the way the paper had been crumpled, she must have been in a hurry. Well, since she snuck in to get it, I'm sure she wanted to get out as fast as possible. But what's your point? She was in so much of a hurry that she only got the first page. The first page? Correct. Murkuro's profile actually contains 2 pages. What?
so in other words,
In other words, when it comes to this profile, there was more information about Murkuro that we still didn't know, when we didn't have. What kind of information is it? Why do you ask me to explain every little thing? You can read, can't you? It seems to be some sort of detailed report put together by the headmaster himself. I don't know what kind of man he was, but I'm glad he left us such an interesting clue. I was half listening to Byakuya as I skimmed through the report. Murkuro reappeared suddenly, and in the background, an entity floats, close but just out of reach. The entity known as the Ultimate Despair. Right now, I can't be sure if this is a single person or some kind of group. Whatever it is, Murkuro definitely has some sort of connection to it. I have a bad feeling about all this. I need to push forward with my research into the Ultimate Despair. And I need to pay attention to Murkuro's behavior too. This is just my gut feeling, but I think she's dangerous. Despite the countless battles she must have gone through as a member of Fenrir, when she entered Hope's Peak, she didn't display any signs of battle wounds or scars. That fact alone proves her tremendous skill in the battle. Naturally, I want to believe in her. She's one of my students after all. But if I decide she's a danger to the other students, I'll be forced to take all reasonable measures. Murkuro was part of the Ultimate Despair. I don't think there could be any doubt about it now. But wouldn't that mean Murkuro and the Mastermind were allies? So why? Why would they kill Murkuro? Plus, even the Mastermind seemed to be afraid of what Murkuro was capable of. They would have had to take her completely by surprise to kill her like that. Or maybe it means the Mastermind is even stronger than Murkuro was.
what?
What's wrong, Makoto? Huh?
That's fine.
You seem to be lost in thought, but I should probably point out one other thing. There's another important bit of information within the file you should note. What is it? Did you notice the picture in there? A picture of a girl perhaps you've never seen before. A girl who seems to be included as part of our class 78. That should be enough for you to figure out who the girl is. And further information about that girl is included in the file. 5'7", 97 pounds, and it even lists her vitals. 31, 22, 32. Well, what do you think? What do I think? Are you asking me, like, if she has a nice body?
Stop talking.
You hopeless idiot. What I'm trying to tell you is maybe you'll want to keep that in mind for later. Maybe you'll make your way back to the corpse, and maybe you'll think, oh, could that mean... Wait, is he trying to say... There's a chance the body isn't actually Murkuro? Is that what he's saying? Personally, what I'm thinking seems all but impossible, but it wouldn't hurt to confirm, right?
It's all clear now.
That's all I was trying to say. What you do with that information is your business. So I'm back to being Byakuya's errand boy. Okay. Oh, and one last thing. It's a bit of a advice from me to you, so I'd suggest you pay attention. Advice for me? You seem to be getting along with Kyoko quite well. It's not like we're getting along, she's just done a lot to help me. Well, don't put too much faith in her. Huh?
In other words,
The cost of that faith might be more than you can afford. What are you saying? Just what I think. Call it a hunch. But my hunches tend to be proven right. The advice is free this time. Take it or don't, as you will. I'll keep it in mind. Thanks.
As much as I don't like Byakuya as a person, I have to admit that he is utterly pragmatic. That's the best way to describe him.
Yep.
And even though he sucks at understanding people, as far as his stance towards things, in a survivalistic, like I said, pragmatic way, he is technically correct, even though he's an asshole.
Yeah.
So, put it this way. Kyoko was missing when Monokumo's controls were put back up again.
Yeah.
So, I'm just throwing that out there.
Class 78, student registry. Apparently that's us. It has profiles of me and everyone I met at the beginning, and Murkrow. Just like us, Murkrow is apparently a new student here at Hope's Peak. Murkrow Ikusapa, part of the Ultimate Despair. Which means her and the Mastermind should have been allies. But then, why would the Mastermind kill her? Weren't they friends? Oh, no I didn't. I think
What if the measurements prove that actually was not Mukuro's body?
Possibly, but he's just telling us to keep that in mind. The bookshelf seems really well made and it's filled with files and thick books. Okay, that is it. Couldn't remember. Okay, so that's Headmaster's room. Don't need the chem lab, we need to go upstairs. Because we need to check out the dojo, the garden again, and then we have to go to the bio lab. Toko? Oh, Toko, this is where you are. What do you want? Am I so disgusting you want me out of your sight? No, that's not it at all. I just thought maybe you'd find a clue. Well, I haven't. I didn't find anything. Not one single clue. I figured since this place was related to the case, it would have something, right? But there wasn't anything out of the ordinary here. Give it back. Give me back my precious time. Calm down, Toko. Don't tell me to calm down. Do you have any idea what I'm going through right now? When everyone finds out, they'll be gonna call me useless. Good for nothing. Nobody's gonna say that. Master will. I'm not sure I can disagree with that. I don't want that. I'm sick of always being looked down. Why won't anyone accept me? Well, I don't think there are any clues here, so maybe I'm just gonna get going. Okay. So yeah, there isn't anything in here, I think. Yeah. So just as Toko said, there is nothing in here. But let's check out the garden. Because, body's gone, huh? It's gone. Murkow's body. It's not here. Are you gonna look at this? Is that Monokuma flower? Is it true? Does it really eat paper, plastic, and people? Well, I don't think it's related to the case, so probably keep my distance. Okay.
I think it might be related to the case now.
There's still just the 4 chickens left. Honestly, I'm kind of terrified if there were more than that. They suddenly had 6 chickens. She's like, what? What? Maybe the body's inside the tool shed. I better check just to be sure. No. I didn't find anything even close to a dead body. But if it's not in here either, then it must be... I have no idea where. But corpses aren't the only thing I need to check in there here. There's one other thing. That tarp. a tarp played a key role in another case, so I better look into it. Yeah, this one.
It's a tarp.
The killer used the tarp to keep the sprinklers from getting the body wet, which means the killer might have left some clue behind here. Huh? I didn't notice this before, but there's a small stamp on one corner of the tarp. It says Biolab. Then this originally came from the Biolab? Looking at this again, it's a pickaxe. On the handle it says, Crazy Diamond. That's the same thing that was written on the back of Mondo's coat. This pickaxe is connected to Mondo somehow. Strange. Alright. That is everything in the garden that we needed. That's all I really needed to check here. But where could her body have gone? I better start looking for it. Well, it's in the place where the tarp was.
If I was gonna get rid of the body, I'd just be like, hey, flower dude. Yeah, you. You hungry? Yeah, that's what I thought. Here you go.
Well, it's been about a day since the trial had happened, and every time after a trial happens, everything's cleaned up. So that's why all the evidence and everything is gone. But now we have this room looking. Well, here I am in the biolab. It's so cold. It's like abnormally cold. I feel like I'm in a giant refrigerator. Seriously, why is it so cold? There's a stack of tarps here. I've been seeing a lot of those things lately. Ugh, so cold. Why is it so cold in here? That's the first thing I need to figure out. Yeah, about that. There's some kind of weird machine or something built into the wall. And on the left side, there's a bunch of glowing blue lights. But on the other side, there's some kind of weird machine or something built into the wall. I've seen something like this before. Oh, that's it. I've seen this kind of thing in horror movies and stuff. It's a fridge for storing dead bodies. Does that mean this biolab is actually a morgue? I should probably take a closer look around. Can I look here? Oh, there's some kind of booklet here. It looks like an instruction manual. We offer an eco-friendly alternative to standard dry ice for all your cadaver needs. In addition to the germicidal lamps, we also provide an ozone generator for the removal of ethane gas. Simply insert the cadaver, and the blue light will let you know the automatic systems have activated. Temperature and humidity levels will be adjusted automatically for optimum settings. With our system, anyone can keep a body fresh as a daisy as long as you need. In the likely event of a problem, the red light will activate and an alarm will sound immediately. The exterior is stainless steel, and we do offer an optional leather upholstery upgrade package. This is the instruction manual for the fridge. There's some kind of weird machine or something built in the wall, and inside a bunch of glowing lights, but only some of the lights are on. The ones on the left. The right hand lights are off. Looking around, I think I get it. It seems clear to me now. It was a makeshift morgue.
Yep, your box is right there on the right there, buddy.
And about those lights by each slot. It looks like it's set up so that when a slot is occupied, the blue light comes on. Which would mean inside each slot lit up in blue, another one of the victims is biolab lights. I can't let my emotions take control right now. There's only one thing I can do for everyone who's died, and that's defeat the Mastermind. And to do that, I have to continue my investigation. I don't have any other option.
You know, here's the thing. Even if I didn't want to do it, even if it was extremely creepy, I would go into each of those boxes and confirm that the people are in there.
Yeah.
Because since the body for What's-Her-Face, Mukuro disappeared, or supposedly it was Mukuro disappeared, we don't actually know for sure if it was Mukuro, I'd be checking every single one of those things. As distasteful and creepy as it is.
Yeah. Okay, I think that's everything here. Not yet. Not what you think yet.
This is a school announcement. Is everyone working hard? Is your investigation coming along nicely? Well then, since you're all giving it your best, your generous headmaster will give you a little hint. For those of you who are interested, please make your way to the gym ASA possible.
I have something I'd also like to say.
Yeah.
Since it seems likely that the thing that Monokuma's holding in his paw is a glass of wine.
Yeah.
Seems likely. There's only one person who's legal age to drink, right? Right?
Yeah, technically. But
Okay. Alright. I was just curious.
he's still to go to the gym, right? Let's see what happens. Hey, Hero. Oh, hey, Hero. Makoto. Why didn't you act so surprised? No reason. You heard Monokuma's announcement, right? Are you here to find out what he has to say? I just did, actually. I'm on my way out. You already talked to him? What'd he say? Listen, sorry, but I gotta go. Hero, wait. There was no point trying to stop him. He ran off like a frightened animal. Hero? It was like he was trying to avoid me. I was hoping to talk to him about the notebook I found in the locker. Has he been hiding something this whole time? And then just me in the room. Boing!
What if we were the only person he sent that message to?
I am Monokuma!
No, he did an announcement. Like a announcement
Okay.
thing on the TVs. Hello, welcome, hello! Are you ready for your final hint? Well, it just so happens to be in the envelope on the ground in front of you. The envelope. This must be the envelope. Boo! And just so you know, I won't be answering any questions about what you find inside. What? Don't worry, just get on with it. Monokuma's cryptic words didn't make me feel any better, but I picked up the envelope and opened it. What I found was a single photograph. It featured a bunch of faces I recognized extremely well. It was everyone who'd come to Hope Speak at the same time as me. Wait, but there's someone behind Sakura. Sayaka. She's the only one I don't recognize. Wait, that's not true. I do recognize her. That's right. When Byakuya and I were in the penmaster's room and we looked at that file. Murkuro Ikusaba? Then this girl is... What? Why? Why is Murkuro here with everyone else? And even more than that,
Why is he missing?
just having everyone here pose like this is weird enough by itself. And we're all wearing matching uniforms. I don't remember anything like this.
It's Makoto.
And
Where's the
now
main
that I'm
character?
looking at it, it's not even everyone. I'm not in the picture. I'm the only one not there. The picture has all 15 other students, but not me. But I guess that makes sense. After all, I don't remember even ever taking a picture like this. I went to junior high with Sayaka, but the first time I met everyone else was when I arrived here at Hope Speak Academy. So it's natural for me to not be in this picture, but what's definitely unnatural is that everyone else is in the picture. I thought everyone was like me and didn't know each other till they got here. But if this picture is real, then could that mean? Could it be everyone else in just me? Everyone here except me is... Boo! How long are you gonna keep up this rambling soliloquy of yours, Hamlet? You're kind of getting in the way standing there, you know. So, I mean, get out. But I told you I'm not fielding any questions. What kind of mystery would this be if I gave you all the answers? That'd be totally out of left field. I guess that means he's done talking. Damn it. So in the end, all I found in the gym was even more confusion. And with that confusion in hand, I left the gym dejected. How does that count as a hint? It just made me even more confused. Is that what Monokuma was going for? Did he put together a fake photo just to confuse me? But it looks so real, so full of life. How could anyone fake that? Which would mean everyone but me. Maybe I should ask everyone directly. That should clear all this up. No, I have to clear all this up. Okay. Now I have to go.
Yeah, that is extremely suspicious that the main character seems to be the only one without any connection here. That is weird.
Go to.
Assuming the picture is true and not a fake or forgery or blah 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 whatever.
Right, and go here. Hi, Hina. So this is where you've been hiding. Listen, I was hoping to talk to you. Makoto! Sorry, I gotta go. What? She ran off so fast I didn't even have time to ask her to stop. Hina, why? Why would you talk to me?
Oh, I
Well,
bet he must have shown something to every. Maybe Monokuma showed everybody the same thing, or maybe he showed them different things. He doesn't seem to be playing, but he seems to be comfortable with lying
maybe.
now, sort of. Like, before he was doing the whole lies of an omission thing, and now he's more or less lying to us since the Mukuro stuff.
Yeah. But let's find out.
Doesn't have a problem seemingly breaking his own rules now.
Oh, Byakuya. Listen, do you think we could talk? Byakuya?
That's enough.
I have nothing to talk to you about. Don't talk to me as if we're friends. Hey, Byakuya, wait! Of course he didn't. He just walked away. What the? Why was he acting like that? Like he was purposefully trying to avoid me. Okay. Wait, I guess I didn't do that. Wait, just gonna go back to the map. Okay.
Okay, so it's clear. Everybody hates us now. Lovely.
Okay, to the garden. Hey, hero. Makoto. What's going on with you? Every time I see you, freak out like that. No. Sorry, but I'm in a big hurry. Once again, he ran off like a terrified rabbit. Hero, what's wrong? I still wasn't able to talk to him about the notebook I'd found. It was like he was avoiding me. Like he was afraid of me. Why? Alright. And then one other spot to check out. Back over here at the bio lab again. I decided to visit the bio lab one more time, and the first thing I saw when I got in there was her, passed out again. Huh? Toko.
Which means what?
She opened one. Toko, are you okay? No. She's not dead, is she? Ugh.
Jerk.
It's cold. It's super cold. It's so cold I think I might catch a cold. If you keep taking naps in places like this, I'm sure you will. What? Was I asleep? I must have fainted again. I bet you were standing there, staring at me, getting all excited, weren't you? No, I wasn't.
Afraid I'm not into that kind
Oh.
of stuff.
Certain age.
Oh, then what? Pun bothered, straight up horny? Okay, so why did you pass out? I don't know. Last thing I remember was me waking up just now. What do you do to Miss Morsu? Morse. Oh, that's right. Your memory stops and starts each time you switch. Bingo bazinga! We share some basic knowledge, but our memories are very much separate. And don't say it like it's a bad thing. It's a blessing as far as I'm concerned. Because even if she forgets something, I totally remember. So it's like double the memory. No, it's more like half. Very important. But all I want to know right now is, where's my little darling? Tell me now or I'll slit your throat. I don't know. I'm sure Byakuya is around here somewhere doing his own investigating. By himself? I assume so. I knew it! I totally knew it! I'm a total pro when it comes to all things master! Anyway, I gotta hurry. I can't even imagine how lonely you must be right now! Shitoko shut off, her eerie laughter echoing behind her. I totally forgot to ask her about the picture. Well, there's no point in asking Genocide Jack anyway. Besides, I have more important things to do right now. Why did Toko faint? There's gotta be some reason for it. Maybe because she got a corpse out? The fridge, it's open.
We've got nobody else to ask now, right? Except Kyoko. Kyoko's the only person we have asked.
But we gotta check out this first. But I'm sure they were all shut tight last time I was here. That must be why she passed out.
Right.
She faints so easily. Kyoko!
Makoto.
It's getting late, isn't it? Are you okay?
Indeed.
I'm sorry if I made you worry. No, you don't have to apologize.
Listen.
But listen, about this room. Oh yeah,
It would seem
it's a morgue. Yeah,
I knew.
I suspected as much. And Toko must have looked inside the fridge, seen what was in there, and, well, there you have it. You knew she'd fainted.
Indeed.
I was on my way here when Genocide Jack came running past me. I assumed she must have sneezed, but once I got inside, the real reason became clear.
It would seem
I imagine she came here to investigate, and when she opened the slot that's when she saw the body inside and dropped like a bag of rocks. Why has everything gotta be so difficult with her? Anyway, we should close it up. I don't want to leave it hanging open like this. Yeah, good idea.
Makoto.
Give me a hand with this. Kyoko approached the fridge, hands outstretched. But suddenly, she stopped. What's wrong?
Listen.
Maybe we should wait a second before closing it. Huh? How come? Because Murkuro's body is in here. Murkuro's corpse? Murkuro's body is inside the fridge?
I see.
Just like every other time, Mastermind probably brought it up here while we were in the class trial. Mastermind did it? Because they assumed we wouldn't be doing the class trial over again, I guess.
So
You may be right. Either way, now I can finally get a good look at the body. Oh, that's right, Kyoko didn't get a chance to check the body during the last investigation.
Makoto.
I need to do my own examination of the corpse as soon as possible. I'm going to find a clue this time, and I'm going to grab the Mastermind by the tail. Okay, so what should I do?
So then.
Why don't you just wait over there? I'll let you know as soon as I'm finished. Just wait over there, that's it? I think I look at this. You know, I think I've seen this tarp like this somewhere before. Ah, it's the same as the one I found in the garden tool shed. If I remember that tarp, it had a stamp on it that said Biolab. And that's the tarp that was used to help camouflage the murder in the garden. At some point, someone got it from the Biolab and took it over there. You done? I should ask Kyoko about the group photo. After all, she's in it too. Don't let me interrupt your investigation, but I wanted to talk to you about something. What is it? It's about that announcement Monokuma made earlier. You mean the one about a hint or something? I didn't take him up on the offer. Huh? Why not?
Because
The only reason he'd give us a hint at this point would be to confuse us, or to cloud our judgment. I can solve this mystery on my own, without whatever hints he may have to offer. That's a good point. I wish I could go back and do the same thing, but what's done is done, I guess. Standing here looking at her, I don't think she's hiding anything from me. Is she, right? Did the Mastermind forge that picture as a trap to confuse us? That's gotta be it. There's no other explanation. So dead bodies, I can't do it, can't look at that. Okay. Says, wait, okay. Remember here again or something? I really looked at this instruction manual. More importantly, on the left side of the refrigerator, a bunch of blue lights are on, but these ones aren't. It would seem the blue light comes on when a slot is occupied. So when someone's in there, the blue light comes on. Looking around, the number of lights that are on, including Murkuro's, there's 9 in all. 9. 9 lights?
That doesn't add up. That doesn't add up.
Biolab lights have been updated to the position. Okay, Makoto, I'm done. Already? Geez, that was fast.
Indeed.
Anyone can do good work if they go slow. In that spirit, I'll make my report brief. So, did you find anything?
Indeed.
I paid careful attention to the wounds and the traces of blood, and it seems highly likely that the stomach wound and blow to the back of the head were inflicted after death. Really? The burnt tissue made things a little difficult, but I'm completely confident in my findings. So that means neither of those were the fatal injury, right? Then what was the fatal injury? Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown. They were, however, dead before the blast. The victim had been stabbed a single time with a knife, which went completely through the body. They had also been struck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. The body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old. The only other option is those other wounds, but the file said they were old.
Is that right?
Where does it say they're old? Huh?
Because
All the Monokuma file says is that they were inflicted at least several days ago. I guess I don't see the difference.
wrong.
Well, the difference is immense, considering the impression they give.
Listen.
You seem to be equating several days old with simply old,
However,
but that doesn't quite follow logically. Old wounds makes it sound like they've been there forever, like they are not related to the murder. Are you saying they are? But we all got the Monokuma file right after she was killed, right? So the wounds were at least a few days old. There's no way they could have been anything to do with it.
so then,
But what if Mukuro herself wasn't killed within the last few days? What?
at the very
Certainly,
least,
you can allow it as one of the many possibilities, can't you? One of many.
right.
A detective doesn't have supernatural powers. There's no way to predict the answer from the beginning. Instead, the ideal of a detective begins by imagining as many possible scenarios as they can.
In other words,
They envision these possibilities without prejudice, without bias, using their logic and common sense. Then, as they investigate, they test what they find against each other of those possibilities. Of course, me telling you this doesn't mean you'll be any good at detective work. But beyond using that to solve this particular mystery, you should keep in mind for the future.
hey,
So, there's anything else you'd like to know about the condition of the body? Now's the time. Come to think of it, there was one thing. Early when I was looking at Mukuro's profile, it listed her height and weight.
so
5'7", 97 pounds, vitals were 31, 22, 32. Did I get that all right? You remembered all that? They are indeed consistent with the corpse. So then,
indeed,
and don't forget about the Fenrir tattoo. There's absolutely no mistake.
indeed.
Our victim in this case is, without a doubt, Mukuro Ikusaba.
And
Is that all you wanted to ask? Yeah, I think so.
so
Then it looks like we have no further business with Mukuro's body. Let's get going. It's kind of chilly in here. Oh wait, are we not gonna put the body back? Don't you think it's kind of sad leaving it out like this?
why?
Sad. Did you forget? She was our enemy once. A part of the Ultra Despair. But she still got killed. She's still a victim.
Hey,
Have you ever heard the phrase, you reap what you sow? Well, yeah, but still.
whew,
You really are naive, you know that? It's really quite appalling. But
He says with a smile.
she could have abandoned me, but she decided to help me instead. So for someone like that, what does it mean to be naive?
so then,
I think we've done all we can do here. Back to our separate investigations, yes? Oh, hold on! I still have one more thing to do. Something I need to talk to Kyoko about. I need to ask her about the pocketbook I found in the locker. If I don't do it now...
I'm prepared that she's gonna blow it off. Watch.
Kyoko, I did have one last thing. I know I shouldn't, but I feel like I have to ask.
what?
Go ahead then. Out with it. Have you really not seen your dad even once since you got here?
What?
What?
So
What do you mean? Well, you know all those lockers on the second floor of the dorms?
Indeed.
I do, yes. But to get into any of the lockers, you need the handbook of whoever the locker belongs to. Actually, I managed to get them open using the emergency handbook,
I see.
the one you found in the headmaster's hidden room.
And
So, did you find anything worthwhile in the lockers? I found a pocketbook, and after looking through it, I think it must be your pocketbook.
why is that?
What makes you say that?
Because
Like I said, only the locker's owner should be able to get into it, right? I can imagine those lockers belong to any of us. After all, we only got access to that area just recently. What I'm saying is, there's no way I could have had access to any of those lockers. And if I did have a pocketbook, why would I bother putting it in a locker? Everything you just said makes perfect sense, but there was something written inside. It was about the headmaster, about your father.
What? If that's
Could
true,
that mean that video is real too? Video? Makoto, I think everything is finally starting to fit together to reveal a cohesive picture. Although, I'm afraid that picture might be worse than anything we could have imagined. What are you talking about? I need to go investigate those lockers right now. I need to confirm what you said with my own 2 eyes. Oh, let me give you the headmaster's handbook. That way you can...
So...
That won't be necessary. If I'm right about this, I shouldn't have any problem opening the locker with my own handbook. After all, it would seem that it's my locker. Your locker.
Makoto.
Oh.
If you watch this, it'll all make sense.
Oh no.
A DVD. And it says Class 78 Urgent Interviews?
So...
I found it in that hidden room after you left.
Anyway...
I don't have time to explain exactly what I think it means, so just watch it and see for yourself. I think you'll realize exactly what it means. You'll understand why you found my pocketbook in a place none of us have ever seen before. None of this makes any sense right now, but I guess that means there's some kind of important clue on this DVD.
Makoto.
Oh, and now it's my turn. Do you have a second to listen to me ramble? Ramble.
In other words...
So it turns out, the arrangements I'd made didn't stick. What I mean is, I'm less and less sure of everything, even my own feelings. You're talking about your dad, right? I can never find the answers to the questions I wanted to ask for the rest of my life, and all because of the Mastermind.
However...
But there's one thing I am sure of. When it comes to the Mastermind, there's no room in my heart for forgiveness. I swore to destroy the Mastermind. This is just one more reason to follow through on that. Kyoko's eyes burn with the fire of determination. The determination to defeat the Mastermind. It's strange to be confronted with his death and suddenly feel this way. I couldn't care less if my father had found happiness.
Why?
So why does it bother me so much to know how he suffered? It's ridiculous. There's just no understanding it, I guess. She let out a small laugh as she said it, but her smile was filled with sorrow.
Whew.
So, that's about it for my rambling. There's still much to do before I can consider my task complete. Yeah, you're right,
Hey,
but keep this in mind. There's only ever one absolute truth. Whether that truth serves justice or suffering. Whether it's the greatest truth or the worst. What do you mean?
Makoto.
Even if the truth you uncover is filled with hopelessness, you still can't give up hope. Absolutely not, because all I can do is keep moving forward. That's pretty much all I'm good at, you know? Indeed. Sorry if that was strange.
So then...
Anyway, I need to get going. I'll see you at the class trial. Leaving behind that final farewell, Kyoko is gone. I better get going myself. I got the DVD from Kyoko. I should head to the AV room and check it out. Kyoko says something about hopeless truth, but no matter what happens, I won't lose hope, even if it's the worst truth in the world. I can't afford to lose.
Okay. So I have some theories now.
Yeah.
This is assuming Kyoko's telling the truth.
Mhm.
She's not bullcrapping us. And she has an assuming that she can't use that key to get to that locker before that is supposedly hers and is in her handwriting.
Yep.
Right?
We would guess, because it looked very meticulous.
Correct. And we have no memories of all these photos that were previously taken. We have no memories of all of this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
My hypothesis is that somehow this isn't the first time this has happened.
Mm.
This has been recurring. This would be the only way to... I'm still going with the simulation thing.
Okay.
I'm not going to give up on that. The only way those photos could have been real about the other students without being faked is if this happened previously, and this were around like the second cycle or the third cycle or whatever of this.
Mm.
This is despair, isn't it though? Being able to repeat this over and over again and never being able to get out of it.
Maybe.
This is
But
okay.
then, how is the people still dead? That's the thing.
Because that's the only thing, is it would have to be some kind of simulation. Otherwise, you can't bring back people to life that have died unless you're like, I don't know, like cloning them or something. But I don't think it's this I don't think that this story is that sci-fi enough to have like cloning or body doubles or anything like that in here.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's go to the AV room and find out what Kyoko found. This should be able to play the DVDs just fine. Well done, I better take a look. I took the DVD Kyoko gave me and put it in the player. It said that it was playing, but nothing appeared on the screen. I stared into the black of the monitor. It must have been only a few seconds, but to me it felt like an eternity. And then, all of a sudden, an image appeared. Sayaka? It took me by total surprise. I hadn't seen Sayaka in who knows how long, and there she was.
Okay then, are you ready to begin?
The voice I heard was of the man positioned on one side of the screen. It was the voice of a middle-aged man.
I do apologize, but I hope you don't mind if I record our conversation.
Kyoko's father, it looks like.
Yep.
I never really got the hang of taking notes while having a conversation.
It sounded like
You're a crappy detective.
It sounded like he was trying to make a joke, but Sayaka's tense face didn't move a single millimeter.
So this video is meant to serve as a kind of contract substitute. It's not that I don't trust you guys. It's more like insurance. So please don't worry too much. Now then, let me get straight to the point. There is a chance that you may have to spend the rest of your life here in the school. Can you accept that?
You want me to accept that? Sayaka was obviously at a total loss. It made total sense. Who would agree to spending the rest of your life in the school? Accept. What?
Thank you. And I'm sorry about all this. Well, I can promise you that I will do everything in my power to keep you safe. As the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, I give you my word.
As if on cue, that's where the video cut out. There was a lot I hadn't understood up till now, but only this. I simply couldn't comprehend what I'd heard, because I know how much Sayaka wanted to get out of here. I know how much she wanted to escape and pursue her dreams with her friends again. She wanted that so bad. She tried to frame me for murder. So, why? Why would she say yes to living here for the rest of her life? As I sat there thinking about it, I noticed a sunlight on the monitor. The video that I thought was finished flashed back on screen. My eyes started back to the screen. And if I was confused before, what I saw next pushed me right over the edge. Who could it be? It's me! Huh? What I saw was me. Impossibly, undeniably, me.
So, Makoto, before we begin, I should let you know that I'll be recording our conversation.
Yes.
Me and the headmaster were looking at each other. He and I were having what seemed like a fairly normal conversation. But I on the I in here and now, had absolutely no memory of it. I had no memory of even meeting the headmaster, much less sitting down to talk to him like this.
Now, shall we get straight to the point? Makoto, there's a chance you may have to spend the rest of your life here in the school. Can you accept that?
Yes.
This can't be real. I said yes.
I'm sorry I'm putting you through all this,
Well, I mean, we don't have much of a choice, do we?
but I promise that as long as you're in this school, I will do everything I can to protect you. As the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, that's the very least I can do for you.
Well, nobody apparently has any memory of making any of these promises.
Yep.
Kyoko already hinted at this earlier that there's something wrong with her body, which is probably some kind of memory modification.
Yep. And she didn't remember that she was the ultimate detective or why she came to the school. Only recently
Okay.
she got those memories back. Once again,
Okay.
the video cut out. From there, the video repeated the same scene over and over again and again with the others. Byakuya. Toko. Hina. Everyone. They all said that they agreed to live in the school forever. And then Kyoko. Her interview with him had been recorded just as clearly. Without a doubt, she had met him. She sat down with the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, her father. And when he asked her his question, she answered the same as everyone else. She accepted a life within the school. Just as Kyoko's interview was wrapping up, the monitor suddenly went black. Huh? It wasn't just the monitor. The DVD player itself had apparently turned off, which of course meant that the DVD wasn't playing anymore. What the heck just happened?
Say what?
Oopsie! Looks like it broke out of service. What? It just so happened to break just now?
Too bad.
Convenient.
Now then, when? Doesn't matter. Failure can shrink anywhere, anytime. That's what failure is, right? Failure, my ass! You cut the power on purpose. Well, whatever.
Whatever it is. Probably extremely important.
Even if I watched the whole thing, I'd just be more of the same. He'd ask
Sure
them
about
the
that?
question, and they'd all say yes. I couldn't help myself. I let out a huge, exasperated sigh, but as I did, I remembered something.
That's right.
I faded too, and when I woke up, I noticed a strange feeling of separation within myself, a disconnect.
It was
Thinking back on it now, at that point, my memory was gone. At that point, I'd forgotten. I couldn't remember why I'd come to the school, and I couldn't remember what my ultimate ability was. But what would make you forget all that?
Hey,
Strange, isn't it? It's hard to imagine it happened by chance. It seems much too convenient. A convenient outcome. Something that seemed to obviously work in favor of the mastermind. So does that mean I've lost my memory too? What about the others? Have we all forgotten? Or interview DVD has been updated to the book session. It is finally time for the class trial.
For anything that has a start, there has to be an end. And if the end comes, then that means it's time for a fresh start. There is no night that doesn't have a dawn. Although that dawn is totally pitch black, there is no storm that won't eventually end. Of course, then that leads to drought. But as I said, every end is the promise of a new beginning. Which is why I'm sure we'll get to meet again, because the end is only the beginning. Anyway, let's get started. The beginning of the end of the class trial. Everyone gather once again at you know where.
It's about to begin again. The class trial is going to start. The final class trial. The last time all our lives will be on the line. The last time hope and despair are on the line. I don't have a choice. I have to do this. Okay, then. This is the end. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do.
Maybe not fast travel because events happening.
Yeah, it won't let us go anywhere. I guess I'm the first one this time.
Makoto,
You're early, Makoto.
listen.
Does that mean you feel prepared? Yeah, for now at least. Where's everyone else? Why aren't they here yet?
However,
Don't worry, I'm sure they'll be here soon. And just like she said. Byakuya. Byakuya? They arrived one after another, but they were all in the same state of shock. Hina? Hiro? Silence. And it wasn't any normal silence. It was the deafening silence of fear and suspicion. It was like the first class trial.
You called for me.
I'm late. Ah, strong silent master, so wonderful, so cool, so hot my loins are ablaze. Now listen, everything will be just fine if you leave it to me.
My beautiful
With my
sister.
sharp scissors in hand, I'll stab and gouge and shiv the master of evil. But I thought you couldn't kill anyone but adorable little boys. If it's what master wants, it can be boy, girl, or anything in between. I can handle it. Oh, well, about that. Where am I? No human language can describe the disappointment I'm feeling right now. Who is everyone here? Oh, and wearing our gloomy gas faces, I see.
Well now,
Okay then, let's begin.
thrills,
This final class trial is gonna be slathered in pitch black despair. Maximum sorrow.
That's fine.
You're right. This is the final class trial, and this time it'll be fair. What do you mean this time? Stop with all the slander. I'm a bear in good standing, you know. If there was a Mr. Fair Guy Universe contest, I'd take home the tiara every year. I'm gonna win this game super fair and square.
today
Now
I'm
make sure,
feeling white.
and I'll make sure everyone watching at home knows that despair is mightier than the hope.
Stop talking.
Enough of your tedious dribble. Begin the trial already. Sure, let's begin the trial already. I'll be waiting for you down below.
You
So don't
guys-
try and run away. Laughing as loud as ever, Monokuma disappeared. Whatever.
In the name
This
of
will be
my
over in
family.
no time. With an inexplicable confidence, Byakuya was the first into the elevator. One by one, the others followed.
So everybody hates us, it seems.
Nobody made eye contact. Nobody said a word. They just disappeared into the elevator.
Hey,
They're all acting odd. Like they're paranoid, suspicious of each other.
however,
But you know why that is, don't you? Yeah, I think so.
however,
Well, you can tell us all about it soon. At the class trial. You're right. I'm ready.
so
Ready to win, right? Of course. I'm glad to hear you say that. And then Kyoko is aboard the elevator. Well, let's go. I started making my way toward the opening. Step after step toward that gaping maw. I'd resolved that this would be the last time. I repeated to myself that there was no fear, no mystery left. I pushed the anxiety down, calmed my trembling body, and finally, steady legs. I passed the threshold and stood in the elevator. Down we go. Without warning, it began to descend. Deeper and deeper. Deeper, deeper, deeper still. Deeper, 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 deeper and deeper. Deeper and deeper it fell. I closed my eyes and sight fell away. All sound too disappeared. Alone in the universe, I waited for the elevator doors to open for the last time. What could have been seconds or centuries later? I felt that the gentle vibration of the elevator come to an end. I slowly opened my eyes. This is the final trial site. What do you think? Isn't it just the perfect background for deciding a person's fate? It's the long-awaited last stage, the always exciting final boss battle. Woohoo! And I'm gonna sit in on this one. I'll just sit right here in the vacant 16th seat.
Thrills, chills, kills.
Well then, let's begin. Yes, I would like to say.
Here's a question.
Yes.
He's sitting in a chair like he's a student.
Yep.
And we were missing a corpse from the room, weren't we?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I gotta ask.
Alright, last trial, begin.
Since this will be the final class trial, I've come up with a special rule. So listen up. If you can figure out Mukuro's killer and go on to solve the mystery of this school, you guys win. But if you can't, then I win. And of course, waiting for the loser is the super exciting, super heart-pounding punishment.
are you saying that if you lose, you'll execute yourself?
Yep, sure will.
And that's final? No loopholes? No wiggling out of it later?
Of course not. Bears never go back on their word.
Never mind all that. I just have one question for you.
Oh, you're taking this serious, huh? Are you feeling okay?
Is the Mastermind only one person?
Hmm?
Don't bother. I already know the answer.
Do you? Do you
Do you
really?
though? Do you though?
You're all the mastermind, aren't you? You're all out to get me. I'm right, aren't I? I knew it. You guys have all been working together, haven't you? I have evidence, so I know I'm right.
Hey, you stole my line. You're all out to get me. I'm sure of it. I have evidence of my own.
What a coincidence. I too have evidence to present. Evidence that proves everyone other than me has been working together.
What? Wait, hold on. This doesn't make any sense. How can the three of us each have that kind of...
Bam.
No, that's wrong.
Yep, we all. Well, besides Kyoko. I don't know if
It's
Kyoko
not
got
just
one.
you three. I have evidence too.
It looks like what they did is they took a picture of everybody, excluding one person at a time, to use the photos at a future date, and then they wiped their memories.
Maybe.
What?
Somehow.
You too?
The evidence you're all referring to is this group photo, right?
Let's see.
Well, yeah. Huh? Wait, but mine's different. With the picture you have, I'm in it. But that can't be right. Because in my picture... See? I'm the only one not in it.
I figured as much. In which case,
Hiro, you have a picture too, right? Let's see it.
Okay, but be careful with it. It's pretty important evidence.
this one too. It's just like I thought.
So the secret in these pictures has been revealed.
Secret or whatever, I don't care. You guys are all in on this together. That's why I'm the only one missing.
But you're in my picture. You're the ones trying to trick me.
So the whole purpose behind these photos was to get us questioning and fighting with each other. The mastermind laid a trap to make us each think everyone else was working against us.
Huh? I laid a trap? A trap? How rude! What grounds do you have for such audacious accusations?
We have no memory of the pictures.
Move I need to reveal Monokuma's trap. Each photo has a certain something in common. The contradiction regarding what person isn't shown in the group photos. The person is the one who got the photo.
Got it! In each case, the only one not in the picture is the person who received it. So, in the picture I got, I'm the only one missing. In the picture Hina got, she's the only one missing. And in the picture Hiro got, he's the only one missing.
As long as we're talking about it, I suppose I should show you my photo as well.
In other words, Monokuma gave each of us a group photo in which that person wasn't included.
And when we each saw our picture, we just assumed everyone else was the enemy?
Figured it out, huh?
Yeah, I thought that must be it. But how was that a hint?
But you know, there might be more to this than just Monokuma trying to confuse us. There's something else that bothers me about everyone's pictures. What is it? What's sticking at me?
Listen, can I see everyone's group photo one more time? It's not directly connected to what we're talking about, but I'd like to double check something.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah, I don't mind.
I'm sure there's something unusual about these group photos. What is it? I need to compare each of them one more time. Hyakio's picture. Hina's picture. Hiro's picture. And mine. There's something strange about all of them. Something I can't quite pin down. Something...
Can you just forget about the photo already? Ugh. Trying to trick me with such an obviously fake photo? I'm still pissed about that.
And on top of that, they went to all that trouble to make it look like we were wearing matching uniforms.
So you think they're fake? No, I assure you, they're quite real.
What are you talking about? There's no way.
Yeah! I don't remember ever taking a picture like that. So it's gotta be a fake. I'm sure of it.
But you know, can we really be so sure?
Huh?
Don't get me wrong, I don't remember taking this picture either. But is that really enough to be absolutely positive they're fake?
What do you mean?
The reason I don't remember this picture isn't necessarily because it's fake. There might be some other reason. Some terrible reason. An unbelievably but entirely horrifying reason. Oh gosh. Oh, I think I know what it is. Yeah. No, can I spell it? I need Gee, what's S doing? Go away. S? S. Jesus. And then A. Amnesia! Woo!
Now I understand. Let's say that somehow we'd all lost our memories. That could explain it, couldn't it?
We'd all lost our memories. That's quite an accomplishment.
Oh, I get it. So we all just lost our memories at the same time and forgot about the photo. Makes sense. As if. You expect me to believe such an unbelievable occult-type story?
Yes.
Yes.
Never believe the occult. Ever. Ever.
Fortune telling is an occult. Apparently.
Shh. Don't tell him that. He's got a 30% accuracy rating, okay?
No, he said that. He says fortune telling isn't occult. Even though it kind of is.
I mean, yeah, but, you know.
It's only natural they
doesn't
wouldn't
fit or
believe
anything.
it. But no matter how much they refuse, if that's the absolute truth, they have no choice. You can't move forward until they accept it. There's another way to prove it, besides those pictures. Do 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 do. I think
You're
this
saying we
one?
all got spontaneous amnesia? Since when did this turn into some kind of sci-fi fantasy?
I promise you, I haven't lost my memory. Ever since I got to this school, I remember everything that's happened.
nope.
No,
Okay.
it's wrong. Those photos aren't the only things that point to the possibility of memory loss. This DVD does the same thing.
You're not gonna show us something indecent, are you?
No, it's nothing like that. It's a video of all of us being interviewed by the Hopes Peak Academy headmaster.
When you say all of us, you mean
I mean all of us, including you.
you lied! I never did any kind of interview.
No, it's not a lie. Just watch the DVD and you'll see for yourself. The headmaster did, in fact, interview you.
What are you saying?
I didn't imagine you would remember.
It's not about whether or not I remember. You expect me to believe all this? That I lost my memory somehow?
Well, we don't have any way to refute it, so we have no choice but to accept it as reality.
How can you say that? We're talking about living, breathing amnesia here.
To be honest, I have something else on my mind right now.
Something else?
You said the DVD contains recordings of us being interviewed by the headmaster, right? What were the interviews about?
The headmaster sat each of us down, one at a time, and asked us the same question. He asked us if we could accept the idea of spending the rest of our lives in this school.
What kind of question is that?
And how did we answer?
We'd say no, obviously.
Actually, we all said we could. Even me. I heard myself say yes. I could spend the rest of my life at this school.
Why? Why would you say yes to something like that?
I don't know. I don't remember a thing.
The same goes for everyone else. Nobody remembers. You don't remember choosing to live here forever, or even talking to the headmaster about it at all.
It doesn't matter if I remember or not. Even if I bought the whole amnesia thing, the idea that I would want to live here forever? That's just insane! How can I believe that?
Insane or not, we can't move forward until you accept it. Am I right?
You sure are, 'cause it's all true.
What?
I know it sounds absurd, but if it's the truth, there's nothing we can do about it.
Indeed. We only have one path in front of us.
Then, I really...
Yep, you all totally lost your memory at the same time.
This is all
But we fainted.
making my head hurt.
And this isn't like some normal kind of memory loss. You stole those specific memories from us, didn't you?
Oopsie, you figured that part out too, huh?
Of course. There's no way we would all just happen to get amnesia at the same time.
How could someone just steal our memories?
How? Come, that hardly matters right now. If I said it was hypnotism, would you believe me? Or we opened up your skulls and messed with your brains? Would you really believe anything I said? How it happened doesn't matter right now.
What matters is figuring out what memories you took from us. That's what you're trying to say, right?
I knew I could count on you.
The interview with the headmaster, taking that group photo, those can't be the only memories we lost. There must have been a purpose to it all. A reason for taking away our memories.
Of course there was a purpose. It all has to do with the original motive.
The original motive.
You mean the motive you came up with to try and get us to all kill each other?
That has something to do with the memories you stole from us?
It sure does. But that part's still a secret. Anyway, I'm sure it's not easy, but let's all focus on the class trial for the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba.
Okay, so you want us to figure out who killed her before we do anything else.
So until we do that, either way, we have to explain every last remaining mystery. So, the one who killed Murkrow, the true mastermind, that's what we need to expose. Let's go. Okay. Don't know.
So who did it? Who killed her?
Whoever did it is the same one who's behind everything. That much I'm sure of.
But when you think about it, is the mastermind really here in the school?
Okay.
Of course! They have to be here somewhere.
What makes you so sure?
What does make me so sure?
Exactly. You're just making stuff up. There's no way the mastermind is here. The mastermind is probably a
Oop.
No, that's wrong.
Nope, the mastermind is here.
There's no question that the mastermind is somewhere within the school.
How do you know? Did you find some evidence or something?
Yes, Hina asked for
At
donuts.
the data center, I found a panel that controls Monokuma. The mastermind must have been using that to control him all this time. So there can't be any doubt. The mastermind has been inside the school all along.
There can't be any doubt. In which case, there also can be no doubt that the mastermind is one of us.
What? Why?
Recall what Makoto told us Monokuma said to him earlier.
But the killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students. And the only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students.
So if the mastermind is in the school, we have to assume it can only be that 16th student.
But how'd they manage to survive all of this?
So we're the only ones here? It's not me! I'm not the mastermind!
Well, it's not me.
I blame Makoto. What? Why me? 'Cause it's super weird how you're the only one who survived being executed.
Oh, I get it. The only way he could have survived is if he was actually the mastermind himself, right?
Aw, nuts! Ya got me!
Wait! What are you trying to say?
Everyone, calm down. There's no reason to panic. The Mastermind's true identity will become clear soon enough. Just as soon as we find out who killed Mukuro.
That's a good point. Rather than wasting time bickering, we should put our minds to work solving this mystery.
Yeah, well, how much time have we already spent talking about the murder?
Oh,
He's right. What more is there to talk about?
If you want something to talk about, I think there might be one thing. We haven't fully established what Mukuro's fatal injury was.
Huh? But I thought we figured that out. She died when she got hit in the back of the head.
No, that isn't actually what killed her. It was something entirely different. Wouldn't you agree, Makoto?
the other ones.
I got it! All of the wounds covering her body. That's what really killed her.
Hey, now hold on a second. You did read the Monokuma file, right?
But it was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old.
It made it pretty clear. Those wounds were made at least a few days ago. So they can't possibly be what killed her.
Consider this. What if the murder itself took place at least a few days ago?
What?
What if, when we discovered her body, she'd already been dead for several days? If that's true, then naturally the wounds that killed her would appear to be however many days old.
That doesn't make any sense. Because she had all those wounds before she ever came here.
Huh? How do you know that?
I do want to know
Isn't it
that. How she do
obvious?
that?
She was the ultimate soldier, right? So that means, you know,
You're wrong.
she denied me before I could even say anything. Come on. I mean, you think I'm not weird, okay? At least listen to what I have to say before you deny me.
Okay, if you're so sure we're gonna deny you, why bother saying it in the first place? Okay. Okay.
Mukuro was the ultimate soldier.
Yes.
She must have been in 100 different battles.
Yep.
So, when you think about it, obviously, she got all those.
Nope.
No, that's wrong.
He was unharmed.
No, Mukuro didn't suffer those wounds in battle. The file we found in the headmaster's room said as much. Despite the time she spent in battle after battle as a member of Fenrir, when she entered this school, she hadn't sustained a single injury.
To be denied so completely. Actually, it's kind of refreshing. Maybe it's because of all of Master's training.
Yeah, that's fair.
Anyway,
Yeah.
so we can be sure that Mukuro suffered all those wounds after coming to this school, in which case, they could be the very thing that killed her.
As a matter of fact, it's hard to imagine any other possibility. When examining her body, I found that her stomach and head wounds came after she was already dead.
Unless anyone has any better suggestions, I think we can say this with confidence. The wounds Mukuro sustained all over her body are what ultimately killed her.
Gasp.
Would that change the time of death, though?
Yes, to at least a few days ago. Mukuro's fatal injury has been added to Jukebook's handbook.
But if that's what killed her, then does that mean she's really been dead for who knows how long?
That's exactly what it means. When we found her body in the garden, she'd already been dead for several days.
So then, what about the little matter of what happened last night? Makoto, you said you were attacked in your room by a masked assailant. If Mukuro had already been dead for several days, certainly it couldn't have been her. So who was it that attacked you?
The person who attacked me was the Mastermind.
The one who attacked me was the true Mastermind. When we discovered Mukuro in the garden wearing the same mask, I naturally assumed she must have been the one who attacked me. But I was wrong. It wasn't her at all. It was the Mastermind.
What are you laughing at?
Oh, don't mind me. I'm just getting a little impatient sitting here listening. I think I'm gonna jump in. Let's start off with a nice, easy question. Your assumption that I attacked Makoto is just that, right? An assumption. You can't really know who was under that mask, can you? I mean, that's the whole point of a mask. The true identity of the masked attacker is Mukuro Ikusaba. At least, that's what I think. Do you have any evidence that might convince me otherwise?
Please. Now there's no way Mukuro is the one that attacked me, even if I didn't see their face.
You'd have already been dead from her wounds.
But there's also something else. Mukuro had a very obvious Fenrir tattoo, comparing that to the masked attacker. It should be obvious.
Yeah, she didn't have a tattoo on her hand.
Nope. We could clearly see her right hand. Nope, we have to pick it up from somewhere else.
You never saw their face, right? So you can't have any idea who was under that mask. I'm telling you now, it was Mukuro Ikusaba.
You're wrong. Even without seeing their face, there's another part of the attacker we can use to prove it wasn't her.
Oh? And what is this other part? Is it the right hand? Or the left hand? Maybe the right foot? Or perhaps the left foot?
Oh, so you gotta grab that and then start the thing?
Yep, I think so. Most of those feature the tattoo, the tattoo was in a certain easy to be inspired. Oh, I got it.
You never saw their face, right? So you can't have any idea who is... I'm telling you now, it...
Nope.
No, that's wrong.
Because of her right hand. That means all.
Mukuro had a tattoo on her right hand, if I remember correctly.
That reminds me.
Representation of Fenrir.
When are we getting
In other
Kyoko's
words,
gloves
a
off?
wolf tattoo.
It'll be soon.
But I saw the right hand of the person who
I think.
attacked me.
Pretty sure.
And there was no such tattoo. So there's no way the person behind the mask was Mukuro.
Yeah, well, okay. You got me. I guess it wasn't her. But that still doesn't prove that it was me. It could have been, you know, someone else, right?
Hiro, Toko, Hina, and I all have solid alibis for that entire night.
Yeah! We were in the gym tearing you apart, so it could have been any of us.
Oh, okay, sure. It couldn't have been any of you, but what about Kyoko? It totally could have been her. Uh-oh, no snappy comeback? Did I score a bullseye?
If you insist, I don't mind showing you.
Huh? Show me what?
What do you think? I'll show you the one thing that proves beyond a shadow of a doubt it wasn't me.
Before anyone could say anything. Kyoko was removing her gloves.
Your hands!
Without thinking, I let out a gasp. It was more than just a little burned skin.
Awful, isn't it? It happened when I was first learning to be a detective. I was inexperienced.
I thought you didn't want anyone to see those scars.
If it means we get another step closer to unmasking the Mastermind, it doesn't really bother me.
Kyoko seemed to savor the words as she said them. Then she put her gloves back on. Yeah, so her hands are very
My
burned.
scars should suffice as proof. Makoto, did the person who attacked you have scars like mine?
No, not at all. I'm positive.
Then this much has been made clear. There can be no doubt that the one who attacked Makoto is the true Mastermind.
This is just awful. On top
there's
of
a
my
body
secret
missing from
being
the morgue.
revealed, I had to look at those positively grotesque scars of yours. Sorry. Did I say that out loud? I do hope I didn't hurt your feelings.
Not at all. You can say whatever you want.
Sure, as long as it means pushing me farther into the corner, right? But I'm not cornered just yet. Because if you haven't noticed, the circumstances surrounding Mukuro's death are totally unknown.
That's true. All we know right now is she was killed a good while before this morning.
On the contrary, we don't know anything other than that.
You're not going to tell us she was already dead before we arrived here or something, are you?
In that regard, you have nothing to worry about. I promise you, without a doubt, she died after our little killing game began here.
Then somehow she was killed in secret without any of us knowing.
And after she died, who knows how much time went by before we found her, right? Did the culprit stash her somewhere? She couldn't have been in the garden the whole time, could she?
If she was, she would have been totally decomposed. Just like your brain.
Then she was being stored somewhere?
But to hide a body here, to just store it somewhere?
Oh, there's no place I can think of. Biolab!
Got it! Mukuro's body was probably kept hidden in the biolab.
The biolab? You mean on the 5th floor?
That's right. It's actually set up for use as a morgue. So it's the perfect place to hide a body. And it'd keep the body preserved at the same time.
Then you're also saying the body was moved from the biolab to the garden.
And I have no doubt that that's exactly what happened. In fact, I have proof.
Proof that shows the body was carried from the biolab to the garden. The tarp. Yep.
I got it! What makes me so sure the body was carried from the biolab to the garden is the tarp that we found in the garden.
Boop, 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 boop.
When I was checking it over again, I noticed something. I noticed that some text had been stamped on one corner of the tarp.
Oh, it says biolab.
Holy cow! How'd you notice that tiny little thing?
Makoto's nitpicky nature seems to have surfaced with perfect timing.
This proves that the tarp originally came from the biolab. In fact, there's a whole stack of tarps just like it in there.
So when the killer moved the body to the garden, they must have grabbed a tarp to wrap it in. Then they simply left it as it was to protect against the sprinklers, and put the coat on it afterwards.
Wow, you made everything sound so amazingly consistent.
But that's just a wild guess. Where's your evidence? Prove that the body was wrapped in a tarp and moved.
There is no evidence. I was simply explaining what I think happened. But you seem to be getting pretty worked up about it, wouldn't you say?
Worked up?
Hearing him getting
Now that
worked
the
up about stuff.
conversation has turned to the topic of the biolab, you must be getting pretty nervous.
Oh boy.
Although, at this point, I'm suspecting it isn't Monokuma who's a he. I'm suspecting it's a she.
Maybe.
Because the key to uncovering your secret identity is hidden within that room, isn't it?
Are you talking about unmasking the Mastermind?
You see, the biolab contained an inconsistency. One so major it can't be overlooked.
Like inconsistency in the biolab.
Extremely inconsistent.
Could you be talking about?
La la la, I can't hear you. La 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 la.
Such a child. Oh well, just ignore him.
I need to pull myself together and think. The inconsistency in the biolab. Could you be talking about?
Hey, by the way, Makoto, what about that one thing?
What one thing?
What do you think I'm talking about? Your family.
What?
Don't tell me you forgot about that video message. So what do you think? Are you sure your family's still okay?
Why are you bringing that up now?
Your mom, your dad, your little sister. What do you think has happened to your family? Are they really as safe as you might have assumed?
Stop talking about that!
Calm down, Makoto. He wants you to get upset.
Yeah, I need to calm down. I can't let him get to me. He's just saying that because he knows we're getting close to the truth of the biolab. So if I want to shut him up, I need to expose the inconsistency, and slam him with it. Inconsistency has to be that one area where the numbers just don't match up. Oh boy, here we go.
Are you sure about this? That's impossible! Are you sure about this? That's impossible! Rawr! Better luck next time. Punishment is waiting for you. Are you sure about this? I'm not listening!
Oh, okay. Ran out of time.
That's impossible! Are you sure about this? I'm not listening!
This should prove it.
I don't want to redo it
The
again.
consistency Kyoko's talking about is the lights.
Hopefully I don't fuck up more.
What are you talking about? What about the lights?
Like I said before, the biolab also acts as a morgue. And as part of that, a giant refrigerator was installed in there. That's where everyone who's died is stored.
And it was set up so that when a slot had a body in it, a blue light would turn on.
In other words, if the blue light is on, that means there's a body in that slot.
But I counted up the number of blue lights that were on, including the one Mukuro was in, and there were only 9.
Why does that matter? You gotta give me the bite-sized version here, man.
Highlights doesn't make sense. Number should be
I got
10.
it. 10 of the lights should have been on. Any other number is incredibly suspicious.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if somebody faked their death.
That's simple. Just recall who's died here so far, and it should become clear.
That's right. That's the key to solving this mystery. Saika died first. Juko was second. Leon was third. Chihiro was fourth. Nanda was fifth. Taka was sixth. And then Hifumi was seventh. Celeste was eighth. Sakura was ninth. And victim number 10 was Murkuro.
So 10 people in all?
That's right. Any other number should make you immediately suspicious. But according to the lights in the biolab, only 9 people were being stored there.
You're saying a dead body just up and disappeared?
I got it! The Mastermind destroyed one of the bodies to get rid of evidence.
But if they wanted to do that, they would have destroyed Mukuro's body, since they actually killed her. And yet, her body was left alone.
Then, whose body disappeared?
It may very well be that none of them disappeared.
But if that's true, then why doesn't the body count match?
Including Monokuma's executions, there have apparently been 10 deaths, but there were only 9 bodies. That's the point I'm trying to make.
I'm completely lost. How can the number of victims be less than the number of murders?
Reason there are less bodies than murders. An explanation for more murders than victims. Why is that? When we get, same person was killed twice.
What about if the same person was killed twice?
Huh? Killed twice?
Officially, 10 murders have been committed so far, but one of the victims may have been murdered, and then murdered again.
Murdered and murdered again?
If that's the case, there could have been 10 killings,
And
but still only 9 victims, right?
So we know that Mukuro's body,
Yep.
if that is Mukuro's body,
Mm.
had
Oh.
died previously a few days ago. And they have suffered multiple lacerations and wounds.
Mm.
And there's only one person whose body matches that.
Yeah.
That's a female.
Yep.
And that is Junko's body.
Yep.
So the person who's operating Monokuma right now has to be Mukuro.
Well, let's continue onwards.
Technically, you're right, I guess. Still, something like that.
Could easily have happened. No, it is what happened.
Sounds like you're already convinced. Then can you tell us who was killed twice?
It was Mukuro, of course. Before she was killed as Mukuro Ikusaba, she was killed as someone else.
And that's why the body had to be stored in the biolab until the moment we found it in the garden.
No, that's crazy talk. She was killed as someone else? Come on! Besides, who could that someone else even have been?
All you have to do is look at those bodily injuries of hers, and that will become obvious.
Nothing's gonna become obvious, because Kyoko's totally delusional.
I think I remember. Yeah, this is another one. I have to pick it up.
Who is this someone else that Mukuro was killed as? Was it Sayaka Maizono? Junko Enoshima? Leon Kuwata? Chihiro Fujisaki? Mondo Owada? Kiyotaka Ishimaru?
I think if it was Mondo, we'd find a packet of butter.
Celestia Lu?
Whatever.
Or maybe Sakura Ogami? No.
Yeah. I don't think it's Sakura's body type.
I think we would have known pretty quickly if it was Sakura.
Junko. Wasn't her fatal injury pretty similar to Mukuro's?
What do you mean?
She got stabbed a lot.
Well, remember what happened to her? She was impaled by a bunch of spears, all over her body.
And
I
Mukuro
also never
died
get to
from
find
a
out what
number of
Mukuro-
wounds across her body.
We also never found out what Junko was, like what her specialty was.
Oh, she was the ultimate fashionista.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, okay.
When you compare that to the stab wounds Junko suffered,
Then the similarities match?
Yes, and those are the only fatal injuries that match up. That explains why those 2 bodies are actually one and the same.
Yeah.
so let me see if I have this straight. Junko, or someone going by that name, was stabbed to death with multiple spears. Then her her body was kept in the biolab for however long before being dragged out again. Only this time, it was presented as the corpse of one Mukuro Ikusaba.
It all matches up, right? Those wounds Junko suffered could easily be these same injuries.
Then it's really true? Mukuro and Junko are the same person? Wait, so then... what does it all mean?
It means that there haven't been 10 victims, but 9. Which also means that among the people we thought were dead, one is still alive.
And that's the true identity of the Mastermind?
Who is it? Who's behind all this?
We already know the answer to that. It's Mukuro. She's still alive. She took Junko's body and made it look like she was the one who died. So Mukuro is still alive. She's gotta be.
It doesn't explain her
Then I must be
her
right.
tattoos though.
Murkuro alive? The one that's still alive is Murkuro? But can we really believe that? No, there's no way. There's no way Murkuro Ikusaba is still alive.
No, she can't still be alive because her tattoos were on the body that was blown up.
So it would be her profile.
Found in the garden. It wasn't Mukuro.
No, it is Murkuro.
No,
Just
that's wrong.
straight up, it is. Yeah, it is. The body we found is Mukuro.
No, the body we found in the garden was Mukuro. That's one thing we can be sure of. The body's appearance and measurements are consistent with her records. Right, Kyoko?
She was 5 foot 6 inches tall and weighed 97 pounds. Her vitals were 31, 21, 32. Everything in her profile is consistent with that corpse.
And then there's the matter of the Fenrir tattoo. So there's no question it's her.
But if Mukuro's not the Mastermind, then who's actually still alive?
Someone made it look like they died, but they're actually still alive. There's only one person it could be.
Here's my answer.
She died too early. Seriously.
Junko is still alive. It's the only possibility.
Are you sure about that?
Huh?
I admit, since Mukuro is undoubtedly dead, Junko does seem to be the only other explanation. But we saw her get impaled. She died right before our very eyes. If Junko were still alive, the death we saw would had to have been some kind of charade. But you yourself confirmed she was dead, did you not?
Now that you mention it. I gently placed my hand on Junko's lifeless body. I touched her wrist to check for a pulse like they do in movies and stuff, but she really is dead. There wasn't anything else to say. She was gone. I did check, absolutely, and I can say for sure.
She was dead. There's no question. Junko was dead.
So, the idea that she's still alive.
It must be wrong.
Then you're withdrawing your previous statement?
I know you gave it your best shot, but too bad. I guess your conclusion was a dud. Too bad, too bad.
This case hasn't been decided just yet.
Oh?
You haven't given up already, have you, Makoto?
Huh?
No, of course not. There's no way I'd give up that easy.
That's all well and good, but how do you intend to solve the problem standing in your way? Junko absolutely died. Mukuro absolutely died.
Then both of them are dead, right? There can't be any kind of survivor story.
I think we need to look at this from the opposite direction.
Huh? The opposite direction?
Let's assume Junko is still alive. If so, how could she have survived?
How could Junko have survived? I checked her. She was dead. I'm sure of it. But still, if she were alive somehow, could it be that Junko's not the one that died? It wasn't Junko, but someone else entirely. Maybe she used some sort of trick. Let's see, I'll remember what the word is. Replace. Okay.
Could she have been replaced with an animatronic?
You'll see, 1 second. What is...
Now I understand. That's it. What if she switched places with someone else?
Switched places?
That's right. Before the spears could kill her, she got someone to take her place. Specifically, Mukuro Ikusaba.
Then that would make it Mukuro's corpse that showed up later.
Which is why the body's height and weight and everything match Mukuro's profile, right?
I don't know anything about this switching places thing, but that had to be Junko who got stabbed to death, right?
Yeah, you're saying they switched? When could they even have done that? Right when she was about to die? Like she used some kind of ninja replacement technique?
Yes, we're Naruto now, boys.
Good point. There's just no way they could have switched like that. So maybe the whole idea is wrong.
There has to be some way. I need to figure out. They switched at the very beginning.
Two of them may have switched places from the very beginning.
What? From the beginning?
Yes, from the moment we first met. If that's when they switched, then they wouldn't have had to switch at the moment of death, right? After all, the one we saw at that point would have already been Mukuro.
Hold on. So, you're saying the Junko we first met was actually Mukuro all along?
Then we'd already met her?
I had like a normal conversation with her.
When we first met, none of us knew who anyone else was. So Mukuro could have simply told us her name was Junko, and we never would have known the difference. That would
Doesn't
easily
explain the
allow
tattoos,
two of
though.
them to switch places from the very beginning.
You'll see.
Wait, but Mukuro had a tattoo on the back of her hand, right? Junko never had any tattoo like that, did she?
She could have hidden it with foundation or something like that. If she did, it likely melted away in the explosion, exposing the tattoo after the body was extinguished. Plus,
She's a
there were the
fashionista,
fake
so...
nails found on the hands of Mukuro's body.
Plus, if she was pretending to be Junko, she's probably gonna put on
Inspiring.
makeup.
Yeah, and then the real Junko could have helped her with that.
Yep.
They were the
Because they're
same
conspiring,
fake
right?
red nails she was wearing when we all met for the first time.
Plus, if she's an ultimate soldier, I would think she knows a little bit of how to put on makeup in order to disguise herself and stuff like that. Maybe not the best, but probably knows a few
Yeah,
tips.
at least a decent amount. Yeah.
But if she really did use foundation...
Correct. Even if there was no tattoo on her hand, I couldn't say for certain it wasn't Mukuro. So I'm glad nobody noticed that glaring hole when we were trying to figure out who attacked Makoto. But too bad for you, Monokuma. You can't deny it anymore.
Wait, so this whole thing was a setup from the very beginning?
If that's true, it was quite an elaborate plan to be sure, making it look like Mukuro was Junko.
Can I take a quick break
Okay.
before we get? Yeah, we'll finish this in like an hour, right?
Yeah, should be around about an hour. Yep.
Okay, give me 5 minutes, please.
Okie dokie. Pause it. Doody 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 doo. Yeah. Hopefully. Junko is dead. Yeah. Definitely. Absolutely. Can't be alive. Impossible. Impossible. Oop. Doody 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 doo. Doody 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 doo. Doody doody doo. Doody 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 doo. Gonna wait for him to come back. What's that? Wait, what's this? What's that? Hold on. What's this? What's that? What? Oh, okay. Never mind. Never mind. Doody 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 doo. Doody 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 doo. Doody 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 doo. Doody doody doo. Doody 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 doo. Doody 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 doo. Doody doody doo. Doody 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 doo. Gonna drink a sody. Delicious sody. Doody 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 doo. Doody 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 doo. Waiting for my friend to come back. Doody doody doo. Doody doody doo. Doody 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 doo. Doody 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 doo. Doody doody doo. Doody 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 doo. Doody doody doo. Doody 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 doo. Ba-ba-da. Need to wait for my friend to come back. Doody doody doo. Doody doody doo. Gonna figure out who the mastermind is. Doody doody doo doo. And they're gonna lose. Doody doody doo. And everything gonna be great. Doo doo doo. And we're not gonna die probably. Maybe. Who knows? Doody doody doo. Doody doody doo. Doody doody doo. Da-da-ba-ba-da. Go.
Hello?
Hello.
Yep, sorry about that.
It's cool. It's cool. You ready?
Yep, when you were.
The reason such an elaborate plan was possible is because the two of them were working together.
So Mukuro, the ultimate despair, teamed up with someone like her. In other words, it would be fair to say that Junko herself was also the ultimate despair.
What's wrong? Lost the will to fight back?
I think he's just afraid.
Afraid? What's that mean, afraid?
What I say?
So, not responding to the argument. Nitpicking it. Yeah, I'm convinced
Fear is only
Monokuma.
possible where hope is possible. I only have despair, so fear is an alien concept to me.
Then why haven't you been saying anything?
Because it's a bunch of nonsense. Junko's my secret identity? As if.
Then why did you try and protect Junko's real identity?
Ooh.
I tried to protect her identity? When did I do that?
So he still refuses to admit it, but he can try to deceive us all he wants. It doesn't matter, because I've already figured it out. He tried to hide Junko's identity not just once, but twice. First time was during our latest investigation. The photos. What matters preserving the right evidence? What? Oh,
Shoot!
did it in the wrong order. To fucking make it. Don't make it. Whatever.
I got it!
So dumb.
While I was in the AV room,
I'm redoing that because that's just stupid.
Then why?
Because it. Then I quit.
There we go.
I got it! While I was in the AV room, watching the DVD of our interviews with the headmaster.
It wasn't just a monitor, the DVD player itself had apparently turned off, which of course meant that the DVD wasn't playing anymore. What the heck just happened? Oopsie, looks like it broke. Out of service. What, it just happened to break just now? Now then, when, doesn't matter. Failure can strike anywhere, anytime. That's what failure is, right?
You made sure I couldn't finish watching the video. And the reason you did that is because you didn't want me to see the real Junko, did you?
Oh, yeah! If everyone was in that video, of course Junko would have had to show up.
And if Makoto saw the real Junko, it would have been totally obvious that the Junko we met was an imposter.
That whole power outage thing was just a fluke.
No, it wasn't a fluke. The Mastermind definitely orchestrated that power outage. And that's not the only thing. They tried to hide Junko's identity. Mastermind tried to cover up one other piece of evidence. I gotta reveal that. Here we go again.
Better luck next time. Better luck next time. Better luck next time. Are you sure about this? You're getting all riled up. That's impossible.
This should prove it. The video wasn't the only thing you tried to cover up. You did the same thing with this group photo.
Gasp.
noticed it just a little while ago, when we were all comparing the photos we got. In all the photos, there's a certain similarity, an unusual circumstance.
What's so unusual about them?
The unusual circumstance come into all these pictures. The unusual circumstance? Junko's face.
Junko's face. The one thing common to every single photo is that you can't see her face. It's hard to believe her face would just happen to be hidden in every single picture, don't you think? And on top of that, in this photo you can see that Mukuro is clearly visible. So in other words, at that point, the two of them hadn't switched yet. With all that in mind, there's no doubt that the girl whose face is hidden here is the real Junko. Which is why you had to have pictures that didn't show her face. Because if we could have seen her face, then it would have clearly revealed that the Junko in the pictures wasn't the Junko that we knew.
Yes.
Xanadu!
I believe everything Makoto said is true. Junko and Mukuro switched places before we met either of them.
So she killed Mukuro, who had taken her place, making it look like she'd died. And the real Junko is still alive.
Yes.
And she's the one behind this whole murderous situation. This killing game. She's the true mastermind and the ultimate despair.
Xanadu times 2!
With this, the identity and the crimes of the Mastermind have been exposed.
No, wait, hold on!
Don't bother trying to deny it. There's no more room for debate. You don't have anywhere left to run. I'll prove everything. Right now.
Here we go. Okay.
Grand finale time.
Okay. That. Okay. Okay, and then later on. Got the body out. Put it out. Put the mask on.
When she confronts
Got the knife. And then try to stab. But then
bottom right.
Murkuro, yeah, Kyoko came in. And then ran past Kyoko, got out. Put the mask on the body. Take on the body. But then Toko got up to it and it exploded.
The killer is you. We met the ultimate fashionista, Junko and Oshima, right after we all arrived here. But that wasn't the real Junko. The girl we saw before us was actually the 16th student who had taken Junko's place. And that
she was
girl's
wearing the
name
wig?
was Mukuro Ikusaba. But it wasn't long before she died at the hands of Monokuma. In other words, the mastermind, Junko and Oshima.
She got betrayed.
Her body was kept in a biolab, which had been converted into a morgue. Until Junko decided to put her body to use. Junko dragged the body out of the biolab, using the tarp to carry her to the garden. She fabricated the murder to try and frame Kyoko, who proved to be one big thorn in her side. Meanwhile, she wanted us all to think Mukuro was still alive, and so she put on a mask and then attacked me. After making sure I'd gotten a good look at the mask, she left the room. Then Then she put the same mask on Mukuro's body. This was all to make us think the person who attacked me and the corpse were one and the same. She wanted us to believe the murder had only recently taken place. Finally, by strapping a bomb to the body, she was able to destroy any remaining evidence. She needed to hide the body's true identity. She had to make sure we didn't find out it was actually the same person we'd met in the beginning. This is the truth behind Mukuro's murder. And the one who carried it all out is the true mastermind. The one controlling Monokuma. The real Junko Enoshima.
Yes.
What she looked like.
Well, we shall see.
That's the whole story behind this incident. Well, what do you have to say to that?
What? Are you broken again?
You can't get out of this, so don't even try.
Come on! It's time you finally revealed yourself!
It's not
Shut
like
up.
you're
Shut
an
up, Hero. You
endangered
didn't do anything.
species or something. How long do you plan to keep hiding?
Give it up, Junko. The game's over.
Over? Did you really think the story would end once we reached the climax of the case? Wrong!
Yes.
There's still plenty more to go!
We have been waiting so very long for peasants like you to appear. If you
your
swear
real
your
voice.
fealty to us,
Just like-
we will reward you with half of the entire world. We've even drawn up the deed already. We will grant you honor, status, and some of our home cooking. Have you made your choice? Will you serve under us?
Oh, did you think I was being serious? Sorry, I was just messing with you. It's been so long since I've had an audience. Even I'm not sure what kind of role I'm supposed to play.
This is the mastermind? She's the real Junko Enoshima.
Anyway, looks like I've finally been set free. Having to play Monokuma all the time, day after day. It was like I was stuck in purgatory. Or like a slow suicide. I get bored so easy, you know?
Face.
Huh? What about my face? What's wrong with my beautiful face? People have told me I'm cuter than 100 chihuahuas combined.
I feel like this isn't the first time I've seen you.
No, I do remember seeing it. I'm sure I've seen yours too somewhere. Before Rising.
That's right. It was before I ever came to this school. I remember seeing a magazine cover. And you were on it.
Wow, you have a pretty good memory. I guess that's why you've made it this far, huh?
So I was right. Then what you told me in the main hall when this all began.
I've seen her on tons of magazine covers, but I feel like that doesn't quite match up to reality. Huh? Oh, are you talking about my cover photos and junk? Well, of course, it was totally photoshopped.
Nope, that wasn't
Yeah,
mine.
you
that's,
know.
That's really subtle.
Edited to hell and back with, like, computers and junk. Oh, so they aren't real.
Sometimes a little lie is necessary to keep things moving along. Wouldn't you agree?
That explains why she didn't quite seem the same. Because she was a different person all along.
I'm me. And Mukuro is Mukuro. She tried her best. but there's just no way she could have passed as the ultimate fashionista. Two people can never become one as long as the walls of mind and body exist.
He could have not killed her off. There's that too.
Not even
But
if they're twins.
Twins?
I
Yep.
know, it's such a cliche, right? I'm almost embarrassed to admit it. So basically, Mukuro and I had your stereotypical twin relationship.
Stereotypical.
The older sister, tough and proud. That was Mukuro. The younger sister, smart and cute. That was...
Me! Junko fucking Enoshima! And together, we were the Despair Sisters, aka the Ultimate Despair!
Whoa! She's a totally different person now.
Like I said, I get bored easy as hell. I even get fucking bored with myself. But if you're twins, why do you have different last names? Oh, that again? You have any idea how many times people ask me that shit? Maybe it's new to your dumb ass, but it bores me to tears. Answering the same questions over and over? Just make up whatever answer you want. I don't give a shit. The truth's fucking lame anyway.
But if she was your twin, that means you killed your own sister?
And for reasons deeper and darker than the ocean. Ha! As if.
Well, I suppose I'd better explain.
I'm like 20 times more annoyed that I wrote Toko. Like, it doesn't even compare.
It's
Just give me Toko back, please.
it's a
I'd
bit
rather her
different.
sneeze at it.
Junko is actually doing this on purpose.
I know.
Well,
That's why it's
Toko
20 times more
doesn't.
irritating, though.
For my plan to work, someone had to be able to control the killing game from behind the scenes. The so-called Mastermind had to operate Monokuma, keep an eye on everyone, things like that. But after looking at the situation, I determined it would be impossible for Mukuro to perform such duties. Because naturally, she turned out to be the letdown of the family, leaving me behind to run off and join some band of mercenaries. Such a disappointment. So, I decided to play the role of director and have her join the rest of you in your school life. I could have let her work alongside me, but she would have been useless to me that way. Besides, 15 students seemed like a solid number to start with. Of course, the fact that she was the ultimate soldier posed something of a problem. She had what I call the three atrocities. Atrociously rank, atrociously filthy, atrociously repulsive. It was atrociously clear just how out of touch she was with the rest of society. Meanwhile, my ultimate fashionista status has an undeniable appeal that I didn't want to go to waste.
And that's why you switched identities?
Sadly, her inability to match my personality was even greater than I'd calculated. It was a lost cause. She was nothing more than a bit player, an extra unworthy of lines. Being the utter disappointment that she was, anyone would have expected her to get killed off right away, which is precisely why I killed her, to meet everyone's expectations.
That can't be your only reason, can it?
Well, no, of course not. I also did it to avoid becoming bored.
I've never been a stickler for following a plan to the letter, you know? If I planned everything out and knew just what was gonna happen, that'd be so boring. So, I changed things just a bit and decided to use Mukuro to make a little point.
In other words, Mukuro's death was a one-sided, premeditated act of betrayal. Just as I suspected. When Mukuro was killed, she must have been as surprised as anybody else.
What? Huh? This wasn't supposed to. Why me?
So, you figured it out? Well, you're right. There's no way Mukuro could have pulled off such a convincing performance. But she did teach you all a very valuable lesson, don't you think?
How can you talk like that? You sacrificed your own sister. How does that not even bother you?
What?
And then you used
I
your corpse again
sacrificed
later,
her?
too.
That's what's got you so hot under the collar? Jeez, misunderstandings sure are scary. We were the ultimate despair, you know? So we never had any kind of hope or expectations. Nope, I felt despair as long as I can remember. Like I never should have been born at all.
Oh, we can fix that.
When I was born, I cried tears of total despair. So that's why for us, it's not a big deal whether we die or kill. We're just those kinds of people. We can do anything. We've always been filled with despair. So when we do something, we go all the way and live without regret.
So you just murdered your own sister and didn't think anything of it?
That's not true at all. We were twins. How could I not be sad? That's why it gets me so excited.
Huh?
Killing my precious sister with my own two hands. That act is filled with so much despair. You can't help but put a super in front of it. It's like super, 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 super despair. No, more than that. Super, 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 super despair. It just feels so good.
What the hell is wrong with you?
And my sister too. In that moment of death, I think she must have felt that despair. After all, to be murdered by your own sister, and only as an example to someone else. She must have died feeling such excruciating hopelessness. I'm so jealous of her. Super jealous.
I knew you couldn't be just some ordinary person. You're some kind of abnormality.
Turning your own despair into some kind of fetish. Abnormality doesn't even begin to describe it.
Like, Genocide Jill is crazy for sure, but this is a whole nother level of nuts!
You're saying I don't compare to some lowly beast that can only kill the weak, right? So I'm hopelessly attractive, hopelessly brilliant, hopelessly athletic. I'm the hopelessly perfect ultimate human.
No. I
Sure,
don't think
growing
there's
on top of
anything
your hair.
perfect about anything you just said.
Yeah, Master's way more perfect. Because on top of everything else, he's got that noble blood.
Don't you mean had that noble blood?
What did you just say? What do you mean by that?
Is that a secret?
You still haven't figured that part out yet? Man, you guys are so slow!
A little bit of a mystery still left.
You haven't even solved all the mysteries, and yet here you are, yapping away!
Are you talking about our memories?
You've already solved this mystery, right? I'm the killer! So how about the next one? Maybe you should solve the riddle of your missing memories. Then you can start gloating!
Damn straight! That's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to solve all these mysteries. And then, we'll have our victory!
I can't!
Alright, then let's just get straight to the point. What memories did you steal from us?
When the group pictures were taken, and those interviews, it must mean... I got it! It must have something to do with our entrance exams.
No fair! At least give us a hint!
Your brains are like sponges, all drippy and leaky. I already gave you a hint before. All the memories you lost share something in common with a few other things. Do you recall?
No, because we literally lost the memories, so we don't recall.
Those memories that were stolen from us. The motives.
You're talking about the motives you provided to try and get us to kill each other, right?
So you do remember after all. Well, I would hope you wouldn't forget something so important. It was stupid of me to even ask. I apologize from the bottom of my heart for my bad manners. So then, let me ask you another question. Did you notice that each motive I presented you had a specific theme to it?
Theme?
Yep, you got it. So that's my question to you all. When Sayaka was murdered, what was the theme of the motive I presented?
Theme was the footage of my family. Sayaka's, her, and her friends. They had a dream they all shared. So the first murder, it was human connections.
The driving force behind the motive you presented us with at that point was human connections.
Ding, ding, ding. You got it. Remember those DVDs I gave you guys? Each video showed the total destruction of your most important relationships. For example, your family. For example, your friends. I ruined all those relationships and showed you the results. It was to motivate your desire to escape and kickstart your urge to kill. But still, what a cruel thing to do.
You're the one that did it!
Yes, well, I'm perfectly happy to accept your disapproval.
Okay! Time for the next question! So, what was the theme for the second motive?
For the second murder, the motive theme was, that's what, when we got those weird envelopes from Monokuma. Mine mentioned how I used to wet the bed. So the theme that was, past.
I got it! It was our past, right?
Yay! Makoto got it right again! That time, the theme was... embarrassing memories and secrets! Yeah! And the whole reason Mondo did what he did was to protect his secret.
So, how long do you plan on dragging this out?
Relax, relax. Okay, on to the next question. So, what was the motive for the third murder?
There's less by European castle and lived there with a bunch of handsome men. So that time, it was greed.
It was money, wasn't it? Greed.
Go. Plain and simple on that one.
Seek and destroy! Hell yeah, you got it again! Goddamn straight it was money! Celeste killed Hifumi and Taka for a little personal gain. Her greed led to all kinds of death and destruction.
What's the point of all this? Why are you making us go through this case by case?
Don't worry, sweet cheeks. Just one more to go. Now, can you tell me the motive behind crazy-ass Sakura's crazy-ass death?
Motive in the case of Sakura's death was... what was it that made Sakura decide to kill herself? Had to do with Monokuma exposing Sakura's secret. So the theme of the motive was... betrayal.
In her case, it was betrayal.
Precisely. You see, once I revealed Sakura's betrayal, that led to everything that came afterwards. Anyway, it looks like you answered all of my questions correctly. How painfully delightful.
But what's the point? What meaning is there in asking those questions now?
Relationships? Secrets? Money? Betrayal? These are all pretty standard motives, right? The most normal of normal. Totally middle of the road.
But of course, those aren't the only motives that exist in this world. In fact, there are as many reasons to kill as there are people on Earth. They compel humans to kill each other, bringing despair to the world. This is what we refer to as the Seed of Despair.
Seed of despair?
Just as water, air, and food promote growth in living things, the Seed of Despair also needs nourishment. And that nourishment is hope. Despair can grow only in the presence of hope. Two sides of the same coin, divided by a razor-thin line. Such is hope and despair.
How much longer is this stupid speech of yours? Weren't we discussing our missing memories? Why are you trying to change the subject?
If you would listen, you would see I'm not changing the subject. We are discussing your memories. What I'm trying to say is, the Seed of Despair is closely tied to your own memories.
How so?
You see, by taking away your memories, I gave you hope. Of course, that hope merely existed to be consumed by despair.
How could taking away someone's memories give them hope?
And plus, you haven't given us any hope anyway!
Is that so? All you've been able to think about during your time here is how to escape, right? The mere fact that that's what you want proves I gave you hope.
What are you talking about?
If none of you wanted to escape this school, the killings never would have taken place. That is why we took your memories, so that you would have the desire to leave.
The only reason we want to leave is because you took our memories. Is that what you're saying?
Correctamundo!
Which means if we did have our memories, then we wouldn't want to leave. Do I understand that right?
What? Why the hell would having our memories make us not want to leave?
That would make sense.
A most troubling thought, isn't it? But
That would make sense.
Not enough. I want more distress, more despair.
It makes sense because in the videos that we have with the headmaster, where we're saying that we want to stay, clearly we have a motivation for wanting to stay at the school forever.
Yup.
And that was when before we had our memories wiped or spliced or whatever the heck happened to us. We don't even know what happened to us at this point.
Yep.
I put so much effort into creating hope in order to feed your despair and make it grow. So, just like Crazy Eddie slashing his prices and passing the savings on to you, let me give you a hint.
Huh? Really? Then hurry up and tell us.
Okie dokie. Like they say, seeing is believing. I'd like for you to see the outside world.
Oh boy. The
Oh.
outside world?
You mean the world beyond the school walls?
So something really did happen out there.
Now are you interested in what I have to say? You wanna see what's out there? Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. I wanna see too. See your faces sink into despair. Now then, open sesame! Behold, the world beyond the school walls! This is the outside world you've all been so anxious to claw your way back into.
Oh boy.
That is depressing. That is extremely depressing. You know what? Just give me some video games and just lock me in a school, please. Thanks.
Dangerous. The world has grown so very dangerous. That's what this means.
What are you talking about? None of this makes any sense.
What am I looking at?
This is a scene from a movie or something, right?
What you just saw, all of you should recognize it.
We should recognize it? What about it should we recognize?
Is
This
that the
whole
terrible
is
thing?
Insane.
That world is locked away within the memories that were taken from you. If you can't remember, please just try. Do your best to try and recall.
Better kick your brain in the ass, cause it's up to that gray lump whether you live or die. I don't remember ain't a fucking excuse no more, cause now it's time for the final class trial.
Oh boy.
Well, I got a dumb question.
Mm-hmm.
She claims that she's streaming this or she's broadcasting this.
Yeah.
But the whole world's in disarray. Who's watching this if everybody's out in the street? You know, it's pandemonium.
Well, like satellites and stuff, which still work.
But when it comes to that
Yeah,
crazy,
but-
confusing video you showed us,
I don't know. It seems like there's no audience. If they're all... if
Well, there's
everything's
still
chaos.
some people alive and
Is
stuff,
this another one of your practical jokes?
as you saw in the video of the people with the masks.
Telling us to remember, but what am I supposed to be remembering? Nobody can remember anything.
Nobody?
No, that's wrong.
I think someone might remember.
Actually, she might remember.
Because somebody Let's share memories with somebody who clearly did forget.
Who might remember?
The other Toko. Genocide Jack.
What?
The two of them share certain
Yeah.
kinds of knowledge. But their memories aren't linked, right?
I see. If their memories are separate, then even if one personality's forgotten, there's a chance the other may still have those memories.
What do you say, Toko?
Are you telling me to swap places with her?
Yeah.
No! Absolutely not! That'd be like forfeiting my entire identity!
Toko, you're the only one we can rely on now.
H.
That's quick.
It's me, your friendly neighborhood serial killer. Boy, she just gave in like it was nothing.
Yup.
I'm going to ask you a question, and I want to have it answered immediately. Do you know anything about this video?
Huh? What video?
The video that's playing right now.
Who the hell are you?
Oh, I'm the Mastermind.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
That's enough! Just look at the stupid screen.
Aye, aye, Roger, you got it, Captain.
Well, does it look familiar?
I don't have all the details, but of course it does.
Then you remember all the
jeez.
stuff it's showing?
Of course I do.
So you didn't lose your memory after all.
Then why didn't you say something earlier? I only answer questions when someone bothers to ask me. I'm the quiet type, you know.
Right.
Oh my God, she's the worst liar in the world.
More importantly, if you really do remember, what is it?
Huh? What's the matter, Master? Do you really not remember the tragedy?
The tragedy?
Oh no! You seriously forgot? Maybe I can help you remember with a kiss.
Just answer the question. What happened out there?
Well, I can't really say if it happened or if it's still happening, but it was the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history.
What?
Why is that phrase coming up now?
Because it's all because of that event. What is? Are you serious? I'm talking about the way the world is now.
Is now?
The world's been destroyed, get it?
Destroyed?
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Copy that, darling. Okay, so this big, awful, tragic event, they started just calling it the tragedy, happened about a year ago. It was so big and so bad that even this murderous fiend went pale at the sight of it. I guess you could say what happened was man-made. But it was more on the level of a worldwide natural disaster. Either way, there's no doubt that it was the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. And as a result, in basically no time flat, the world turned out the way it did, and that's that.
You know, that's that.
Yeah, just casually. Yeah.
That's all there is to it? Come on! There wasn't a single concrete description in there!
Well, it just so happens I don't know any of the specifics. Miss Moreau saw it all play out in real time, so why don't you ask her?
We already did, and she didn't know anything. That's why we're asking you.
I couldn't live up to Master's expectations! To die! To die! This is the true tragedy!
Okay, that's enough of your little lover's quarrel. Whatever happened, it doesn't matter at this exact point in time, right? The end justifies the means. Everything serves the outcome. In other words, the world has ended. That's the important thing.
How can the world just end? It's the world!
Calm down. It's okay. There's no need to panic. Every living person will be dead in 100 years anyway, so the world ending isn't that big a deal.
Oh, come on. Now you're just being ridiculous.
Well, as long as we're being ridiculous. I have another ridiculous story to tell you. It's the story of the Tagami Corporation. which has given Byakuya's life all its meaning.
What? What did you say?
I'm glad to see you took the bait. You bit into it like a middle-aged secretary at an all-you-can-eat cake buffet.
Hey! So, what do you think happened to the Togami family?
Correct! Well done, peasant!
But I didn't say anything yet.
I just got so fucking bored waiting, I couldn't help it! Even if you're wrong, eventually you'll figure it out, right? Till then, you're just going in circles.
So, no matter what you pick, you get the right answer. Pretty innovative, don't you think?
But do you think it might be a disease? Getting bored so easy, I mean. Do you think I might be sick?
Anyway, like I was saying, Byakuya's entire lineage has been totally annihilated.
What? What the hell are you talking about?
I can confirm that his entire family has died. Even the distant relatives. The Togami name has perished.
Stop with these idiotic jokes!
Stop! And said with such authority. A peasant would dare challenge us? The avatar of divine punishment? You must learn your place, peasant. You are no longer the ultimate affluent progeny.
They couldn't possibly be gone! The Togami family is destined to guide the world!
Hell, there is no world anymore, remember? It got fucked a full year ago.
Hold on. That doesn't make any sense.
Huh? I don't make sense.
There's no way that happened a year ago. I mean, we only came to this school a few weeks ago. If some kind of world-ending event happened a year ago, then how do you explain the totally normal world we were living in up till then?
Have you considered the possibility that you're mistaken about that?
Mistaken?
Well, if I'm understanding you right, it sounds like you think the tragedy happened a year before you arrived here.
Well, yeah. I mean, like he said, we just got here a few weeks ago.
A few weeks ago? Ooh, I get it. You're saying that what happened 2 years ago actually happened more recently, right?
Huh? 2 years ago?
Well, I mean, you guys all started attending Hope's Peak Academy 2 years ago.
Wait, what? 2 years ago. Does that mean?
Explains the pictures.
What the hell is this chick trying to say?
And there goes my simulation or time travel, whatever theory,
I
out the window.
understand why you
Feels
had
bad.
trouble
Everybody's dead.
accepting it, but in the end, you can't deny the truth. And the truth is, everything is cause and effect. Deny that, and you may as well give yourself up to God. So, you must surely understand all the hints I've given you so far, right? What are the memories I took from you?
Now,
Mimi still don't want to kill you though.
answer with all your heart and soul.
How are we supposed to answer?
I just don't know what's going on anymore.
Hero's broken. And Togabi is yeah. So we have to answer somehow. We don't. Everything ends here. The memories that were stolen from us. If what Junko says is true, if we first came here 2 years ago, then the rest of us only remember getting here within the last few weeks or so. The memory she took? Our life at Hope's Peak Academy.
If we accept that what you say is true, then we've all lost our memories of the last 2 years after coming to this school.
Nope. No. I mean, no matter what anyone says,
Another correct answer. Well done, peasant.
Seriously? This routine again?
We've lost 2 years worth of memories?
That's right. You've already spent 2 full years here at Hope's Peak Academy. And that entire period of time is precisely what you've forgotten.
I don't remember the last 2 years of my life? That's not possible!
I want to think that too. I don't want to believe it. that's nothing but her desire. I don't want to believe. I don't want it to be impossible. I want it to be impossible. But if it's the truth, then we have to accept it. Wait.
This one. Memories. I could never lose something like that.
We've been living here for 2 years? Hell no! That's impossible! I mean, I haven't gone to any awesome school events or anything! Heck, I've never even gone to a single class!
No, it's wrong!
You have.
Hero, there's something I'd like you to take a look at. This notebook right here.
Huh? Hey, why's my name written on it?
I found it in the locker room on the 2nd floor. If you don't mind, could you take a look inside?
Sure, whatever you want. But I've never seen this notebook before in my life.
What's that? Is something wrong?
It's kinda similar. No, even more than that. This is absolutely my handwriting, without a doubt! But how is this? I don't remember ever writing in this thing! No way!
It looks like you actually did attend class here at Hope's Peak. But somehow, you forgot all about it.
Lies! It's all one big lie!
I don't want to believe it either. But there's also no explanation for this pocketbook.
And whose pocketbook is that?
It's mine. And the handwriting inside is also mine. There's no doubt about it. But just like Hero, I have no memory of ever writing in it.
And the reason for that is the 2 years of missing memories?
After seeing all the evidence, do you have any choice but to acknowledge the truth?
Isn't it just so desperately dark? The mystery solved, but it's like a goddamn funeral in here! Shit, man! I've never been to a funeral! Hell yes!
2 years of school life. How many moments of blossoming youth have you missed out on? How many fun classes? How many school events? This was your chance to build lasting friendships, right? And on top of that, something tragically sad happened 1 year ago. The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. Right before everyone's eyes, the world came crashing down. You absorbed all that despair, but then you forgot it all. And once you'd forgotten, you made the choice to subject yourselves to this killing game. Oh, and there's one other thing. To be even more precise, the memories you all lost were...
Actually, never mind. I'm bored. Explaining stuff is boring.
What?
We are bored of this world. Everyone always talks big, declaring all the great. This world is just so desperately fucking boring!
What are you talking about?
In a way, I'm jealous of all of you. To give yourself over so completely to such stimulating despair.
Yeah, so figure out the rest for yourselves! I'm sick of expositioning all this shit!
Figure out what?
Figure out where your memories come apart. That's at the heart of all of this.
Where our memories come apart. She's talking about the moment when we must have lost our memories? I can only think of one time. Just after I stepped foot in the main hall. When I fainted.
The moment I lost my memories. I can't think of any time other than that day.
Get so close. Almost there.
When I first came to the gates of this school and stepped foot in the main hall, when I passed out, I was overcome with a strange sensation.
Wow, you still have enough spirit to keep on talking, huh? So I don't know much about the details, but it seems like everyone remembers passing out, right? And your sense of time got all messed up because of the memory loss after that? I guess it must have been something like that.
After I passed out, I woke up in a classroom, with my head on a desk. I assumed not much time had passed since I'd collapsed in the main hall.
But instead, 2 whole years had gone by.
The reason it felt so short was because our memories of the time in between had been completely removed.
You got it,
Can't
honey.
live.
2 years of memories? Gone. Which means, of course,
You can't live for 2 years though. You die of dehydration or whatever. You can't
Well,
sit on a desk.
No,
for
they
2
weren't.
years.
They weren't sitting on the desk for 2 years. They
Okay.
had lived for 2 years through Hope's Peak Academy.
And that spot right there is when she reset and basically wiped everybody's memories.
Yes. So when they woke up on the desk or wherever they woke up was the moment when they lost their memories, like right after. Yeah.
When everyone met for the first time, it wasn't actually for the first time. Unaware of this fact, you took the time to introduce yourselves to each other, but
by that point, we'd already spent 2 years together at the school. That's what those photos reveal, isn't it?
Yep, that's what they reveal. You were all such close friends. You spent 2 years together, and then you started killing each other. And it was all so you could escape into a world that's already been annihilated. What a terribly tragic tale. Even if you left now, there's nothing you could do to fix it.
You're the one who set things up to be like this!
I love you all so much.
What?
Let me kill her
Once
again.
your school life here began, I thought about you constantly. It's only natural that I would fall in love.
So, since I love you guys so much, I'll tell you all about it. All about the idea we came up with as the ultimate despair. Our plan to bring despair to all mankind.
The ultimate despair? All mankind.
Let's go back in time 2 years, okay? Back to when everyone first came to this school. School life during that first year overflowed with hope and happiness. Oh boy, it was just the worst. Everyone was enjoying themselves so much. You were all having the time of your lives.
But that couldn't last forever, of course. The peacefulness only made it through that first year. Because after that, an event unfolded that hammered a soul-crushing despair into all of humanity. The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. The tragedy. All too soon, the world's days of peace came to a bloody end. And as you can imagine, the school was no exception. The tragedy even made its way here, leading to the extermination of most of the students.
What are you?
What do you mean?
The most tragic event in human history, and the ultimate despair that caused it. I can't believe it's all because of just you and Mukuro. Was it some kind of organization? An angry mob? An incredibly motivated family?
You have a point. If I had to describe it, I'd say it was none of those. How can I put it? It was more of an ideological thing. Despair is contagious, you know. It's almost like a natural phenomenon. Everyone is capable of it. And now the entire world has fallen into despair.
In other words, if you see despair as the enemy, then your enemy is the world itself.
I just don't understand why.
We didn't ask you to try to understand. This was a tangent anyway, unrelated to the matter at hand.
Okay, so let's get back to the story. Hope's Peak had taken so much damage. You guys were the only survivors. The members of the 78th class of Hope's Peak Academy were the only ones left.
And then, something super neat happened! Now pay attention, because this is important, and I'm only gonna say it once! So guess what? To protect everyone who had survived, Hope's Peak was transformed into a shelter! That's right! It was transformed into a shelter! Ah! I said it twice!
Now, someone was responsible for that transformation, for creating what would eventually become your prison. Do any of you know who that might have been?
Wanna turn Hope's Peak into a shelter? Where's the headmaster?
Could only have been the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy. He wanted to turn the school into a shelter to try and protect us. To protect us from the despair and tragedy taking place outside. That's why he asked us to make that promise. To say that we were willing to live in this school forever.
We believe he had something like that in mind, yes. If you, the collective hope of a new generation, could survive, maybe the world could have a fresh start.
Yeah, the headmaster put that much faith in you.
And because we had that same hope, that's why we all agreed to live here forever.
But creating the shelter was also his single biggest mistake. It's laughable, really. He was the headmaster, but he had no idea. He had no idea that we, the ultimate despair, had already made our way into the school. So what was supposed to be a shelter to keep you safe became a cage that made it impossible for you to escape despair. I have to say, it really helped me out a lot. It saved me a ton of time.
By the way, it was you yourselves who blocked off the windows, the doors, all the exits. Under the headmaster's direction, you all went about your work like obedient little sheep.
You mean we trapped ourselves in here?
And then you forgot all about it and started bitching about how you were trapped in here.
Once you'd finished building your little shelter, it was time for me and Mukuro to get to work. And thus began the killing game.
Me and Mukuro had come here, spending the last 2 years waiting for that moment.
That moment where you all began killing each other served as the climax of our global despair plan.
And the only reason you survived the tragedy was so that you could be a part of it.
You only let us live so we could go around killing each other? Is that what you're saying?
Why? Why would you do that?
Because this was so much more than a simple high school death match. Rather, it was a method to hunt down and destroy every last remaining speck of hope in the world.
What are you saying?
Well, it would seem that there's a little bit left out there. A few souls unwilling to give up hope. So I thought I should show them, which is why I...
Well, why don't you tell me?
Mastermind did show everyone the outside world. That was... Do.
Hijack?
Yeah, hi. Oh, alright. Hijack the airwaves.
Understand? You're talking about you hijacking the airwaves, aren't you?
Uh-huh. That's exactly what I'm talking about. To show the world the murders taking place at this school, which was meant to be a symbol of hope.
That was the whole point of the ultimate despair. When I said climax, that was what I was talking about. The world watched as you fell into despair and began to kill each other one after another. Despair is as contagious as any disease. Any hope left turns to despair.
Isn't the power of television just amazing? By the way, since we started broadcasting, a whole bunch of people have tried to come and rescue you.
Are you serious?
But utilizing the heavy weaponry I installed around the school grounds, I had no problem expelling them.
Expelled them?
I have to thank you all. They were a relentless bunch, refusing to give up on hope and trying to force their beliefs on the world. But in the end, I was able to give them the final despair. Death.
So you just used us? To bring despair to everyone in the outside world?
Well, sure, but I also gave you a second chance at life, right? So it's like, give and take.
Give and take? You're so full of shit!
Makoto language.
And there's a
Nah,
reason
I'm
I
with
chose
Makoto
you
on this
guys
one.
to survive when all the other students were dropping like flies. I mean, we built up 2 years of memories together. You were all my treasured classmates.
Sorry, that's a lie. I just figured you'd despair even more when you found out a friend had betrayed you.
And that's the truth, which is what you wanted, right? So, does it make you feel utterly lost and hopeless? You solved the mystery, but despair at the truth, right?
Don't tell me. Did you seriously count on the possibility that we would solve your mystery?
And if we did, then what? Our final desire for creating this world of despair was so we could experience one last class trial. If you were bold enough to solve the mystery, only to discover that the truth was utterly hopeless, how would you react? What would you do?
See? Discovering the truth doesn't necessarily lead to a sense of hope.
Truth can be full of despair, too. Like right fucking now.
Truth, full of despair. That's...
Not to mention, all those motives I talked about were totally meaningless. I mean, with the world having ended and all.
Meaningless? Then we've been murdering each other for nothing?
And think about it. You chose to lock yourselves up here, then started murdering each other to get out.
We weren't just random strangers either. We were classmates. We'd spent 2 years together.
No, even I can't laugh at that.
We get it. We get it, okay? You're totally awesome, right? We get it already. So help us. I'll do anything. Just help me.
A peasant begging for his life? Oh, how delightful! We've never witnessed such a travesty firsthand.
But I'm sorry to say, begging doesn't work on me. All I want is despair, and there's no reason for it. And since there's no reason, there's no argument against it. There's just no understanding it. No argument, no understanding. What better definition of ultimate despair could there be?
Wait, hold on. You've just been going on about whatever you feel like, but there's no real reason for us to believe anything you have to say.
Huh?
You say the world's fallen apart, but I haven't seen it for myself. So I don't acknowledge it. I don't accept it as the truth.
Until you see it with your own eyes. Truth and falsehood overlap one another. In other words, you're not unlike Schrodinger's cat right now. Is that what you're saying? If so, what then?
Are you saying you won't accept the truth until you can go outside and see for yourself? Well, you better not. You go out into that world and you're all goners for sure. Trust me, I'm not lying about any of this.
Well, even if it's all true, I refuse to give in. I refuse to lose to you. For the sake of everyone you've killed.
Huh? Everyone I've killed? What are you talking about? You're the ones who killed them!
I didn't kill anyone. I simply gave you a little nudge in the right direction.
You did kill your sister.
Yeah.
though.
You to start killing each other.
That's yeah.
You're nothing but
That's-
bloodthirsty animals.
That's why anyone was murdered here, peasant.
Say what you want about hope, but we're all creatures of instinct, right? Despair comes naturally.
Hell yes! That's funny as shit!
No! This isn't just some game to us. It's murder! Plain and simple. You stole our memories, invented reasons for us to do it. You pushed us all into a corner. It's all your fault!
You certainly have a talent for passing the buck, don't you? That must be your hope, huh? But we don't have much time left to keep up this banter. We have to draw things to a close soon.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the vote, of course. You didn't forget about that little rule, did ya? Oh, and also, since this will be the last vote, I decided to change the rules.
What?
You guys so full of hope, and me so full of despair. I've decided to have you vote which one will be punished. If even one of you votes to punish Hope, well then, I'll consider that a win for me and punish everyone on the side of Hope.
Even if it's just one person?
Oh, but don't worry, I won't be voting, of course.
Even if you don't, you've still got the upper hand in all this.
It's okay. Nobody would actually vote to kill themselves, right?
Oh, let me just mention one more thing. When I win to punish you guys, you'll have to stay here till you grow old and die. No fighting, no killing. That's your punishment.
What?
You mean we just...
We'd have to just live here?
She's saying she'll let us live.
If you're not happy with that, then go ahead and punish me. And make your way to the outside world.
Enter a world fallen from grace, where only despair exists, where you'd likely be dead within a day.
What are you saying? So no matter what, we're doomed.
Wait a sec! I just got hit with an inspiration bomb! Dying of old age is boring as shit, right? The audience at home isn't gonna dig that at all! So, here's what'll happen. One of you will get to experience an instant, super impressive punishment!
What? You can't just...
Do you mean to say you'll execute one of us?
And I get to decide who's gonna have to suck it down! Makoto, you're up!
Me?
Yeah, you've been acting up, causing all kinds of trouble. I hate you!
So let me make this clear. Everyone has two choices in front of them. If a single person votes for Hope to be punished, then only Makoto will receive a harsh punishment, and the rest of you will live here in peace.
If, on the other hand, you desire to see us punished, then you must all leave this place.
I will force
Ed,
you
you're not
out,
enforcing anything.
ensuring you all die horrible deaths in the outside world.
What I'm saying is, if you sacrifice Makoto, the rest of you will get to live out your lives.
Sacrifice me. But that's...
What? Has your resolve softened? Have you lost confidence? Are you afraid of being punished? Don't you have faith
Okay.
in your friends?
No, that's not it.
It's okay. You're right to be afraid. It would seem all of those around you have realized the futility of going against me.
Guys?
It's so beautiful. Your lovely faces, eroded by despair, have come together as one.
Besides, Yoko, you could never betray your father, could you?
What?
I mean, the headmaster's only wish was that all of you would survive, right? That's why he tried to trap you all here after all. The least you can do is try to honor your dead father's wishes.
Kyoko!
One person's despair is enough to seal your fate. Isn't that just the most hopeless outcome ever?
So, who do you think's gonna give in? Whose despair is gonna sign your death warrant?
No one. Nobody's gonna give in to despair! We're not gonna lose to you!
Boy.
So boring. Stubborn till the very end, huh? Well, that's fine. Then let's just hurry up and get it over with. It's time for the final vote. Everything will come to an end. Your stupid hope. And your stupid life!
Final vote. This is it. The ultimate confrontation. I have to show everyone. I have to make them remember. I have to convince them not to give up. To live in despair. That's not really living at all.
Here's a stupid question.
Yo.
And a bit of a hypocrisy for Junko. Isn't she giving us hope by making us, by trying to kill us off? She's giving the others hope to live in peace here by killing us off. Does that make sense?
But
the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
Don't lose hope now.
All my fortune-telling senses are telling me not to leave this place. But to live means moving forward, right? So even if it's hard, even if we're scared, we don't have any choice, do we? I want to keep on living. I want to open the next door. There must be something new waiting for me. So that's why, no matter what, I need to get out of here. The whole fortune-telling thing doesn't matter anymore. What matters is my own gut feelings.
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
I've decided to have faith in myself.
By the way, the air outside is totally polluted, you know. The only reason we're okay in here is thanks to the air purifiers in the physics lab.
Don't lose hope now.
I've been thinking about all this. And I was thinking, at a time like this, what would Sakura do? You only get stronger by taking adversity by the horns. Confront that thorny path with enthusiasm. That sounds like something she'd say, right? No. I think that's definitely what she'd say. Which is why yeah! I've made up my mind!
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end. By the way, the only reason we're okay is thanks to the air purifiers. Say whatever you want. I've made my decision.
If I die, the purifiers will screech to a halt. In other words, as soon as I die, the communal life you've all been living will come to an end.
meh.
Don't lose hope now.
I like how we're talking to the genocide, not Toko.
Yeah, talk together one, please.
I don't care either way. I'm fine with whichever one is more interesting. Actually, I may not look like it, but I always hated school. Hell, no matter how I look, still hate it. Oh, but no matter what, Master has to come along with us.
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end. By the way, the only reason is thanks to the air. Say whatever you want. If I die, in other words,
As the communal life you've all been living will come to an end.
I can keep on living as long as I have my master's love.
You don't have that
All
though.
of you will have to leave.
Don't tell her that.
You'll
Right
have to
after
go
the
to the
vote.
world outside, where only death and despair are waiting.
Don't lose hope now.
What's the matter? You're not actually trying to encourage me, are you? Ridiculous. It never even crossed my mind that I might give in to despair. But don't misunderstand me. I couldn't care in the slightest what happens to you. I just have
Hear
to
about
keep
you,
my
to
word.
dummy.
I swore I would end the life of the Mastermind. Besides, the Togami family isn't dead, because I'm still alive. So until I can restore the Togami family and bring it greater glory than it's ever known,
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
I've decided to have faith in myself.
By the way, the air outside is totally polluted, you know. The only reason we're okay in here is thanks to the air purifiers in the physics lab.
Say whatever you want. I've made my decision.
If I die, the purifiers will scream. In other words, as soon as the communal life you've all been living will come to an end,
I can keep on living as long as I have my master's law.
all of you will have to leave. You'll have to go into the world outside, where only death and despair are waiting.
I already said I would claim the Mastermind's life, by whatever means necessary.
So, what are you gonna do? Will you just die? Is that what you want?
Don't lose hope now.
I didn't really know my father, so I can't pretend to know what he was thinking. But even if we're just connected by blood, there's one thing I am sure of. He would never want us to abandon Makoto and choose to stay here. I can't explain why exactly. But if I'm sure of anything, I'm sure of that. Just because we don't actually know anything, does that mean we can't understand? Could it be that... No, never mind. So, Makoto, I don't think you wound up at this school because you had good luck or bad luck. I think you came here for a different reason entirely. You came here to bring down the ultimate despair. You came here to confront despair without ever giving up. And if that's true, I think we could call you the ultimate hope. What do you think?
What the hell are you? So uncool. Your stupid faces, the stupid things you've said, the stupid way you all treat each other. It's all so uncool, so unhip. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up! Lame, 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 lame!
I'm not any kind of elite anything. Hope isn't a talent you develop, but I still do. Here we go. The moment of truth.
You suck! What do you want? So uncool!
You dare to stand against us?
Hope is a joke. Outside is only despair.
Your idiocy ends here.
You're gross. You're scared, aren't you?
I just love despair.
You suck! What do you want? So uncool!
You're unbearable.
Despair into tomorrow.
Hope keeps on going. I refuse to give up. I refuse to get bored. I refuse to throw it all away. I refuse to despair. Because all I have going for me is the desire to keep moving forward.
What's going on? What's happening?
It's time. The end of the
Is this it?
trial. The trial is finished, so we just need the last little bit at the end.
Does she get mauled by bears? I hope she gets mauled by bears.
You'll see.
It looks like we've reached the end. I think it may be time to vote.
We just gotta pull the lever, right?
Good. I'm ready to go.
Let's put an end to these trials. Put an end to the killing. With our own hands.
Who is found guilty? Monokuma vote.
The hell?
Indeed.
You've lost, Junko.
I lost?
I lost. Me. No way.
Well, that's
He can't be! You still don't accept it? Even the ultimate despair herself is vulnerable to the onslaught of despair, it would seem.
What the heck?
But there's no use trying to fight it now.
Well, that's just totally the best!
Huh?
So this is despair.
We came to the school 2 years ago, created our incredibly detailed plan. I even killed my own sister for it.
And now
To come this far and fail at the very end.
True despair.
It's the most ultimate despair. What are you talking about?
And now
Don't you see? I was so hopelessly desperate. I was bored of the world the moment I was born. That's why I've been looking forward to this so desperately, this once-in-a-lifetime experience. This is my first and last colossal despair, here at the moment of death. To have the chance to taste the highest grade of despair, the utter failure of my dreams.
True despair.
I am so hopelessly happy right now.
Huh?
Wait, is she enjoying this? Anyway, are you prepared to admit defeat? You think I care whether I lost or won or lost? Either way, it doesn't change a thing.
Totally the best.
Outside is only despair. Inside is only despair. No matter where you look, there you go. Despair awaits you. That's not true.
Not possible.
You're wrong. Huh?
Don't make me
Let me
repeat
tell you
myself.
this right now. We no longer fear despair.
Okay.
Because we decided to enter the outside world with hope. Yeah, Makoto totally seduced us over to his side. That means yes. Everyone.
Hey,
You said that despair is a conscientious, is as contagious as any disease,
however,
but the same is true of hope. All you have to do is look at us to see how true that is. Kyoko! Stop it! I hate all those faces you're making! To see those awful looks causes me nothing but pain.
There's one
Fine,
last thing.
let me say one last thing. If you guys want to get all hung up on the word hope, that's no skin off my nose. But just be warned, from this point on, one despair after another will stand in your way. No matter where you run, no matter where you hide. Maybe you'll find some hope, but there is a very fine line dividing that hope from bitter despair. Knowing that, you still plan to cling to your hope. Of course, because we... Shut up! Shut up! That was a rhetorical question! You interrupted my monologue! I'm almost done though, so whatever. Because it's almost punishment time, right?
it can't
Do you really intend to go through with this? That was the agreement, right? Hold on! It's not like I want you to die. You don't have to.
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
What?
How many times do I have to tell you?
The act of living brings me no hope at all. All I want is to know all I want now is to taste that despair of death that you can only get once in life. So
Don't get in my way.
here we go.
So this is how the despair of death feels. It's so wonderful. Even a tenth of this despair, even 100th. I want every last soul on this planet to taste such despair. I want the entire world to die with that despair in its mouth. Okay, let's do this. I've reserved an extra special punishment for last. Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
Congratulations, Jinko has been found guilty. The time for the punishment.
Like how she walks willingly.
Yup.
Unlike everybody else who basically gets dragged.
Yep, it's time.
She's so happy.
Of course. This is the moment she's been waiting her entire life for. The ultimate punishment. 1,000 blows. Angel death.
She's going through everything.
Oh, the burning of the Versailles witch. Vacator destroyer. Blast off. Even the first thing. Whee! Boop. After school
Does it come out as a
lesson.
skeleton?
Nope. This is it. Like a kid going off to an amusement park.
And I'll never call Toko crazy ever again after seeing her.
There's the override.
So somebody could have stopped it, but they didn't.
Possibly,
Or
I think
she could have stopped
she
it.
could have stopped it, although the switch on it was turned off.
Hmm.
So I don't think she made it, or she just had it. But she didn't want it. And that's how everything came to an end. The final class trial. Junko Inoshima, the ultimate despair. Life at Hope Peak Academy. It was all over. Ultimate pain, ultimate suffering, ultimate despair, ultimate execution, ultimate death. Now just a little bit left to go. Monokuma hair tie! Hooray! But even after saying it was all over, it's not like the building exploded or collapsed in on itself or anything. That wasn't the kind of ending waiting for us. Nothing changed. Well, with one exception. The air purifiers turned off, just like Junko said. They shut off immediately. That was the only difference. Goodbye, Despair High School.
So she was telling the truth then.
We left.
About the outside world.
Well, we'll see. We left the courtroom and made our way into the main hall. We stood in front of the door. Nobody made a sound. I felt almost absent-minded. This was our epilogue before the final ending. We were stuck there in limbo, unmoving, unsure. But in the end...
Hey.
We can't just stand around like this forever. At some point, we need to leave. To nobody's surprise, it was Kyoko who broke the silence. Makoto, would you do the honors? Okay. As if awakened by Kyoko's words, I took out the object we'd gotten. Up until the moment of her death, it had belonged to Junko, and in the end, she dropped it before us.
So,
But is that really it? Oh, I think it's... Oh, wait, it's the button to open the thing. Is that really the key to this door?
Indeed.
You don't have to read into what she said too much to find the answer.
If, on the other hand, you desire to see us punished, then you must all leave this place.
I will force you out, ensuring you all die horrible deaths in the outside world.
In other words,
I'll force you out. She said that just before dropping that. It makes sense that it would be our way out of here. But you never know. Maybe it's actually a switch that's gonna make the school self-destruct. I mean, Junko never said specifically that she let us leave here alive.
it's true.
Actually, thought crossed my head, actually.
You may be right about that. Maybe.
Yes.
But even so, it's impossible to think we wouldn't take our chance with it. Yeah, I guess that's true. There's nothing to worry about. If something ever happens to Master, I take my scissors and jab him so far up. Hey, where's the courtroom? Where's the Mastermind? it's all over. We're just about to leave the school. What? Leave? Go outside? Then that means me and Master can get married? And then he'll give me a little jewel of a baby?
That's enough.
Please, stop. That would be a greater horror than anything I've encountered so far. Anyway, don't worry. I have no doubt that we'll be able to leave here without a problem.
But
It's what happens after we get out of here that I'm worried about. But you know, in the end, I think part of me still thinks
For serious?
maybe when we get out of there, we'll see that everything she said about the world is a lie. And that on the other side of this door is a world as peaceful as we remember. A lie. Peaceful as we remember. Well, no matter what it looks like, it's still our world. It's where we're meant to live. Yeah, I guess so. And how do I put this? Unlike this school, the world is really big, right? Since it's so big, I'm sure there must be some despair, no matter what. But there also has to be lots of hope, right?
In other words,
The act of searching for hope, to try and find it, that by itself is the true meaning of hope. As long as you have that hope, you can keep moving forward no matter what trouble you may fall into.
am I wrong?
Is that what you mean, Makoto? Yeah, that's pretty much the gist of it. I don't need any of you to spell that out for me. You know, Junko mentioned that there were still others out there who hadn't cast away hope just yet. Maybe I should find them and make them work for me. To rebuild the world, we must first rebuild the Togami dynasty. I'll go with you. I'll follow you wherever you want to go.
you got it.
Well, my first stop is gonna be the closest donut shop. I can figure out the rest from there.
Hey.
And what are you gonna do if there are no more donut shops? Or donuts?
Okay.
I'll just get some flour and make some myself. And if there's no flour, I'll just grow some wheat. Ah, I get it now. If there's no road, we just gotta build one. Creation. Faye is telling me to remake the world.
Could it be?
That's my hope.
How about
I've
that?
reached the next stage. The next chapter of Yasuhiro Gakure's life story is about to begin. Thanks, Hina. You totally opened my eyes. Hey, personal space buddy, you're seriously creeping me out.
Makoto.
Come on, Makoto. Even if everyone in the outside world is gone, even if the world is steeped in despair, as long as I have people like you around, I can face forward and keep moving. If we can get out of there and do something, have some sort of impact. But what can we do? There's so few of us, and we're so small. What can we do? No, we can probably do anything. Yeah, we can do anything.
Well, I guess this is goodbye. And goodbye to Sakura. But hey, if we gotta say goodbye, we may as well do it with a smile on our face.
Hey guys! You guys want your fortunes told anywhere, anytime. You just let me know. I'll be there.
You know how much I hate being annoyed, but if something does come up, you may as well let me know. I can't guarantee I'll actually bother listening, but, you know.
I don't know why, but I have a burning desire to start writing. I might be able to pull it off. A story about Master and me, and the others, I guess.
I can't say I'm sorry about what happened, but still, it does feel kind of strange.
I really don't know what to say. I guess we graduated?
It looks like hope really is spreading. As long as I never give up, I have to push even harder. I'm going to keep moving forward with hope in my heart. Since I have hope, I can show courage. Since I have hope, I can move ahead. The world can move ahead. The door began to open. With our hands, hope and despair mingled together, opening the door to the future.
Drum roll, please.
In credits.
Are you fucking serious? Are you kidding me? Are you actually? I want a refund. I want a refund, and I'm going to ask for my ticket price back. I want a refund. I want a refund on my movie. This is some bullcrap. This is the read the manga ending. This is not okay. This is not okay. This is a cop out of the highest caliber. And I am not okay with it.
Oh my god.
You know one stupid meme of like the little kid who's poorly drawn, who's got his hands clenched up to his fists, up to his chest, like staring ahead eagerly?
Yeah.
That's what I've been looking at for the past like 5 minutes in my chair, seeing whether or not she was lying. And I'm sitting here, staring at the screen, wondering if we're gonna find a nice, civilized society, you know, relatively untouched, or if we're gonna find like, I don't know, fires, smoke, and I don't know, the apocalypse, Fallout-ish stuff. But I'm mad. I'm mad. Also, Kyoko's been promoted back to best girl status.
She's best girl? Okay. Well, maybe we'll change your mind after we get to the second game, but first, we also have to go through finding out everyone's little background.
So, are there going to be recurring characters in the second game?
Somewhat, kinda, maybe. I don't know. Hard to say. But,
Hard to say. Translation, one of the characters from this game is probably going to be the villain of next game.
Don't know.
I don't know. I'd probably bet money on it.
You'll definitely get very confused, like, first few minutes into the game, you're like, wait a second, what the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? And,
I'm still sad. I thought that there was a chance that, you know, we'd have the whole people come back thing.
yeah, no,
Because it was a dream or simulation or something, and or we were on. I was thinking that we were on like I was thinking the game show angle is like there was like a broadcast for it, but I was also thinking it was like a simulation. Like everybody got into a cryopod or whatever and got into the game world, and that would explain why people's memories. It would explain the thing that was wrong with Kyoko. Is I thought that maybe she was missing some of her scars or memories or both, and the reason because of that is because when they were supposedly put into this dream state or sleep or game or whatever, this virtual space, I thought, is the person didn't know how to program it properly or how to display her properly because they didn't know her secret all the way, and maybe they missed out on some of her scars or whatever. But no, I'm super sad about that. I thought that the pictures were going to hint that the characters are still alive somehow, which sucks.
Nope, they are officially dead.
Nope, they're dead.
They be dead.
No Dragon Balls in this universe, unfortunately.
Including Junko. She is absolutely dead.
I found it very weird. I thought that it was either going to be Hiro, or it was going to be Junko because Junko died to her easily, or I thought it was going to be Hiro because Hiro is like the stupid, nitwitty, comic relief character, and nobody ever suspects them because they're like below suspicion.
Yeah. But no, he's just an idiot.
No, he's a likable guy though. He's good for comic relief and whatever.
He's
a true bro because he wouldn't kill anybody.
Yeah, but he's also pretty shitty with money.
Yeah.
And also, his prophecy that he made was almost true.
Yeah, no, it was true. It just didn't include the part of Byakuya also having a kid with Hina.
Yeah, he just only saw that Makoto and him had the same, person.
Technically it was on the money, it just didn't include Byakuya. But,
yeah, but,
it's, alright.
Hold on.
We're getting post-game credits?
Well,
Post-game
there's a little But yeah, a little something. Hello.
Interesting. Things are getting very interesting indeed. Like I said at the beginning, I'm not a teddy bear. I am Monokuma. And I am this school's headmaster.
He's becoming sentient.
Easter egg present.
That does not look like an Easter egg. It looks like a really crappy looking rice cake, rice ball, whatever.
Yeah.
Would not eat out of 10.
But that is the official ending for Danganronpa Trigger Happy Havoc. But there's also this mode that unlocked, called School Mode. This is a what-if simulation type game mode, or play mode.
Thrills, chills, kills!
Enchanting Dangan Academy. Purely prismatic souls.
So what's...
You'll see. Oh, I have to go through all this shit again. The massive high school tower is all above the other buildings in this bustling urban area. It's like the school stands at the center of the entire world. Hope Peak Academy. It brings in top students from every field imaginable, a government-funded school of privilege. They say that if you can come here and manage to graduate, you'll be set for life. With hundreds of years of tradition that sends the cream of the crop into the workforce every year. It was built to raise hope in the nation's future, which makes Hope's Peak a pretty fitting name. There are two things you need to attend this school. One, you have to already be attending high school. Two, you have to be the very best at what you do. No ordinary student could enroll here. The only way in is if you were scouted by the school itself. And standing there at the gate of the ultimate school filled with the ultimate students was me. But I can't just stand around here in front of the school forever, right? New students are supposed to meet in the dining hall at 8 a.m. That's not for a while, but I should probably just head inside. Yeah, let's go. Let's do this. I gathered up all my determination and tried to act like I'd done this a million times before. I took my first step towards the main hall, but... Huh? As soon as I stepped foot into the main hall, my view became warped twisted. It was like some kind of delusion, melting away, mixing together into something else. Spinning, mixing, melting away, then spinning again. And then...
Hey,
Makoto, are you okay? Huh?
Are you for real?
What, are you trying to escape into your own reality? It's not like any of us know what's going on either. Sorry. There's no need to apologize. Given the situation, it's understandable. That's right. For some reason, I went unconscious as soon as I stepped into the main hall. And when I woke up, I was in a classroom. The windows were all blocked off by these weird metal plates. But it wasn't just the classroom. As it turns out, all of us who'd gathered here had all our stuff taken away, and we were locked inside the school. As soon as we stood around, an announcement came on asking us to come to the gym for the entrance ceremony. But hearing that voice made it hard for me to concentrate on what it was actually saying. Hey, where are the others? Why isn't anyone here earlier?
Hey, come
Everyone
on.
else went to the gym while your ass was knocked out.
Well,
But it isn't really a good idea to obey such a strange announcement.
And
Yeah, it was weird as hell, but what else are we supposed to do?
Indeed.
She's right. Whatever's going to happen, standing our ground here isn't going to stop it.
You hear me?
Okay then, let's head to the gym. Makoto, are you good to go? Yeah. I was forced to wonder what the hell was going on here. I was tormented by a dark feeling of foreboding, but I did my best to ignore it and hurried to the gym. As soon as I entered, a weirdly cheery voice echoed across the room.
Hey there, howdy, hello. Is everyone here? Good. Then let's get things rolling. this school's headmaster. Nice to meet you all.
Such a bright voice and carefree attitude was completely out of place.
Listen up.
I can't do it. It just can't be done. Huh? This entrance ceremony was supposed to be your chance to make your big high school debut. As the headmaster, I did my best to put on a happy face, but it's just impossible. You can only lie to yourself for so long, you know. But if you can't do it, you can't do it. I've lost my confidence, my groove. There's no getting it back. Well, why is he acting so depressed? I went from terrified to annoyed in no time flat.
So,
Wait, is that a teddy bear?
Why is that?
That teddy bear can talk! Come on, what kind of cliched reaction is that? You people just keep on reacting the same way. That's just making me more and more depressed. Even if the hardwire is backwards compatible, I guess the same doesn't go for the characters. Humans are so stupid. Worse than any piece of software. I'm just getting lower and lower, and there's rock bottom. Here comes the Earth's core. This whole thing feels sloppy as hell.
Come on.
You expect us to believe you're the headmaster? Stop screwing around. You're right, I screw around too much. I spent half my life apologizing for the other half of my life. But I've been spending so much time trying to think of what to make you guys do, and I'm just lost. Meanwhile, I've been totally neglecting myself, trying to laugh it off now. Would just be another lie. Where the heck is this going? You've been neglecting yourself. What does that even mean? I forgot to do something that was going to be a vital part of our greeting today. What the heck? My stomach's starting to hurt for all this self-loathing. He seems really depressed. What is it you think he forgot? I don't think that matters. All that matters is finding a way out of here. No need to know. Tell us, what did you forget? If necessary, you should cancel the entrance ceremony and take the time to prepare a proper one. You are right. What I forgot was my backups.
are you okay
Backups for what?
Hey.
For me?
Come on.
Duh.
with it?
Backups for you? What? Huh? I don't understand why you don't understand.
In other
A
words,
backup, a spare, in case of emergency.
Hey, you bastard.
Okay, we get it.
Hey, listen.
So if you can have backups, does that mean you really are a toy robot or whatever?
Indeed.
If I understand what he's saying, that would make sense. No, see? Oh, okay, I got it. I don't like to admit this, but
what?
yes, I'm a robot so advanced even the folks at NASA can't recreate or even comprehend it. But I don't have any backup, so I can't begin.
Huh?
What can't you begin? The entrance ceremony? Sure, that too, but even more than that, I can't even begin your school life itself. Without a backup, the first time I break, that'll be the end of everything for you guys.
Hey, come on.
I don't think any of us give a shit if you break or whatever.
Come on.
Don't be stupid. Without a headmaster, how can your life here run smoothly?
Oh.
But did you not say that you are so advanced, even NASA cannot comprehend it? So you should not break so easily, am I right?
No.
You guys are gonna break me! You blew me up in the prologue last time and tore me apart in Chapter 5! Huh? Prologue? Chapter 5? What is he talking about? But anyway, let's not worry about that. Before we can begin your school life here, I'm going to have you guys build me some backups.
What?
What? Oh man, come on! What's he even talking about?
Come on.
You think you can give me orders, you living garbage. I do, and while you're at it, I'll have you add a bunch of awesome bonus features. Like maybe make me super handsome or eco-friendly, that kind of modern trendy feel. Or it might be good for a Japanese-style mascot like me to have a super cutesy, more moe backup.
Just hold
What
on.
the hell, man? You're talking like we already agreed to help.
You guys.
Well, you're gonna, right? It's boring that you grow as students, sure, but you also have the opportunity to help your teacher grow. You think false inspirational crap like that is gonna get us on your side? I don't think he's listening. I think he's just creating his own reality as he goes.
No way.
And if this is the kind of bizarre crap I can expect as a new student here, I'm just gonna go home.
And how do you plan to do that? You saw the metal plates covering all the exits, didn't you?
So are we we really have been imprisoned here?
Hey!
The hell is this? Why would you trap us in here? Let's the hell out of here.
Let's see.
He said he does not have a backup, yes. Why don't we just destroy this one right now? So it finally occurred to you. But I won't go out that easy. I'll use my NASA level technology to run and hide, and you'll never find me. You seem like a monumental waste of technology.
Stop fucking
Alright,
around,
that's it.
you son
I'm
of
not
a
gonna be
bitch.
part of whatever shitty joke you're trying to pull here.
Hey, you bastard!
Yeah, who gives a shit about some backup or whatever? We're gonna have to take care of you.
Okay, yeah, sure, I see what you're saying.
Are you
Then,
sure?
would you rather just start killing each other? What?
Huh?
What did you just say? I believe he said something about us killing each other. Killing? What are you talking about? Is that supposed to be a joke? It's not funny. It's just stupid.
Yeah, even if you're trying to make a point, there's taking it too far.
Just a second.
Come on, stop trying to freak us all out. Just get us to do what you want.
What the heck?
Just hurry up and let us out of here.
Would you guys please stop nagging me? I wanna go home. I thought bears were crazy, but our homing instinct. But you guys really take the cake. But I guess you really can't help yourselves. You're all part of that new wave enlightenment generation. You need a specific goal to motivate you. Well then, here's a little spoiler. Once the backups are done, we'll move on to the main event, and you can begin your exciting school life. Once that starts, then you'll have the chance to trigger your escape flag. What are you talking about? Speak plainly.
Escape flag?
I don't know what he means, but he did just say something about escaping, right?
See, I was totally clear. If you want to escape, you'll just have to live here peacefully and build me my backups. And you can't just have acid either. Build me a superior machine with flawless performance that thrills and delights me, and you pass. And don't worry about living expenses. You will have all the food, clothing, and shelter you need. I can even personally guarantee your health and safety. Even if you get sick or injured, I'll treat you right away with the Monokuma Emergency Center.
Wait. I've got a question, and this will answer a lot of my other questions. Is Junko actually Junko this time around?
No. I believe this is still technically Murkrow, but that does not play into effect for this particularly.
Because he just basically said that we have to build the stuff, and he's not going to have us necessarily have to kill each other, which is like, wait, what?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense. Also, can we call it for tonight? Because I should have gone to bed half an hour ago.
Yeah, that's fine.
I actually do work tomorrow. So.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know it. I know everybody else has weekends off, but I don't.
No, I also have to work tomorrow, so that's fine. Do you want to get through this part, or no?
Yeah, we can get through this part.
Okay. I don't think that's what we're worried about. Why do we have to do all this in the first place? Whatever, stop complaining and just do it. Now then, with this, the entrance ceremony hasn't even begun. I mean, you haven't even started your real school life yet. So obviously I can't welcome you yet, which means this isn't a proper entrance ceremony. Okay, I'm done talking for now. Please enjoy these our fleeting days of peace. Without another word, he was gone, leaving us in dazed confusion. So, how would you explain what the heck just happened?
I mean, seriously?
Yeah, what the hell was that? I'm totally lost. We're trapped here, right? If we can make some backups, we can get out? That would seem to be the gist of it. If you think about everything that this Monokuma told us, you will notice there are two main points.
In other words,
First point is that we're trapped here in the school. And the second and more important point, if we can create backups for him to his satisfaction, he will tell us how to escape from school.
are you okay with
But the
this?
one thing you do not know is why he wants us to do this at all.
Honestly,
What was his purpose in imprisoning us here in the first place?
what should I do?
Yeah, what happened to Hope's Peak Academy? did it get taken over by some evil organization or something? If that's the case, I'm sure the police won't be here anytime.
However,
But can we even be sure this really is Hope's Peak?
For serious.
Listen, I'm sure this is all just some kind of library orientation setup. They're like hazing us. Orientation?
seems like...
But if that's true, it's pretty bad freaking taste. It's total overkill. He's right. If it's a prank, it's far beyond the bounds of acceptability. Okay, fine. In that case, what is going on? That's what we're trying to figure out. You know, if he didn't forget to build those backups of his, what do you think he would have made us do? Kill each other. That's what he said. What? Hey! Don't freak us out, dude. Who the hell would ever...
Listen to me.
Everyone, just calm down.
Quiet down
He
and
said that
listen.
we'll have plenty of food and shelter, and we'll be kept safe. So that's good, right?
Got
If we want to get out of here, we all need to work together.
it.
Freaking hate the idea of being at the mercy of the goddamn bear. But what else is there to do? A total pain in the ass either way. I would lower myself to serving that monstrosity.
Oh,
But it seems our best option is to calmly adapt ourselves to this new situation.
let's see.
If this is truly something that Hope's Peak has put together for us, then I am fine with that.
Actually,
If that is not the case, and Hope's Peak has been taken over by some other force, it would be best not to blindly oppose them. Gives me chills to think I'll have to live here along with you unwashed masses.
That's fine.
But whatever, I'll just have to make sure to finish things quickly. And then I will find whoever did this to me and wipe them from the face of the earth.
You hear me?
Okay, well, does everyone else have any objections?
Got it.
Silence gives consent, as they say. Then it's decided. Pretty sure it's not. Okay.
Listen to
From
me.
this point forward, we all agree to work together to maintain a peaceful communal life. Sure. When I first got into Hope's Peak Academy, I thought, man, I can't believe I got into this amazing place. But wherever I am now, it's 180 degrees away from that whatever amazing place I'd made up in my mind. And that's how our bizarre communal life began. Alright. Is it gonna start stuff, or
And,
is it
and
gonna
I'm
get
sure
more
everything will
talking?
be peaceful and nobody will hurt anybody
What's
else.
up, we go to the
right?
gym, dining hall, to talk about our future here. But
hey,
when he says he wants to make him backups, what exactly are we supposed to do?
Actually.
Yeah, he didn't explain any of the important bits.
Did you call?
That was just for convenience sakes. Ugh, now he's here. Sure, I could have explained everything in the gym, but if I'd gone on any longer, it would have been totally annoying, right? It would have been like, hey, hurry up and start already. I'm not sure I agree with that. So let me explain right now. I'm going to give you guys the next 50 days to make me a proper set of backups.
What the hell?
50 days? That's like forever. What's so long? That's for convenience sakes, too. You guys would totally slack off if you didn't have a time limit. Humans given so easily to corruption.
What?
Okay, what about this whole backup thing? You said you wanted a bunch of bonus features, but it's super vague. I thought you might say that. So from time to time, I'll give you a special concept. You can use that to design the next backup.
what?
Can't we just make one and be done with it? Of course you can't just make one and be done with it. Who knows what kind of violence you guys might commit against poor old me? I need all the help I can get. Heck, just a second ago you were talking about how you should just destroy me right now. I heard you. You wanna.
Oh,
This is really necessary.
just a second.
Fake cry all you want, we're not gonna fall for it. Fake? No, I really am sad. All your heartless comments have made me sad. But your teacher won't let it get to him. No matter what, I'll put you all on the right path.
Hey, come on.
And the right path would be... Oh yeah! To keep you all from slacking off, I'll be performing project reviews as you progress.
Well,
Project reviews? What? Never heard of a project review. Want me to write it down for you? No, I know what it is. It's meant to check our progress.
In other words,
So you're going to be checking up on us to see how things are coming. That's just common sense. Yeah, it's totally common sense. I feel like I want to die right now. Okay then, hurry up and get to work. I'm going to save us the recipe to get through this and begin our real school life. But if we fail our project review, is there some kind of punishment? Ooh, well, here it comes. No, nothing in particular. What? Don't scare us like that.
Are you
There's no
sure?
punishment, but if you can't do it, you won't trigger the escape flag I mentioned.
What?
Plus, if you pass, I'll give you something awesome. What is it? Well, you just have to get it and find out, but it's super fun, I promise. Now then, are you ready for your first assignment? So the concept for the very first backup I need you to make is Monokuma Casaphoto. Okay, so basically it is a make a Monokuma Casanova. What does that even mean? That's what it means. You know what a Casanova is, right? I need a good-looking version of myself. Good-looking, but you're a bear. Better not think about it too much, or we'll never get anywhere. Anyway, are we supposed to start building something like that? Yeah, I mean, where are the materials or whatever?
Hey,
I can't do everything for you. Look around the school yourself for whatever you might need.
isn't that
But,
wonderful?
but as an extra special service, I will give you some materials just as once. I figure you could use at least a little practice before you start on the real thing.
Yes,
Okay, so here you go. Maybe I'll have you start by using these materials to make a Greek statue. And after that, if you combine this with the Greek statue, I think you'll wind up with a truly ravishing Monokuma. Bring it to me at the absolute instant you're finished. No pit stops. Okay, have a nice day. Okay. So basically...
Oh, this is like a special game mode, basically?
Yeah.
Or what?
It's basically you gather stuff from around the school in different rooms and stuff. People have certain like energy levels, and also you have to have some people also clean as well, or else if it goes there's like a meter, if it goes down to 0, then everyone the next day has to clean. So you can't gather any materials, and it often can make your characters like pass out.
Okay, so it's like a farming simulator kind of thing where you have to maintain your cleanliness levels, the energy levels of your dudes, and also make sure you're gathering materials.
Yep.
It's actually pretty cool. It's a little break from the murdery stuff.
Yeah.
At least it looks like it's a break from the murdery stuff.
Yeah. Plus there
It is-
is a secret, sort of the escape flag he was speaking of.
Oh, so what he's basically saying is you've unlocked New Game Plus side quest mode, and if you complete New Game Plus side quest mode, I will tell you what's out there. Is that
You'll
what it
see.
is?
You'll see. Cause what I'll do is I'll play through it a bit, just to get the levels up. Cause like your characters can get like levels in cleaning and gathering. So I'll get their levels like super high. Plus you get a bunch of coins for like just finishing it. And then next week we can go through and talk with people and get the rest of their backstories and stuff. And then there's a little extra thing too, but we'll just start with the backstory stuff and I'll explain the rest later.
Yeah, if you want to do a little bit of grinding to get stuff, and then, yeah, okay, that works.
Yeah, just so it'll be a lot faster.
Okay, alright, well, if it is the case, and we do get to see what the heck is going on outside, I'm actually very much looking forward to completing this little side quest thing.
Maybe.
And-
You'll see.
And plus, I think it is a little cool to go through this game with more people and less murder-iness.
Yes.
Because I think there are a lot of characters we didn't get to spend a lot of time with.
Mm-hmm.
Especially like Sayaka and Leon, because they died really early on, and so, and Mondo as well.
Yep. So we get to hear more about them and their past and stuff. So, yeah. So you can go off and head to bed if you like. And I probably have to get off too soon, so.
Yeah, I actually still gotta shower and go to bed, so.
Gotcha.
Catch you later.
Alright. See you later.
See you Monday movie night, I think, if you're coming.
Oh, yeah. I'll try to see if I remember.
Alright, later, Corey.
Bye-byes. Alright. So then, I'll just get through this part. This stuff doesn't really matter.
What are you gonna? Well, yes, it.
Okay.
You're.
Oh.
Yes. Now.
Okay. Okay. So let me see, what time is it? Probably should just go ahead and get off, but I might just get started a little bit. Okay. Usually I just try to get their like cleaning stuff all the way up first. I don't know. So that I don't have to spend too many characters cleaning.
Well now. Uh-huh. Hey!
This is a school announcement. Okay?
Isn't that... See?
Wait, no, I didn't want to do that.
Oh,
I feel as if...
Isn't... See...
Not 100% it, but like, just try to level up this part, just so then we can get through the finding out their stories and stuff for next week. So trying to like just focus on like leveling them up and stuff will be something I'll probably do like on my free time or whatever. Yeah, it's crazy. So crazy.
okay then.
Cray. And then once we finish like everything with the school mode stuff thing here, and find the little secret ending,
Isn't... See...
we'll get started on the second game. Although it might be on a different day than on Fridays.
Oh.
And I'll probably head off to bed soon.
Isn't
Getting pretty sleepy.
See?
Okay.
What? Yeah.
I think I'm just gonna go ahead and call it here, I think. Let me just get to a point where I can actually stop.
Okay then.
Isn't. See ya.
Alright. Well, thanks everyone for coming, hanging out, watching. Yeah. Next week we will get through and find out everyone's backstory that we didn't get through before. So yeah, that'll be pretty exciting, and get to see everyone's you know, stories, backstories, their family, their ultimate abilities and stuff like that. You know, all the good stuff. So gonna call it a night, and I will see you guys. Well, we'll see. We'll do more Danganronpa next week, and maybe play some Pokemon later this week. Don't know yet. Bye.